Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another day of Overwatch League APAC action. I am Achilleos, back on the cast alongside Avril as per usual. We'll be kicking off the day's matches. We have another action-packed day here for you. And I think just one more team left to see within the region. We're going to see them in the very first game. Chengdu Hunters going to be going up against the Guangzhou Charge.
The only team that we haven't seen yet. I mean, Chengdu have had a very interesting off-season, as I'm sure we'll discover. Mostly returning faces, one new player coming in as well. But, you know, we got to look at the Guangzhou Charge yesterday. They did win their opening matchup. Bit of a hilarious moment on that second map, I'm sure we all remember. But otherwise,
some ups and
a
downs.
strong-looking start. Yeah,
well, we'll see if they've kind of learned from the silliness that they encountered yesterday and try to steer around that, try to avoid it. We'll also see how the Chengdu Hunters look, because, of course, it doesn't really matter who's on that team. Leave is still there, so I think that they're very much still a force to be reckoned with. But we'll have to just wait and see how they look once we get into the server. For now, then, let's go ahead and introduce our first team. It's the Guangzhou Charge. Alrighty, and there they are. Let's see what the starting five looks like here today. Starting things off, looks like we're going to have Farway and Unique back on the supporting lineup. Choi Se-wan develop on DPS, and then it's Rio. We did get to see Krong a little bit, you know, every now and then, flipping back and forth between the two there as far as the tanks are concerned. But with Rio in, likely is pointing towards some Winston play, at least in the first map.
Yeah, I think Rio had quite a performance yesterday as well, to be honest with you. Yeah, okay, a bit of a mean with the 100% deadlift on that Route 66, but at the same time, I think his opening map was pretty fantastic. He definitely left quite a bit of an impression on me. A lot of people slept on Rio in the offseason, like, oh my goodness, they're keeping Rio, what are they doing? But he's actually been playing super well. Krong coming in for that Zarya as well was really interesting, but importantly, you know, we're going to get the same DPS line. Choice of one was so damn good yesterday, and Charge are going to need a lot of firepower up against the Chengdu Hunters today, who, as you mentioned, Leave, well, he stayed. Leave stays on the team. The MVP, the reigning MVP of the previous season, still here alongside the usual favorites. They do lose out on the other two supports of both Yveltal and Fireway, who now is on the other team. Molly, by the way, is also on the other team, an ex-member of Chengdu. So a couple of ex-Chengdu guys on that Guangzhou roster that Hunters will now have to play against.
We'll see if they're going to be playing with some spite, try to take down their former squad, if they're able to do so. But yeah, I mean, everybody on this Chengdu Hunters lineup still very, very scary in their own rights. Leave especially so, but we've seen just stellar moments from everybody else that is on this lineup, including Jinmu and Gaga in particular. So they're definitely going to have their work cut out for them. Guangzhou Charge, you know, definitely not the easiest time of it. The second map aside, you take away Route 66, it was still a decently rough ride at certain times there versus the Valiant. They're going up against the Chengdu Hunters. They're going to have their work cut out for them. We saw some snafus. We saw some iffy moments in the team play there from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. We'll see if they have tightened that up and are prepared to try to take down Chengdu here in this first match of the day. Here's our map set, though. We'll be kicking things off in Coliseum, then move into Dorado, then King's Row, and if we can go past that 3-map point, we'll see Oasis and potentially finish things out on New Queen Street.
I mean, you look at Coliseum, that was also the opening map for Guangzhou yesterday as well. They managed to push 121.51 meters versus the LA Valiant. So anytime you can get above 100 meters in a single push map, you're having a very good time on that map. You're having an extremely good showing. I will be looking out to see what Chengdu are playing though, because we know the compositions for the Charge already. They revealed most of that yesterday. What is going to happen on the Chengdu side of things? Jinmu, it's a Genji meta. He's a Genji player. Leave can also be your Genji player, right? They don't have a Predator on this team anymore, so hit scan plus Tracer, likely not an option. Going to be starting up with Leave on the Soldier. The only issue with this is, if Chengdu want to play Soldier Tracer, they do not have the comp to play that with. Gaga also coming out on Doomfist.
Okay, we've seen really only the Doomfist in desperation so far here in APAC. Has been the most locked-in pick when it comes down to tanks right out the gates. We'll see how Gaga pilots this as we jump straight into the action. Choice A1, taking a little bit low, gets antied out, but play safely around the corner, get popped back up here as just have the initial skirmish. Block getting ready to unlock right now. Dive goes into the back. They're looking for Faraway, but somehow they do not confirm the kill. And Gaga, after getting slept and anti out, he does get finished off by Unique. Good cover there from the co-support on the side of the Guangzhou Charge, and they will take first control of the bot.
And that's one of those kind of dives where Gaga goes in as a Doomfist, but Jinmu isn't quite on the same page, and very likely Gaga kind of goes towards the left side of things, not too sure where Jinmu was. Maybe they just couldn't quite connect on the eventual location that Fireway was going to be. Great peel from the Guangzhou Charge to keep their flex support alive, and they'll be able to maintain control early on with a Leave kill as well. They can push even further.
Oh, Misha comes right back into the fight, does take down Develop there. A little bit back and forth, though, as it seems like the Chengdu Hunters widely winning out in the fray so far. Rio falling low is going to try to make his exit. Looks to get a couple more shurikens into the back of him, and it looks like Gaga eventually does manage to hound him down. See that swap, though? Develop moving over towards the Sombra. Let me get your initial reaction to this one, Avril.
Well, I'm not a fan, not a big fan, but what I can say is this to me is a reaction to Gaga's Doomfist specifically. Now in Overwatch 1, Gaga would be left out in the cold, like, what are you doing? Your Doomfist playing against Sombra, you're going to have a bad time. In Overwatch 2, maybe not quite that bad. Choice one, a bit of trouble here. We'll go down to Jinmu, and I mean, well, the DPS of the Charge, they're gone.
Yep, completely evaporated. Unique is still here, though. I mean, he's been putting up some solid numbers thus far. Feels like widely the support players on the side of the Charge have been coming up with the majority of the frags. Gaga goes up onto the high ground. It's going to be slept yet again. They're looking to get the Bionade down onto him, but cannot. Faraway strikes first. Denies the healing. They pick up a kill. Yet another one going over to Unique.
Yep.
But now just going to be starting to get shoved back in the opposite direction. It's still fairly close margin so far between the two teams as far as the distance that has been picked up. Rio has the Nano Boost jumping around the back, trying to lock down these supports, but that sound barrier comes up from Misha, trying to keep everybody alive, and Jinmu does not find anything with the blade, instead gets cut down by Choice A1 at the end. Buck now fallen. There's Rio with the primals, looking for another target, drops right down here onto Leave's head, looks to get that kill. He's going to pursue a little bit further. The peel will be there, but it's still going to be the Charge maintaining control.
Yeah, Jinmu finding not a lot of value onto this Genji currently, not able to land on dives with Gaga at all, swapping over towards the Reaper now. No Zari on the side of Chengdu to really support him, though. Rio's gone super deep, but here comes Choi.
Yep, Choi with his blade already finding so much value, cuts down to his Monk and Leave, exit the fight. Gaga now going to be taken out as well by Develop. The bot contested for the moment. Won't last too long, though, as Jinmu has got no HP and the Wraithwalk will run out. Faraway claims another. The bot will continue ever upward on this ramp.
About to hit that checkpoint there as well, so forward spawns will be enabled for the Guangzhou Charge in short order. Not a lot of tools here for the Chengdu Hunters. I mean, yeah, they will probably be engaging with this Visor. No support with that Visor. It will just be dry. Lands on Faraway. That's target number one.
Yep, spotted him out. Was not scouted. Gets a nice little early pick here to start off the fight. He's looking for Unique. He won't be able to get it, but Jinmu is there for the alley-oop, so they still get the kill. A couple members of the Charge well into the back lines, just playing right outside of the Chengdu Hunter spawns. Do get cleaned up. Bot starts rotating back, but it's plenty of time for the reset and recontest here. So the Charge have ample time to try and deny any progress.
There's no healers though, so they're going to be a little bit careful here. See that developers maybe looking for a flanking angle, do a little bit of initial damage. Chengdu are like, okay, we do have to wait for Monk and Nisha here. Importantly, they stop Charge from getting the checkpoint, so Charge have to get the back spawns instead. It's going to allow for more of an even fight. Double EMP catch.
Yeah, catches two, but Gaga still managing to exit with a Meteor Strike, trying to stay alive. The pull well back around the corner to try to get topped up. He will be able to do so. Dives into the back line here. Choice A1 just dashing away, keeping himself elusive. Make sure they can't get locked down. Looks to re-aggress as the nano comes out. Rio diving forward, has the primal rage to rely on, so he doesn't really mind that he's antied out right now. Continues to play up the front, but in the end, it's going to be exchange on these Anas. Looking far away, both fall down. They're looking for a little bit more, pushing in. Leaf cannot sprint away fast enough. Ends up falling. Nisha also in a bit of a bind. Manages to stay alive at least for a little bit longer, but the bot, in the meantime, is actually getting pushed.
Yeah, I mean, Nisha doing a great job staying alive there. Is going to regroup with the team, but like you said, the payload, the push bot, has an increase in a little bit of distance here. Choice of one's the kill onto Jinmu, secures another 5v4 scenario for the Guangzhou Charge, and at this rate, I mean, there is double support ultimates online for Chengdu Hunters. Where's this Nano going to go on next? They could just throw it into Jinmu on the front line. Otherwise, they don't really have a lot to work with again. They can just maybe try to look for an engage with sound barrier as well. In either case, they're the ones that need to fight for control because we're running out of time.
Yep, it is on the Jinmu. Gaga again going to be taking a bit of a nap. TP's into the back. The sound barrier is there from Unique to try to keep far away live. I'm going to say Death Blossom is now available. Doesn't have to use it to confirm the kill. Just takes down the Ana naturally. Looks now for Rio. It's not getting too much peel. Does manage to find a support before he falls. As Unique will get picked out of the sky. The bot now starting to advance over towards the Guangzhou Charge side of the map here for Chengdu Hunters, where they still have 21 meters they need to make up in.
Now, the problem is they do lose Monk again, so every single one of these, pushing drives the Chengdu Hunters make ends up being a 4vx situation, despite winning that fight. Now, Farway's back with Guangzhou, but Monk is still kind of on the way, so they have to regroup. They've given up payload control again, and that's the issue with kind of pushing into enemy territory, right? You can't really lose anybody, because no matter what, you're going to end up in a deficit.
They don't manage to gain anything realistically there. Just a couple extra meters. Still working at a deficit. Gaga hacked off screen, down to a sliver of HP. EMP comes out, manages to catch 3. Choice A1 is there, gets the finishing blow. Tank now gone on the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Jinmu doing his damnedest to try to clean things up, but here's Choice A1 with yet another blade. It's right in on top of the Reaper, and he will get 3 for himself. These have just been massive. Some of the best success that we've seen from the Genji Dragon Blades period so far in APAC. Now the bot is going to be advancing that forward spawn. It's just a little bit away.
Choice of One, definitely one of the more exciting Genji plays that we have in the region. Unfortunately, can't say too much of the same for Jinmu in his opening debut as Genji so far in the season. He's not been playing the Genji for the last, I'd say, 4 minutes, but at the moment we're now nearly down to the OT. Your star player Leave is already gone, so 5v4.
Yeah, Faraway just coming in on the flank, tags him with the Bionade. Easy shutdown kill. Bot's starting to shift back, but time very much is dwindling. Chengdu Hunters, they need to get control of the cart, and they need it right here, right now. Faraway tries to get that parting blow there on Denisha, but he cannot finish the job. Takes him down to just a sliver of HP. Now they're still going to be functioning as a full 5, and Guangzhou Charge are starting to lose members desperately here. Choice A1 does get picked off. Unique answering back, finds Gaga yet again.
Nano available for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. I mean, they can clean this one out. We're nearly into the OT, which, as has been described in the past, pretty difficult for Chengdu, the losing team, to make a catch-up on. The good news is they only have about 20-ish meters to get there. They have their full team available, plenty of ults to play through as well.
Sound barrier just a few moments away here for Nisha. Jump into the back, Choice A1. Just gonna be nanoed up, but isn't finding too much of anything so far. Nisha goes so low, but he manages to get the sound barrier, but it's too late to try to save Jinmu. Gaga, though, with the Meteor Strike, comes back down, manages to claim the life of the enemy Genji. Primal Rage there from Rio, gets a couple swats in, but now is going to be left on the floor, sleeping. Far away, picked off. Unique try to keep everybody alive here, but Rio gets bursted down, and he's got to make his exit. Suddenly, it seems that Chengdu Hunters might just have been able to turn this around.
Remember, the push bot has to slow down as it goes. If it actually makes this cap happen, which maybe it doesn't have to, I don't believe Guangzhou Charge actually capped on there, and that's good for Chengdu. That means they can actually make the full 65. We're nearly there. Someone has to touch. No one touches. We're completely even. Could this actually be a draw?
I have no idea how this would function. Everybody would have to step off of it simultaneously. But it seems like Chengdu Hunters might just have the advantage here. Rio now going to be antied into the bubble. The bot is going to resume. He doesn't even have to move, and Chengdu Hunters will make the comeback a reality.
Okay, couple things. One, first OT comeback I've ever seen on this game. Second, they had the same meters. What? I don't understand. Like, I guess they just got like 0.1 more meters. That's crazy. So what actually happens is Guangzhou did cap the checkpoint on the other end, because an interesting thing about the push bot is when you cap the checkpoint, it stalls there for like a few seconds, right? It just, it checks to see if the water's boiled, if what's the time on the clock there, just get the newspaper out. But, it kind of happens on the other end of the OT when Chengdu push as well, and then you just have this kind of weird situation where the bot stays there. I guess it became unstuck. Chengdu won the fight. It literally went 0.01 meters, and they won.
Well, already, I mean, not quite in the same way as we saw yesterday, but already some bizarre happenings in our first map, in our first series of the day. But the Chengdu Hunters do manage to pull off the comeback there on push. We'll see if Guangzhou Charge can answer back as we get ready to move on to Escort, which is Dorado, and that is coming up in just a few minutes. It's already been wild. You don't want to miss the rest of it, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, and we are back and just about to go into map number 2. Already some wild things happening there. I think the first overtime comeback that we've seen in Overwatch League so far on push. So Chengdu Hunters, you know, they continue to drag people into the Chengdu zone. They're doing things that no one's done before, and putting up some solid looks. But it, again, similar, I think, to the series yesterday. Rough starts here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. They get ahead a little bit, and then things just kind of start slipping from them a little bit.
Yeah.
Widely yesterday, they were able to grab back onto it and hold it for the win, but this time it just narrowly slips through their fingers. We'll have to see if they can tie it up, make it 1-1 on the back end of this next Esport map.
I think you will probably see this a little bit more often on a map like Colosseo compared to New Queen Street, because that specific capture point on Colosseo is so, I think, A, difficult to actually cap, and B, kind of difficult to hold as well. It's just a really weird part of the map, right? And if Charge actually won the fight, I'm actually fairly certain it would draw, because, you know, Vicky actually came in during the breaks like, yeah, you totally can draw on this map. And, I mean, who's seen it be such a rare thing? Drawing on push is so rare that likely you probably won't see it at all, ever. It personally has never happened in any of my games. That's why I was so surprised. But heading to Dorado now, important news is that Krong is going to come in for Rio. So back to Zarya, I presume, is what was going on.
I'll have to just take a closer look here once they do get ready to assemble the team. See what they have pieced together for us. See whether or not Gaga is going to be sticking with the Doomfist or if he changes it up for this map here as well. See there on your screens, though, Guangzhou Charge overall have a winning record versus the Chengdu Hunters, but it's been a little while since they've been able to get one of those wins. And I'm fairly heavily stacked at the beginning of these two organizations entering the Overwatch League.
Well, you have the 2020 season where the Guangzhou Charge definitely had a, you know, huge upswing. They were much better than the Chengdu Hunters. They won a stage title as well. Krong was there for that. Then the Chengdu Hunters in the last season, 2021, was a much better team than the Guangzhou Charge. So they've both had their year of success now in a fresh start, fresh game and new season. We'll see which team will reign supreme with, you know, Chengdu having made cutbacks on their roster. Charge keeping some good pieces, adding some new pieces as well. We'll see how this goes now with Gaga on the Zarya. So I said maybe Krong would play the Zarya. It's actually going to be Gaga. Krong's on the Diva, which is a very interesting pick. I do think, yeah, you want some high ground, low ground control here, but you should have just kept Rio in to play the Winston, in my opinion.
Well, I am excited about this, though. As Leaf picks up the Widowmaker. So far, it's just been finding the Shield of Unique, but Jinmu looks like he goes off on a flank, and we are watching the wrong DPS player, apparently, because Jinmu comes up with 2. 14 HP, and a Dream drops down, clips the wall, but does manage to get that Mega Pack. A little delayed on the Reflect to try to bounce that Bio Grenade back into faraway space, but he's just fully occupying this on his time. He even gets the kill on the back end, so 3 extended kills for him in that fight, and the cart is just steaming along.
And actually slowing down and not getting far away down straight away. He actually wasn't getting a lot of help. It looked like he was stuck in a very prolonged 1v1 versus far away. It's going to prevent the respawn. So huge staggered spawns. Guangzhou will struggle to regroup properly for a contest, and that means they won't contest at all. A clean run through for Chengdu straight off the bat. Talk some smack about the Jinmu Genji on the last map, but you know, he's come out in full force straight away in the new map.
That he has. Thursday 1 now going to be making his way over onto the Tracer. Develops trying to match on the Widowmaker. See if he can find any purchase here as Jinmu tries to slink around the back, throws a couple shurikens over towards Choi Se-wan, but not going to find the hit. Instead, he might go look to harass Develop a bit. Make sure that they're denying him sight lines widely over towards the cart. Has been spotted, though. Poison Trap doing his job. Helping to really track the position of this Genji.
Speaking of positioning, this needs to be where Charge have the advantage, because they have the high ground control. They have the Diva in their favor. Chengdu don't have good high ground control. It's really just Jinmu diving up and leave if he wants a hook shot, but otherwise Gaga has to stay on the ground. Charge can dictate the pacing of these fights here, but they're playing super passive. It's like they're waiting for Develop to hit the shots first. It's not really happening right now. Finally, Krong will drop down, but look at where the payload is. There's been so much free pushing.
Yep, right up to the church doors here. Already so much space garnered here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, and it's made even worse given that, you know, they got point A for free, so they already still have such a massive time bank working in their favor. Still just over 4 minutes remaining for them.
He's in spawn.
As Develop is way into the back. Choi Se-wan is here to try to help peel, but both DPS are now completely disconnected from the cart, which is continuing to advance forward.
Charge is just wasting time. They're trying to do stuff in the Chengdu spawn. Krong is, tiptoeing, diving in and out of the cap, but he can't really contest by himself up against Gaga. He's even forced a self-destruct here. It actually kills Gaga. What happened there? Gaga should have bubbles to save himself. That's kind of weird.
Must have run out of it in the pulse bomb as well there from Choice A1. Able to take down Nisha. With the bubbles out of the way. Far away will find Leap, and somehow through all of this, Develop, while he might not have done too much, he didn't die. He didn't get picked off, even though he's playing out front of the Chengdu Hunters spawn. And now they clean it up, and now they will have that cart control with the high ground like you're talking about. So this is where they can really start to work down this time bank.
What is going on here in this game, Achilles? Because Charge look like they're floundering. They're not really setting up for any sort of fights. All over the place, completely scattered in terms of where their members are sitting. But then the Hunters just lose to a self-destruct from Krong that looked like it was forced from Gaga anyway, versus Zarya that should almost never die to a self-destruct when you have 2 bubbles. It really doesn't make a lot of sense. Leave will kill Develop, so they get rid of that threat. It's a 5v4 now, and the free pushing continues. Charge again, not really doing too much about this payload.
A lot of people collapsing in, trying to look for Choice A1. Sleep Dart not going to connect onto Krong. His way back up to the high ground safely, but the cart now makes its way through the underpass. There's going to be the Nano, the dive into the back, and far away completely vanishes in the blink of an eye. Jinmu carves up 2 kills for himself, looks for a little bit more. Will be able to take Krong out of the mech. The Baby Diva will not stand a chance, and it seems like that should be point B snatched up.
Oh, well, Krong can finally go to Zarya now. He can play the good hero. No idea why he's even on the Diva. I mean, I assume he wants to be on the Diva because you want that high ground, low ground control. But again, you should have just kept Rio in the squad if that was your game plan. Gaga's walking free with the Zarya at the moment. He's had that one death, but it doesn't matter. He's still holding up the grab. Use it anytime he wants to. Krong really just can't brawl at all. And Joy can't play Genji because he's got no support to play the Genji. If you had the Krong Zarya, you could actually support the Choice of One Genji, which so far has been better than the Jinmu Genji, and then Jinmu wouldn't be getting value for free either. So it's all a big mess from Guangzhou, sadly.
I think what you're not seeing here, you got to look way into the future here, Avril. The game-winning grab eat is going to come through from Krong, and that will justify the deep pick.
True. That's right. That's
5 ults now ready to go on the side of Guangzhou Charge. Still find an early pick as Nisha gets taken down just a little bit too far forward there as the stick comes in. The bubbles are there. So, Zarya exists. So he just says, nope, not going to be killing my Widowmaker. Manages to save him. Krong, though, with the self-destruct, will find Monk. Ends up falling to Leave's headshot, though.
And at some point, the Widowmakers have to get off as well. We're on cap C now. This is not the good position for Widowmaker at all. They're both kind of forcing it. I even think Develop's maybe getting baited into this Widow duel by Leave, who, if Develop just goes Soldier now, he actually gets a much better matchup. Once his infra sights are gone, that probably will happen. Someone should swap.
Rally's coming out now from the side of the Hunters. Advancing forward, Unique's matching. First hit one falling a little bit low. Leave, got that shot off. Would have been beautiful. Doesn't quite manage to make it happen and has to relocate. The grapple off to the side. Krong now pursuing in decently deep. Grab does come in, catches 2. Anti-nade goes out and Unique falls to the wayside. Krong tries to escape up to the high ground. We could have wrapped around and grabbed the Mega Pack, but doesn't manage to do so. Loses out on the mech, now loses his life. The cart will continue to advance. Charge so far, he's done a decent job of chewing up this time bank a bit. It's nowhere near as massive as it once was. Still have a chance to hold, but they need to find some purchase. They need to stop this from pushing.
Yep, well, not the greatest from Jinmu there, but there is a 1-for-1 trade. Bubbles are still available. No more ultimates waiting for the Nano from Monk. Leaves dead.
He cleans up 2 before he does fall. Can they work with this is the question.
No, they're backing
likely
out.
No. May have to be another reset, but as I said, that Develop will fall, and they do manage to keep Gaga sustained. Now the Nano Boost is available. They're going to continue to play forward here as they just wait for the reinforcements to come back in. There goes Jinmu. See what he can do this time around. Krong, popping the bubbles, trying to keep himself alive. So far is not going to die, but as everybody else collapses in on top of the Zarya, he does fall to the wayside. Jinmu cleans up 2, gets both supports, gets the Widowmaker for good measure, and Chengdu will get the finish here on Dorado with 1 minute and 8 seconds to spare.
And Leave dies, but he comes back as a soldier, right? I think the call was to actually stay. It looked like maybe Chengdu were thinking of backing out. Gaga was losing position. They got the call. Jinmu's like, I got the blade. Monk's like, I got the Nano. It's time to make some combos, and they got that combo off. Krong took him about 7 minutes to go to Zarya. Dies anyway. Develop's still on a Widow. Couldn't tell you why. I mean, you're in the last fight. He's literally sniping from spawn. Like, come on, brother. It's time to get off that hero. And Chengdu slowly but surely with 1 minute 08 remaining get the finishing cap. But I gotta say, Achilles, this is a very confusing map. The way both teams, but specifically Charge, are choosing to play this, to me was like a slow, inevitable loss. Like you're just B in particular. You got to rewind and look at that B again. You're just sitting there as a diva. Your team's nowhere to be found. The payload's slowly pushing up, and you're just slowly losing B with no contest at all after already losing A with no contest. And even C felt like a slow no contest in many ways.
Yeah, I agree with you. It felt fairly inevitable that they were going to be able to get it to the end, especially just given how things had kind of begun. But Charge just really struggling to put together a solid defense. Everyone playing very scattered, and while they did drain that clock down significantly, you would have really, obviously, much rather have stopped it from making it all the way to the end of C. We'll see what they have for us, though, as Leave does start things off with the Widowmaker yet again. Developed back over onto the Sombra. Choice A1 in the sky with the Echo, something that he was showing some nice proficiency on yesterday.
I would like it if it was just a scouting Sombra. I mean, developers walking through right now. Big problem with this Sombra, among the many problems with Sombra, is that there isn't actually any sort of dive combo that you can do, at least on Colosseo. Develop was soft countering Gaga's Doom because you can hack Doom out of the power block. That's actually a really good interaction that Sombra does have versus Doom. You can even work with Rio for dives here. It just doesn't really do anything for you at all. First blood onto Unique. That's the Mercy gone. Choi's got no healer, but he looks like he's okay.
Got caught out, didn't rush back over to the side of Choice A1 as he was drifting away from the Winston. Ends up falling. Wait for that reset. Let's leave front and center here, up on the high ground, waiting for someone to show their head and see if he can click it. Choice A1 and Unique going to go for a similar flank. See if they can find some picks this time around, try to open up the map a little bit more for the rest of the charge. As far away, under some fire, Krong fighting down to the ground over near the card. Choice A1 trying to make his way around the flank here. Bomb's not quite going to connect on the leave, and he cannot get that execute damage in. In the meantime, Gaga is just going to Goomba stomp Krong to death.
And you're going to see that more and more often as well, because Krong can't really get any help here. You have a Mercy permanently tethered to Choice A1, who's on a big flank, so immediately you have 3 players not playing with the other 2 players. Choice A1's trying to put the pressure to leave so that he doesn't die, Choi doesn't die to leave, that is. So Krong's sitting there solo pushing cut. He was synced for the longest time, and he's in a 1 versus 2 with Jinmu and Gaga. Yeah, Krong's probably not going to survive that. He has far away, but maybe he is just a little bit too far away. And again, you see just on the bottom left there, Krong stuck in the same 1v2. Can't push the payload any further. They finally got leave down. That's at least something.
Yep, they do get that pick, and obviously merciless comp here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Merciless comp for the side of the Charge, as Unique is going to get picked right out of the sky. Jinmu just dashes through, finds that elimination. Josewan now going to be alone up in the air. And he's starting to get tagged low, and here comes the blade now from Jinmu. Krong already going to fall. Jinmu chasing forward. Just narrowly gets the kill there on a far away.
Forces the res as well, so that's actually a long cooldown. In some ways, I don't know if it'd be better to have waited for the respawn, but time is kind of running out here for the Charge, so I guess they don't really want to do that. Maybe that is the right call indeed. We're looking towards some Charge ultimates finally. This is going to be Krong's first grab. It's actually the first ultimates for most of these players. EMP is going to be an important one, I hope. We'll see how that one gets used.
Nano's out on Choice A1. Krong finds Jinmu. Pickups here as they're just trying to get the elimination here on the Leaf. They push him back. The whip shot is beautiful from Nisha to keep Leaf protected. They top him back up. The heals come through. The rally is now rolling. Leaf, however, will dive right in front of Choice A1's fist. And he ends up falling down in that fight. Sticky bombs out, but Choice A1 taken out in the sky. Krong will find Monk.
He's not using the
skirmish continues. Gaga playing low, and he, oh man, flew a little too close to the sun. Maybe he thought he was going to be able to pop it there at the very last second. Ends up dying. Cart now advancing into the courtyard here at point A. And it seems like they should just about be able to get this cap.
There were about maybe 3-ish situations there where I saw Gaga's HP go low enough that maybe the Primal Call would have been correct. Seems like it might have been a team decision not to use it because they were maybe losing anyway, and he was thinking, I'll just delay things. This is where they got to use ultimate, so Krong has definitely used that grab now, and there it is, the Primal to follow.
Yep, they do have the recontest, and Jinmu, he finds Unique. Farway's gone, there's no support to the fight. Monk does fall here on the side of the Chengdu Hunters, but Leave is just clicking heads, gets to the Choice A1, and now it's just Krong. He will die. 10 seconds left to go. It seems like this last second contest from the Chengdu Hunters has paid dividends.
Yep, this doesn't look like a final push will happen at all. Unique gets taken down. Choi would love to use his ultimates, but the time will run out, and the Guangzhou Charge. Confusion in their brains, confusion in my brain, trying to figure out what on earth they were trying to do on both the attack and defense. Like, how on earth are you thinking that playing an Echo into Leave's Widowmaker was ever going to be the right call. You could just be playing the Genji if you want to put the pressure onto Leave. Trong sat on his lonesome, trying to push the payload, getting no distance off of that one. I mean, Gaga's confident enough, he's like, I'm not even going to Primal on the Death. We're just going to come back and Primal later on the future one. Another developer, Sombra, this time with even less, dare I say, synergy with the composition. Not that it had too much synergy, even on Colosseo. It honestly feels like Guangzhou Charge have possibly one of the most off reads on the meta you could imagine. Seriously, just completely off the meta here, and a lot of stuff needs to be fixed behind the scenes because it's not looking pretty.
Well, certainly is not. Already, though, 2-0 lead here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, who are looking to speed run their way through their first series of the year. We're just 35 minutes since we went live, guys, and now they are one map away from closing out this set and starting the year off right. We'll see if the Guangzhou Charge can come back, but it would have to be a reverse sweep if they want to get a second match win. Otherwise, they're staring down the barrel of a 1-1 scoreline here in the first 2 days of the season. We're going to have that map 3 coming up in just a little bit. We're headed to King's Row, so don't go anywhere. And we are back, and if you just are tuning in, yeah, the screen is not incorrect. We're going into map 3. It's been a really fast ride here, a very wild one as well, but the Chengdu Hunters find themselves up 2-0, just stomping full hold on Dorado in map 2. They get the overtime comeback push in their first map, Coliseum, and now we get ready to go into Kings Row to see if they can just go ahead and make this one of the fastest series that we have ever had. It'll definitely, I think, be probably the record for Overwatch 2 so far. But yeah, they are speed running right now.
Are we finally going to get off Mr. Guangzhou Charge's wild ride here, with everything that they're playing? Daisy coming in for Gaga, so story time. This is kind of where the Chengdu Hunters have ended up on their 6-man roster. They've lost potential, maybe even Rookie of the Year candidate level player of a Predator who's now teamless. Bit of a crime that someone that good is currently teamless, but they picked up an off-tank from Chinese contenders. I'm trying to remember which team he came from. Might have even been from one of the from the Chengdu Academy team, but I'll have to double check on that one. Anyway, Daisy coming in with the off-tank type hero, so no doubt this will be Chengdu playing towards the Zarya. Krong being kept in by the looks of it for the Charge as well means we're going to get a Zarya duel. I hope to God we do, because I don't want to see the Diva again.
I think, given that we're going to Kings Row with the Zarya, seems to be the most straightforward pick. But then again, Guangzhou Charge have not really been doing too many things that are straightforward. We've been seeing a hell of a lot of Sombra, and not many results coming from that. So, not really willing to take anything off the table here for what Guangzhou Charge has prepared for us. But excited to see how Daisy is going to perform here in his debut, and whether or not he can help lead the team to that 3-0 victory.
It's big shoes to fill, I think. Chengdu Hunters have had some beloved tank players in the past. We all remember Elsa stepping up big time for the team when Chengdu started to look good. We remember as well Late Young coming in for Elsa when he ended up retiring. Among with his legendary moments in their first season as well, up against Goats. Gaga, who's still here, who kind of, with fate, pioneered all of the ball meta last year. So Daisy, as the new rookie on the team, who wasn't a part of the original 2022 roster, he was a super late addition, and I just checked, he was part of Team Chaser, which is the academy team for Chengdu Hunters. So they brought him up. It's time for the big debut. Pretty much all the rookies that have debuted so far have been pretty impressive, so that level of pressure will certainly be there.
There's a pretty high bar that has been set so far by the rookies. Fusion, especially just yesterday, really showing off some of that new up-and-coming talent in their DPS roles. So we'll see how Daisy matches up. Looks like we'll have Chengdu Hunters first on the attack here in Kings Row. Defensive comp on the side of the Guangzhou Charge develops overall the Soldier 76, and that's something that we give a thumbs up to.
Yeah, they've definitely benched and shelved the Ashe from yesterday, so that's a much better look. Krong starting on the Diva, what you'd enjoy. Choice of one of the better Genjis, if not really just one of the best Genjis that we saw in Apex so far, on that Genji to start things out with. So, Jinmu versus Choi on the Genji v Genji, that's what you want to see. It's basically a mirror on both sides, except for Nisha starting on the Brigand step.
Keeping tabs on some of these flank position members of the Guangzhou Charge up on that high ground, pushes through the hotel now. Tries to get the Helix rockets down to far away. To go wide though. He's managed to make a connection.
Oh, Jimmy got a big play.
Further behind Develop now as far as building up the ult is concerned, and Develop is actually going to get the better of him. Catches him in the head, and now with the support's gone, Jinmu, he will dive into the back, he will find far away, but he is very much disconnected from the rest of the team, and they are going to look to hunt him down.
Yeah, they'll probably get him too, but he is wasting a lot of time. This is going to give the rest of Chengdu the opportunity to go in. So you can see there's about 3 to 4 members of Guangzhou going for this charge, and they've made the call. Guys, we are being pulled away. Look, Nisha is already on point. This is great for Chengdu, because Jinmu is still alive, and Chengdu just got delivered a free point.
Yeah, and now they have to keep looking back behind him to see if he's going to be striking. Jinmu just poking and prodding from behind, throwing out those shurikens. Hasn't fully committed in yet, but it's already 2 ticks snatched up here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters.
Leave asleep.
Dive in on top of Leave. They do manage to find that elimination. Now it's going to be the nano boost out on the choice A1. Finds Nisha, and so far away is the only casualty on the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Seems like they will be able to clean up the rest of the squad not quite cleanly here. They get a good amount of progress there on the point, but it's not going to be the cap.
Really good from far away there as well. He got the sleep onto Lee, which enabled them to get the opening kill rather, to enable the 5v4. And then Choi receives a nano, goes absolutely ham with that one. Doesn't have the blade yet, will have it for this particular fight. So good recovery. They do lose 2 ticks though. Messy from Guangzhou to lose 2 ticks, but at least they maintain control. Nano blade from Monk and Jinmu should be coming up in the next few seconds.
Wow, they're not going to find anything. Jinmu now has the Dragon Blade and the Nano Boost rolling. Dashes back over to Krong. He's going to get caught up in the grab, but there's no one there to try to capitalize on this pinned Genji.
Oh, choice.
They want now falling low. Dashes in. Still manages the trade up. Gets a kill there onto Monk. Jinmu falling as well. It's going to be the man advantage here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but they have to pull back away. Soundbarrier comes out. That's a solo beat for Unique. It's instantly grabbed up. Dolph charging forward here with Attack Visor, tries to get up into the face of Lead, but the bubbles come through from Daisy. They help keep him alive, and Daisy claims 2 kills. The point will get capped by Chengdu.
And that's kind of the power of the rally coming through as well, the extra HP. Develop actually caught a bit of that sound barrier, so not quite a solo coming through from a Unique, but certainly doesn't catch too many members.
Must have got melted off him.
Oh, I mean, he didn't really use too much of it with Develop. He used it with the Visor to get him in, but couldn't quite find the kills, right? That's part of the other issue. It actually looked like maybe Charge were going to be able to hold that one if Develop killed a little bit more. But the Chengdu Hunters, despite waking up Choi Se-hwan, I don't know who did that. Monk would have been, guys, please. I slipped the blade and Genji. You really woke him up, Kung. Really. But aside from that, they still won the point, which is good.
Yeah, typically want to leave him down on the floor. They do not charge forward though. Nana goes out onto Krong, pushes straight into the face of Daisy, finds that elimination. Nisha going down as well, and this is a crucial juncture for the Guangzhou Charge to maintain cart control. Now they hold this archway, and we've seen time and time again how difficult it can be for teams to break through this position once it's taken by the defender's side.
Nisha's actually swapped over towards the Lucio here as well, so digging the Brigida for now. Actually, the Brigida helps Jinmu out a lot in his, campaign of the Genji. Choice of One's managed to get the back. Beautiful execution on Monk. That'll be the 5v4 again.
He's looking for a little bit more. Push back there on the Nisha, but he still manages to get right on top of the Lucio. Takes down both of those supports. I see, again, finding a singular kill here onto Develop, but he's going to be able to rejoin the fight rather quickly, given that he's Soldier 76.
Waiting for ultimates to come online. I think really this is going to come down to Nano plus any of the DPS duos. Daisy's close to that grab, so is Krong. If Monk can outpace the grabs, and he does now, the one in Nano pretty quickly. There you go, straight on the lead.
Bubble just going to go ahead and cleanse off that anti-nade as Leave goes pushing forward. Doesn't even want to use the Visor. He says, no, I'll just hold it for the next fight. Use it dry. Just utilize that extra damage from the Nano Boost. Comes up with some picks. Now he's looking for a little bit more here on the back end. Unique trying to make his escape, cannot. Monk gets a nice little shot woven through, and Choi Se-hwan is going to die on the back end. Helix rockets are perfect, but they don't even get the kill. Leave will just go ahead and straight up shoot Develop for that elimination.
And it looks like they might still be going. You've got to be a little bit careful here because the tanks are coming online now and the rest of Charge also respawning. In the meantime, they've been solo pushing for quite some time. Monk is finally in the POV and the LOS of all of the members, but a huge amount of stag kills. It's about a perfect stagger there, Kilios, because you kill the last player just as the first one respawns. Jinmu now, it's fight time for him.
Yep, gets the kill there onto Krong. Develop trying to utilize his Nano Boost, but because of that blade, wasn't really able to get into position for it. But the Helix rockets flying to the back. They do manage to find Nisha with that kill, but the supports are taken down just as quickly on the side of the Guangzhou Charge. As Jinmu dashes in, it's that elimination onto Farway. Well, the point does get capped. 2 minutes, 37 seconds here for the final push for Chengdu Hunters.
And Daisy actually goes for a solo grab onto Unique there. I think it was one of the only members actually touching the payload. Could have been risky because if Unique has a sound barrier, that would have been a wasted grab, but they managed to get Unique. They got far away later as well, so both the supports usually ends up being a fight win. It is, however, time for the ults from the Charge to come on through, and it comes through good.
Yep, grab pretty good. Snatches up 2 people there on the cart, and they both end up falling. Jinmu now just trying to dash out the safety deflections coming through from both of these Genjis, but Choi Se-hwan able to find that kill, gets right in behind Monk. And Krong gets set up for the finishing blow. So good little staggers here on the back end. Now it's just 2 minutes remaining for Chengdu Hunters with not too much to work with at the moment, but support ults are coming up soon.
I mean, look at the Charge, though. They have everything to work through, minus the grab, and, well, the Nano's being built up as well, but the point is, super cheap fight wins here. They only use the one ultimate, they get the W, they can save the blade and the Visor for this fight now. It's going to have to come through as well. This should be support ultimate plus Leave going in on the Visor versus everything from Charge. Develop goes in first.
Okay. All right. I think Monk just not realizing that there was a ninja right behind him. Ends up falling. Choi Se-hwan gets a nice early pick. Sound barrier from Nisha in response to try to continue to propel the Hunters forward. Leave is going to be good for one more kill with the tac visor. Now does run out, though. Bell picks up Jinmu. Anti-Nade slowing them up just a little bit, but they do buy a good amount of space, and they can bring the cart around this last corner.
It's going to be the Hero Widow coming on through for Develop now. He's seen Flair do this a couple of years ago. He wants to make a hero play this time as well. I mean, he just, I think, used the visor anyway, so it's a little bit whatever. Choice of One still has that blade available, which he'll definitely want. Nano Blade should be on the menu. There it is.
Shot. One's not going to connect, but yes, Nano Blade does come through. Puts himself right underneath everybody on the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Choice One comes up with 2. Unique going to be the only casualty here on the side of the Charge. It's a very fantastically won fight here for Guangzhou. Right in the 11th hour as there's 35 seconds remaining on this defense.
Oh man, like you see Choice One's POV there doing 360s. You put the Chengdu Hunters in the blender, press the blend button, and he's just spinning around with his blade. Alrighty then, like you said, time running out, but the ultimates are on the side of the Chengdu Hunters, so they've got one good fight. Could make this into a pretty solid OT push. They've typically kind of struggled in the early phases of points, but they've succeeded later on. So can they do that again? Yes, so far.
Jinmu, blade of his own, far away, taken down. Krong with nowhere to go, ends up getting picked as well, but Choice One to develop are putting in some work. They do manage to find 2 picks. Sleeve and Monk have fallen, but the cart is not being contested, and it will glide through crucially with 1.1 seconds remaining, Avril.
And a really good boot from Nisha down the end there as well. I think you had Unique trying to fly out in for the final touch, but Nisha said no. They might have actually both booped each other, but in any case, Nisha and Daisy will ride the payload to the finish line off the back of Jinmu, killing everybody anyway. And no, again, as we are the C9 police, I'm going to call that one. I'm going to decide that one as a definite no C9 for me. Not a C9 because, well, Chengdu were winning anyway. They'd already got a successful blade. Pretty sure they were going to cap. So, OT push.
I do agree
seconds?
with you, but I would also like to see the instant replay, you know?
Yeah, you want to get the you want to just get the footage, you know, just scroll through the footage frame by frame just to be sure. Yeah. I'm like the sideline ref, and you're the dude in the booth with the TV. What are they called again?
Yeah. I don't know.
I
couldn't
tell
tell you.
Ref.
I don't watch that much
TV
sports ball.
You don't? Oh, okay, neither do I. Apparently.
Only when there's big games on, but even then,
I know. There's a 10-yard line.
That diehard.
I know that much.
There is indeed a 10-yard line.
Yeah.
The question is, do you know what a yard is?
Yeah, it's like almost a meter, but it's a freedom meter is what it is. It's an imperial freedom meter. So you could have just used a meter, but you're like, you know what? I'm going to use a yard. It's the length of a yardstick. I'm pretty sure it's the length of a yardstick, but whoever decided that was what a yardstick should be in terms of its length, I don't know. Seems arbitrary to me.
Here's the question. We've been talking down the Ashe a little bit from what we've seen so far. Leave is now playing it. Does that make you feel any better about this pick?
But if the MVP picks the Ashe, is it a good pick? I mean, Shy kind of made it work yesterday. Kind of made it work. I'm just saying every single time someone's tried the Ashe on this A defense, it's gone really poor. It will come down to can Develop kind of out-aim him because the first shot would say yes. Well, the Widow does outplay the Ashe for the most part.
All right, well, great opening kill there from Develop as Guangzhou look to have a fast take on point A. They're going to start contesting this here, but all Develop's attention is occupied there by Leave. Jinmu comes in off the flank, passes through for the kill. Now, however, still starting to take up a bit on the point, but Jinmu comes up with yet another one. Now he's trying to get on top of Faraway. Throws the deflect, takes a shot, goes back into the statue, grabs the mini pack, and Develop will get him in the head in the end.
Yeah, Develop's got a number of frags. It looked like Chengdu was stabilizing, but just as that was happening, a solo kill from Develop comes on through another headshot as well. I believe that was on a Daisy. That's going to push Chengdu further back. So, Develop and the rest of Charge, they're just steadily getting more and more space. Develop has just got these frags under lock.
Yep, comes up with another kill onto Monk yet again. Leave does find Choice One. Not been having the easiest go of it so far here with this attack. Genji, and yet again, Jinmu just comes out of the blue. Bit of a jump scare there for the Widowmaker player.
Krong's got
off guard, finds that elimination, and it seems like the Chengdu Hunters may have just been able to stabilize. Krong's now still high energy, trying to get the bubbles out of Daiji. Does still have this grab as well. They will just be able to get the kill, so now they can continue back over towards point A.
Yeah, the best part about this is he hasn't actually used the grab, which means if Chengdu want to contest now, that's going to be a perfect grab opportunity. Daisy is 13% behind, really tells you the difference between Krong and Daisy's damage output so far. Leave has an Ashe. I do think that Chengdu should go for this, but they're waiting for respawners. The Bulb will be the first person to touch, and Krong will have to grab.
Alright, here comes the Bob. Right into the back of the point. And the sleep will come through. I actually think the Bob might have gone too far, so he's not really contesting it, but
Bob got
either way.
as well.
Yeah, whip shots there from Develop. They pursue deep. Nisha gets right on top with the rally, rolling, finishes him with a whip shot. Finishes off far away with the little knockback there on the shield bash. Chengdu Hunters have managed to stabilize.
I think the Nisha break pick is actually really good on the defense. It was okay on the attack, but defensively you can enable these brawls so effectively. So if Daisy and Nisha play together a little bit more, you can definitely put Yozari ahead of Krong, even though I think Krong has statistically been outperforming. Daisy has a grab this time. This is a real troublesome moment for the Charge. They will be able to counter it with a sound barrier, but can they get the damage in there? Development, he's hit shots, and he does want it to the MVP.
Yeah, he gets it, but now good luck. Here's the Dragon Blade. Handled up here from Jinmu, but so far everyone's been able to pull away from him. He doesn't really get a single slash in for damage. I don't know if he noticed the developers behind him. He certainly will now. Spotted him heading back inside of the house here. And he's in a bit of a pickle, so he has to go ahead, dash away, but Develop gets him in the head all the same. Now the blade is up from Choi Se-Wan, looking to finally break open the point and get this cap in. Nisha falling low. Selfing from two sides there. Does manage to stay alive. Leaving the dynamite. Will get Developed off screen. Choi Se-Wan right up into his face with the sound barrier shield there to back him up. There's some additional kills, but Krong has now fallen. The cap is so close to coming in. Just 5.2% left to go here for the side of the Charge. They get this point A, but they're starting to lose members. Choi Se-Wan gone. Unique is dead. And yet again, Chengdu Hunters barely managed to hold on to this. They deny the cap from coming in, and now it's just 12 seconds remaining.
I mean, Daisy stayed alive. The grab actually really saves him there. Choi Se-Wan even eats a nade, so his blade is no good. Leave comes back with a Sojourn. This is our first Apex Sojourn ever. It comes through in the OT. It's a 5v4. Develop and Choi have got to pull it through. And here we go, Leave. What do you got for us?
All right, he's going to send the nade out over towards Develop. Gets a little bit of damage on him, but has to relocate as that infra site is rolling. Develop looking for a target.
Big nade.
That the deflect is rolling. He gets a great little dink there. Helps take down Daisy. Low HP here on both of these VPS players, but they don't stay on the point.
Who was alive?
Who was any longer?
Who was alive? I think they were losing anyway, but you know, somebody's got to make the attempt happen. They look like they were on the they look like they were on their way out. To be honest with you, it's
yeah,
swift 3-0. You did say it was going to be a fast series, and it was certainly that. What really kind of annoys me a little bit is we saw some great developed Widowmaker coming through on that attack, but he could have been playing that at so many other points in this series.
Could have been playing it on Dorado!
Dorado would have been perfect for that Widowmaker to come through. Again, you want to challenge Leave, don't throw Choi Se-Wan's Echo into Leave, throw Develop into Leave instead. That, you know, the Widow and Widow would be much better. Then you look at the King's Row. To be honest with you, Guangzhou had some good defensive moments, probably could have held at various points, but Chengdu's slow push, meticulous push up, got some decent fights out of them. Jinmu actually played well in the Genji here. I still think Choi Se-Wan ended up being the flashier Genji, got the higher value, but Chengdu as a team operated better, supported Jinmu better, and therefore I think that gave Jinmu a lot of success to play through, and he will be our player of the match.
That he will be. We'll go ahead and pull that up on your screen. But yeah, what a fantastic showing from him the whole way throughout. Sticks with the Genji the whole time, and there's no reason to swap off it. It's been one of the biggest meta picks so far at the start of the season, and he is playing this absolutely to a T.
I will say though, the Colosseo, he played it for like maybe one fight, then went to the Reaper. That was probably the one time I was like, no, I don't know about this one, Jinmu. It didn't look like it was going too well, but definitely the last two maps. You look at what happened on Dorado there, Jinmu had a great time. You look at what happens on King's Row again, had a really good showing. And this time it wasn't even like, oh, well, you know, Choi's ignoring him, Choi's on the Echo ignoring him because he's after Leave instead. There's some Jinmu and Choi actually have to play against each other, and even then Jinmu holding his own. So decent stats to come on through. Very strong performance. That's actually what you want out of someone like Jinmu, where, you know, obviously criticism when you have a Pritter who, again, could have been a very strong candidate for a Rookie of the Year, like a very strong rookie player from Team Chaser, not getting kept on this roster, but Jinmu was kept on the roster. Jinmu really needs to make a plea and really needs to make an argument as to why he is the member that deserves to be on this team and he needs to have good showings. And well, today is first on that list of having good showings. So well done to Jimmy.
Yeah, we weren't sure, realistically what to expect from the Chengdu Hunters. We knew that they were still an immense amount of talent on this roster, but given some of the turmoil surrounding the team coming into the season, we weren't sure how they were going to look. How much practice have they got? Is everyone, focusing on the game and, playing with clear heads? Yeah, absolutely. I'd say that they are. Granted, Guangzhou Charge, didn't have that strong of a showing yesterday. Seems like they still have a lot to work on. They have these moments, these glimmers of brilliance that we're seeing develop there with that Widowmaker on that last map, like Choice A1 pretty much the whole way throughout. They just haven't been able to bring everything together with perfect cohesion and then sustain it. It still feels like there's some hope here, but for the Chengdu Hunters, it's clear as day that cohesion never really left. Even with swapping out Gaga, bringing Daisy in for his debut game, he got bullied around a couple of times there on King's Row, but for the most part still looked like a very solid member of this team. So looking forward to seeing the continued development of him and the rest of the Chengdu Hunters on their run. But a really nice start here as they kick off their 2022 season with a 3-0 speed run victory. We went live an hour ago and they got that series done. So fantastic for them. But we're going to have a little bit more discussion about this first series in a couple minutes when we come back, so don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
And welcome to the Watchman pre-show. With me on the desk are Danny. Tell me your Preds limb.
Tell me your prez, everybody. Today's
Trying every morning. He's trying every morning, but
I am, but no one's falling for it.
Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. We also have, of course, from small box to slightly bigger box and more social as well. Jonathan Reinforced Larson.
Hey, you're back.
Larson,
It's real.
It's amazing.
Guys,
Oh, did you guys hear that voice? It's coming from an endless digital abyss.
I'm stuck in a well.
Is that him? Is that Scott's
stuck.
Be Our Lover Kennedy?
How did this happen
Your
again?
lover.
We'll get you out of there.
Are you still singing that song?
Next weekend, we'll all be there.
Next weekend.
Next weekend. Right.
Also, thanks again for putting that song in everyone's
Yeah.
head. Yeah, Be My Lover by La Bouche.
I can start singing it for you.
Great song.
Like,
Banger of a song. I'm pretty sure there's an Instagram story of you jamming out to it. So yeah, everyone head on over to take a look at that. Now, we have, of course, the second round of matches in the Western region, or rather Eastern region, which just finished up a few hours ago. So I would say we want to take a look at what went down there, because we had some map 5 bangers in the APAC region. We're just beginning to like take shape over there and really get a feel for like how the teams are looking and how competitive the entire region is looking. And our first match was the Guangzhou Charge against the Chengdu Hunters. Now, the Charge, they were coming off of a first match win, and they looked to make it 2 in a row against the Hunters, who were playing their first match ever. However, the Pandas are just too strong. Like, the Chengdu zone is alive.
Yeah, I mean, this was a pretty interesting match, right? Because Chengdu Hunters, we hyped them up so much in the off-season, but then they made a couple last-minute changes. They got rid of Aprita, who was a very hyped-up rookie going into this season. So we're wondering, like, how good is Jinmu and Leave going to be as a consistent damage duo? Jinmu, of course, can be a bit erratic, perhaps, with his play, a bit inconsistent at times. But he came out and firing on all cylinders with this Chengdu Hunters roster. Really good sign for the Chengdu Hunters to cleanly get a 3-0 here against the Guangzhou Charge. The Guangzhou Charge, as you mentioned, who did get that win against the LA Valiant yesterday. So Chengdu Hunters, perhaps not the hardest, the toughest of challenges to start off their season, but good signs nevertheless for a Chengdu Hunters roster that has had a bit of a shaky off-season.
It's kind of interesting. Sorry, Dad, I don't want to cut you off, but like I was high on the Guangzhou Charge hopium heading into this season, and the thing that scares me the most of the opening games is that I feel like they're being miscoached again. It feels like they're being led astray and that they're playing all these things that aren't to their strengths. Like, you watch the Chengdu Hunters in this match, other than the Sojin, they're really playing the heroes that are the best and the best for their players right now. Just put Jimmo on the Genji and he'll go kill everything, and that's how it worked. And I don't think we're seeing the same thing from the Guangzhou Charge, so I hope to see better, more consistent things from them next weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, they have a good roster. We have a lot of talent on it, so there's no real reason for them to not perform well either. Now, the second match of the morning, I guess the twilight hours for us here in LA, was the Hangzhou Spark. They went up against the Shanghai Dragons. Now, I know that Shanghai fans, they may have been a bit nervous after the Powerhouse Dragons actually got swept by the Philadelphia Fusion in their first match ever. But the reigning Overwatch League champions, they bounced back against, I'd say, a very strong-looking Hangzhou Spark roster, and they were winning a close 3-2 victory.
Right, I mean, I really enjoyed watching this match. For Shanghai Dragons, unlike yesterday where we saw mostly the Zarya Cup with Void, today we got to see Faye. Welcome back, Faye, on the Winston as well. So on this match, they primarily used Winston dive competition most of the time. At the very end, they did run with Void, Zarya. as well. And also, Fate were, I mean, Shanghai Dragons were also using a little bit of Ryan composition as well, a little bit of rush. I think Shanghai Dragons right now are trying stuff out. It's only their second match, and this match went in favor for the Shanghai Dragons. Hangzhou Spark, although they lost, I was really, really impressed with them, especially Alpha E. I think he's a phenomenal DPS, and you know, he is actually really good. I really enjoyed it, and I was really impressed with him. Of course, Shy as well, and I forgot that I really, really love Goucher and Bernard. But Goucher, I love
everyone. We love everyone.
I was like, I just love all the players.
I just love it, yeah. I completely kind of forgot about Hangzhou Spark, and watching this match, I was like,
it's been a hot minute.
yeah,
We really got to see them.
yeah, it's just sort of rekindled my love for Hangzhou Spark. So, you know, although they did lose, they lose. I mean, I think they looked pretty good as well. And this is only their second match, so let's go.
Yeah.
Thoughts on those two teams so far, Jonathan?
It's pretty interesting, right? Because Hangzhou Spark, they got a great win yesterday, and Shanghai Dragons, they struggled yesterday against the Philadelphia Fusion. Obviously, they lost 3 maps, right? But if you actually went back and look at some of those maps, they were totally winnable against the Philadelphia Fusion. It felt like Shanghai Dragons at least should have gone away with a couple of maps yesterday. So we expected a bounce back from them today. Securing this win against the Hangzhou Spark, I think that's a good sign for the Shanghai Dragons, that they're perhaps not like being beaten consistently. But some of these other APAC teams, they have an incredibly well-rounded roster. So if they can get going on both the Void Star compositions and the Fate Winston comps, that's going to end up meaning that Shanghai Dragons is this #1 team in the APAC region. But at the same time, like Danny said, still, you're Hangzhou Spark, you get 2 maps against the Shanghai Dragons. That's pretty much all you can ask for going into the season, securing 2 maps against the Shanghai Dragons. So good signs all around for both teams.
Also, I thought we were going to watch a match recap, but it really was just a lip highlight reel.
Funny how that happened.
It was crazy yesterday too. Still on it.
Funny how that works. Our third match was, of course, the LA Valiant against the Seoul Dynasty. No noises of pain for you here, Kessa? No action?
Let me sort of talk the Seoul Dynasty fans off the edge a little bit when we get a second. But let me talk about the LA Valiant first, because I think this is a team that, like, it looks better than a lot of people were expecting. We saw them struggle last year. They got more map wins already this weekend than they did in the entirety of last season. So that's good for the LA Valiant. It's positive signs. I like the way that they're playing their strengths with Sashin on that Xayah. And I've been thoroughly impressed with Becky as well coming into this roster, being able to go toe-to-toe with, you know, the best DPS in the world on the Seoul Dynasty and profits. So that was impressive. Now let me talk about Seoul Dynasty, which has been significantly less impressive for where we were expecting them to be this season. I don't know why Smurf has decided he wants to play musical chairs with tanks, and you are seeing that impact on this team throughout this entire series. Smurf played every single tank hero except for Wrecking Ball and Orisa. Please play Orisa. If you're going to play them all, at least show us a little bit of Orisa. But for that reason, I think the Seoul Dynasty, they're relying heavily on individual pop-off moments rather than good team synergy and good cohesive coordination. I don't think they need to be mixing it up. They don't need to be flexing their versatility muscles throughout the entire of this season. Smurf looks good when he's playing the Xayah. When Prophet can play that Reaper and get in the backline and have that dominant performance, it looks good. Even when Stalker came in for a little bit to play that Tracer, it makes sense. So I just want to see Seoul. It's kind of like the Guangzhou Charge again, in a way of, like, it feels like they're being miscoached and they're being led astray and they're not playing to their strengths. And that's what I've been noticing the most in these earlier weekends from these newer teams. It feels like at certain times they're just losing to themselves. So Seoul Dynasty fans, as much as this wasn't a great weekend, you only just limped over the Los Angeles Valiant. Be hopeful because you have a great roster, but this is definitely not the opening weekend we expected.
Yeah, and I agree with what Costa said, but I think it applies to a lot more teams than just the Seoul Dynasty and the Guangzhou Charge as well. I think some of the teams around the league, they've started bringing out different types of compositions. Sometimes you'd like to play the Zarya on close range maps. Sometimes you want to integrate the Winston, of course, Sigma as well on Circuit Real, for example. Great Widowmaker map, right? And so we're seeing a lot of these teams flex over to a lot of different compositions and a lot of different play styles. Whereas we're seeing some teams, like the San Francisco Shock, for example, consolidate what they're playing and what they're focusing on. And in the case of Seoul Dynasty, I mean, Vindime is a fantastic Brigitte. Maybe you can have a, creative play the Ana, which is his safest pick. And they just play like a solid soldier tracer composition with Prophet on the Tracer and Fits on the Soldier as as well. Like, that's pretty much all you need, right? And that's a good recipe for success and something to build upon. You don't have to flex over to all these different styles. Maybe they'll consolidate a bit more moving forward.
Exactly.
Is that what you're asking for? Is that what you're hoping for?
Yeah, come on, Coach Toby. Come on, Coach Toby. I saw you bring out the Sombra Reaper. I know I asked for it on Twitter, but Toby, don't look into my tweets too much for strats, okay? No,
Please.
not what we need on here.
Toby's taking notes right now.
Yeah.
Well, that's how things look out in the Overwatch League Eastern region so far after, what is it, just been 2 days of APAC play, really. Now, the Western region, they're about ready to start locking in spots for our Kickoff Clash tournament already. As San Francisco Shock can secure their spot with a victory against the LA Gladiators today. So we'll get into the premier matchup right after this break. Welcome back to the Watchpoint pre-show. Our second match of the day is what can only be described as the marquee matchup between the San Francisco Shock and the LA Gladiators. Now, the battle for California, NoCal versus SoCal.
SoCal.
Oh, okay, you're just like straight up. Are you actually from SoCal? Like, is that
Yeah. SoCal is so much better than NoCal.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, hey, oh, hot
I mean,
takes
I can't defend that. I'm not from NorCal.
Yeah, it's like we know nothing.
I'm
like,
sorry.
we have no
I'm sorry,
stake in this
NorCal.
game. Anyway, I mean, those two teams, they have quite a history already, right? It is the battle for California. I don't know if they're aware of it, but we love to hype it up as such. Now, these are the two teams that we just kind of expect to be duking it out in every single one of our tournaments this year, or so is the hope anyway. And the San Francisco, I mean, they can move one step closer to an undefeated stage and lock in their spot in the Kickoff Clash with a victory over the Gladiators today. So they will be relying, I would say, on proper to do that because, I mean, I'm a proper fan, okay? He's
Who isn't?
proper good. He's proper good.
Oh yeah, he's proper good.
He's probably good. I mean, look at those stats, though. Like honestly, here's the hero usage we're having from him, and we've also been told by our stats gurus, Noah and Jess, that he is actually ranked top 3 in all of those heroes as well, league-wide. Echo is the only one who falls off a little bit, but also we haven't seen him on Echo for quite that much. So he's just so mechanically gifted and so talented on so many different heroes. It's going to be a nightmare to go up against him, and he is enabling Kilo and Sam to just play whatever. Because,
very proper player.
Exactly, very proper. We love him. Now, Danny, we've seen what San Francisco can bring on the Pax damage roll with proper, but you're more interested in looking at what marvels the hitscan gods in this matchup can do.
Both of the teams have really good hitscan players, and especially we've been seeing a lot more Widow on specific maps like Gibraltar and like Circuit Royale. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see some Widow plays from 2 of the teams. And yes, the 2 of the players that I want to highlight are Ans and Kilo. Both really great Widow makers. Ans, I mean, he should make his middle name Widowmaker. I think I'm a fan of Ans's Widowmaker. Kilo, of course, coming in as a rookie. He's also been putting a lot of work into that Widowmaker as well for the San Francisco Shock. You know, I think the stats are both evenly matched, and like I said, they're both really good Widowmakers. And I think it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top on this Widow v Widow today for Gladiators versus San Francisco Shock.
I mean, I think also with Kilo, obviously coming in as a rookie this year in the league, this will almost be like his test as a Widowmaker player, right? This is his chance to take on someone with a fantastic reputation in Ans, who's been around in the league. His 2020 season was one of the best hit scan seasons ever. And now Kilo, who is a bit of an, I don't want to say inconsistent, but like sometimes he'll just take over games, and other times he'll let do proper things instead. If Kilo can start popping up on the Widowmaker today, and he'll really start making a name for himself in the Overwatch League, putting down people like Ans, for example.
Yeah, so far I really feel like he has been living in the shadows of proper though. Like I haven't seen like the Kilo Widow performance just yet. So
he'll come.
Exactly. It has to come today. Today's the day. He has to go up and stack up against Ans. Now there are also some absolute divine beings with sublime aim in the backlines for both of those teams actually. So we're looking at the honors here for Costa.
Yeah, of course, we're talking about supports. It's coming to me. You know, we always hype up the DPS players and the rookie DPS players from the San Francisco Shock. But for me, this season so far, Finn is the rookie of the year. He has been so dominant on that Ana throughout the entirety of their matches. And he is just unkillable while also still playing aggressive. But with that said, we're looking at this head-to-head. He's going up against Shu, who had an MVP caliber performance last year, playing the Baptiste, also playing some Zenyatta as well. So Shu's first in damage and his first and final blows. We know he's going to be aggressive, but when you're looking at enemies slept and not dying, Finn is in the lead for that. So I think this is going to be an interesting clash of the 2 players, because I think they're both going to be exceeding expectations for what we expect in this role. And so far for me in this season, I think the Anas are very heavily the linchpin of how you are winning these matches. Are you hitting those sleeps? Are you getting those biotic grenade hits? Because those are the big things that are turning fights, and I want to see the rookie go up against the master right now. I want to see Finn prove that he can hang with the best, and Shu prove to us again that he should be nominated for MVP again this season.
I mean, Ana has just been such a crucial character as well in all those team fights. We saw many times now already, like if you take the Ana out, you're really giving your team the opportunity to win any team fight here, Reinforce.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Crucial, as Costa also said about Finn, being a bit aggressive with those Bionics as well. We've seen a couple of Anas around the league, I mean, Shu included, of course. Being aggressive with these Bionades and really setting their team up initially in the fights. If we can capitalize on one of these Bionades, that's going to give us a man advantage early on, and we can sort of close out the deal. So you're seeing some of these Anas, whether it's Finn or Shu, they're going to be involved heavily in the mix. They're not going to be staying back and just like chill out and be like, yeah, you guys do the fighting. Like, no, they're going to get involved. So maybe that's also another way for some of these other teams to capitalize on that and maybe spotting out some of these Anas early on.
Yeah, now Reinforce. Finally, at long last,
I've waited.
Got you back in the studio, live here in person, in action, in color, 3D. It's beautiful. And that means that obviously we brought you in to talk about tanks. Granted, that you did pick the tank talking point.
I had to deal with the spoilers, you know. Everyone took the honors, they took the hit scans and everything, they took the North covers. I was like, okay, I got to talk about the tanks, I suppose. So yeah, I mean the tank matchup is very interesting though in this match because we have Reiner and Kalush going up against each other, and these two tanks, they have a bit of a rivalry. Am I supposed to paint it up like that? They have some history together in contenders.
Steer drama for no reason.
I mean, North American contenders, it's like musical chairs. Like everyone gets to play with everyone for a couple months. But Kalush and Reiner, they do have a reputation of having played with each other. So now they're both, of course, in 5 versus 5. There's only one tank in the mix, so they get to go head to head against each other. Now they predominantly played Winston and Kalush. He's leading in the stats here. But at the same time, you have to talk about San Francisco Shock's strength of schedule so far. Haven't had the toughest of opponents. That maybe means that Kalush has a bit of an influx in those kind of categories. So it's going to be very interesting here, I find, that you have Kalush, who in 6 versus 6 was an off-tank player, loved playing the Sigma, for example, but has picked up the Winston here in 5 versus 5. Well, now you go up against a proper good Winston player in Reiner, and the margin for error is going to be way less smaller in these Winston head-to-head matchups. If you're playing Winston against a Doomfist composition, well, you kind of know how to expose that Doomfist composition. It doesn't really, you're not playing head-to-head versus a Doomfist similarly, but if you go up a Winston versus Winston duel, well, I mean, you have to nail your Winston bubbles. You can get outplayed by the opponent Winston when it comes to controlling space, setting up your team. So maybe this is something that Reiner, he has a bit of a chip on his shoulder. He's like, well, I gotta prove it. I mean, I'm supposed to be the main tank player here. I have to outplay him when it comes to the Winston. So it's a bit of a matchup I'm looking out for personally, and I want to see how Kalush he's doing with the Winston shields in this matchup when you have someone like Reiner on the other side who has had so much experience playing this hero.
I mean, being the one everyone expects to be better is a lot of pressure as well, because you're supposed to be the main tank kind of guy, right? So you better not lose against the off-tank player. Additional pressure maybe there for the player. Who knows? Who knows? We definitely love to steer the drama and steer the pot here a little bit, and I feel like that was a lot of head-to-head examination we did for this particular matchup. And I mean, you'd have to get your head checked if you don't take this opportunity to go head-to-head against all your fellow Overwatch League fans. I know that was an odd transition, but I have to do it somewhere with the heads. So I want you to head on over to our mobile app or pick'em.overwatchleague.com to enter your chance to win Overwatch League tokens and other fancy prizes, and you know, get a head start. Go there right now. Do it now before the matches start. I keep on forgetting to actually do my promos.
Yeah.
Not my promos, my pick'ems. So I'm out.
I gave up. I gave up already.
Danny,
We're going to head into a quick break.
Oh, okay, another head. One more head. Let's do one more head.
I don't know if I can fit another one in there. So it's.
I'm going to go ahead.
Didn't talk about Lucios, guys.
Go ahead into a break, and when we return, we'll break down our first match of the day between the Houston Outlaws and the London Spitfire. You did well. Welcome back. Our first match of the day is going to be between the Houston Outlaws and the London Spitfire. Someone's getting excited here.
Why are you
Right.
Spitfire!
Why are you?
Both of these teams are currently holding a record of 2-2 entering into their fifth match. So, you're not alone with all those, Danny. Which makes this matchup absolutely crucial to both of those squads to kick off their kickoff clash hopes, I guess, to like really keep those alive. Now, Houston, they have started their season looking very, very, very strong, courtesy of Dante on that Doomfist, but I feel like recently, at least the Florida Mayhem seemed to provide a bit of a blueprint for being able to kind of shut down that fearsome Doomte, Dank Tank. I don't know where we're going with it. Yeah, so one of that, but Dank Tank, let's go with that. And all it took was just a little whoop from Florida's checkmate. He was able to really hack Dante on cooldown, and that really threw a wrench in the plan of the Outlaws. And granted, they did end up winning that match, but it was very close, and it was very clear that if you manage to actually shut down that strat, which worked so well for the Outlaws, like they didn't have too much other things to fall back onto.
Right.
Like they did swap in Piggy when it didn't go well, and that went even worse for them. So they cleaned it up in the end, but maybe that's an answer. Now London, they don't necessarily play the same style as Florida, so only time will tell if Sombra is going to be, in the cards for Spitfire. But Danny, Spitfire, I mean, they've been showing us one strong look, and that was Brawl.
Right.
Plus some Brawl, with a side of Brawl.
Yeah, more Brawl.
Some more Brawl.
A little bit of Monkey.
Actually true, he was in there too.
Yeah. I mean,
The hardy monkey.
like I think, like you were saying about Dante or Doomte, I think going up against London Spitfire, I think London Spitfire would like that Doomte, because Doomfist comes in, hey, Hardy's gonna have a good time, Backbone's gonna have a good time, and I think the team's gonna be ready. Well, with that Brawl competition against against the Doomfist comp, and I don't know, I honestly think this is going to be an interesting match, because we did hear from the London boys during my post-match interviews multiple times that, they are good at the Brawl comp. Not only that, not a lot of teams know how to deal with the Brawl comp right now.
Yeah.
And that is one of their biggest forte right now. So can the Houston Outlaws figure them out or not? I think that's going to be the big question.
Yeah, that's a big question indeed. I mean, we've seen so many teams try to do it, but only one team has been successful in countering the Brawl so far, and it has been the San Francisco Shock in a match early on. So I just wanted to give an example. For all the teams out there wondering how to play against Brawl, let's take a look at the San Francisco Shock dealing with it. So this is London Spitfire playing Brawl on Eichenwalde, and they're gonna contest this castle. You want to contest the high ground. You want to force off proper, force off pin. So what do the Shock do? I mean, look how spread out they are. They're playing this Soldier Genji composition, and you see a core of Genji and Winston as well. They hit a nice Bionade from Finn, just a casual 4-man. That's what he does. But I really want to examine the San Francisco Shock positioning here and how they're preparing. So here on the bridge, you have a proper on the Soldier far away. You have two people on the bridge, and Finn is just by himself on this bridge. So, I mean, these guys are essentially playing quick play, it seems like, from first glance, but it's just a strategic outmaneuver. Sam is in the back now. Oh, here comes the Winston dive with a wall-riding Lucio. Winston's just jumping around. Oh, Proper's in the castle now? Proper's in the castle, and Winston is flying around over. Oh, Proper's on the outside now. He's in the back. So you can see that it's this organized chaos from the San Francisco Shock. They do a really good job spreading out different lanes, different angles, and with this, you're able to hit this Brawl composition from so many different angles, so many different sides. You're able to apply pressure. That's how you get out the May walls. That's how you get out the Immortality fields. And so far, I don't feel like we've seen a lot of Overwatch League teams really try to get those angles set up. So I'm looking out for the Houston Outlaws in this match. I want you to go on those flanks. And Merit has done a pretty good job of that so far on that Soldier to find those flanks. Want to see more of that today.
Absolutely. Now, we saw that the Sombra can obviously slow down an Outlaws. We now know that there is definitely a good way to go up against that Brawl. So what more questions do we really need to be answering here, Gustav?
Well, here's the thing. There might come a time in this match for the London Spitfire where the Brawl doesn't work. As Johnny just said, if a great team knows how to spread out, it can be very hard for you to isolate targets. So as much as I can't sell you on the Hardy Winston, I can sell you on the Shaxx Tracer, because that also comes with the Hardy Winston. So I think if you can get Shaxx onto the signature hero for him, he can do absolutely crazy amounts of work. He's been doing it in the league for seasons. He even carried me through a little bit. So here's Shaxx on that Tracer. Remember, he's on a core team on the London Spitfire, and he is still up there for final blows and pulse bomb attach rate. He is just everywhere at once, and he has this hyper-aggressive style that can be very hard to deal with, so that's what I want to see. If London Spitfire, if they don't work on the brawl with Backbone on that May, I want to see them pull out this trump card, pull out the Shaxx card, and hope that he can just dominate the game, kind of like he did against the Boston Uprising this match, because Shaxx single-handedly took them over the edge on some of those maps against the Boston Uprising.
Shaxx factor. I actually really like that.
Shaxx factor.
I mean, if anyone can do it, it will be Shaxx. He's been popping off in the past, so he could definitely have a repeat performance. There's something you want to say? I keep on seeing your...
No, I want to see the predictions.
Okay.
Give us the predictions. I've been wilding out today. I'm wilding out today. Let's go.
For you, Jonathan Reinforced Larson, let's take a look at our picks. I don't think they're going to be even Steven today. I don't think we're going to agree on everything.
Oh,
let's go!
Come on, London.
It's SoCal better, but NorCal San Francisco Shock. Let's go.
I don't know, man. I don't know about this one.
You guys are off.
I am Costa. No. I am insane.
No. I honestly think London has a chance. I think London does have a chance.
Of course you do. You're a London super fan.
No, not because I'm a super fan. Like Costa's points with Shaxx, and also they got Sparker for the flanks as well. I think they're good to go. Hottie,
so we're having fun. We're having fun over here.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go, London. Let's go.
Counterpoint to Danny's point of all those great individual players. They have Merit, Pelican, Piggy, Dante, Iris, Lastro. They have an incredible roster. They're gonna sweep the London Spitfire. I'm sure of it.
Wow.
I have a counterpoint to that.
Yeah?
They got Hottie.
I can see it.
That's right. They got Hottie. That's all they need.
And we got nothing. We got nothing to come back from that one. I love that our picks are split here. That is gonna keep the day very entertained. There will be losers. There will be winners. Please let me be on the winning side this time around. Last time it didn't work out for me, so I will see about that. Now you're going to hear back from our desk, of course, when we're heading into our game break. But first things first, let's get the first game started. This is week number 3, day number 2. Let's go.
Victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind. That's right, everybody. Every time we get to see some of those moments from yesteryear in the Overwatch League, we're reminded, of course, of the majesty and the glory that the London Spitfire once held as an organisation. Matt, far cry from that now, but a decent start to this season for them. They're 2-1 with their unique style. They've frustrated multiple foes.
Feels like I don't remember some of the iterations of the London Spitfire between Season 1 and now, but it feels like this is like one of the best looks we've seen. As 2-1 really early. I think they provide a matchup, you don't want to say a nightmare, right? Because I think the Outlaws, like I know Scott was saying, they have so many tremendous players, but I do think like in terms of styles, right? Where London wants to play this like Reinhardt brawl and Houston's playing this Doomfist could be a bit of an issue.
All right, look, I'm glad that was brought up because we know just how susceptible Doomfist has always been to May in particular. You can't freeze him now without Blizzard, of course, but he's a bit more punishable than Winston, who can throw down a bubble and just wait till that jump cooldown comes back. So that's just a little bit of theorycraft to tease this. And I do love how Scott talking about some of those Spitfire players. We'll have a chance to flesh that out a little bit more in a moment. But the Houston Outlaws, whichever way you slice it, are looking frightening. Merit, especially, Matt, has been impressing people left, right, and center as he's made his way into this team and has carved out his spot as a mostly hit scan DPS dynamo.
And it's just what the Outlaws do. Can it be effective against what we know that London likes to play? We know how good Merit has been, I think, Pelican, though maybe not getting off to the best of starts, right, compared to like last year with how strong he was, but is so talented you expect him to figure it out. That can this Doomfist tank, right, which is what they've been doing most of the time, and Dante in here to start today, so you expect it again. Can this work against what London is going to throw at it?
If there are a few teams that are substituting that, I mean, I'm going to use air quotes here, off-tank player to play Zarya and try and put this sort of Reaper-based composition together. Houston are not above trying that either. But we've seen them find great success by, I mean, Houston also have brought in Picky once or twice to try and go for that approach. London, obviously, it was their bread and butter for a time. Obviously, this Reinhardt-based composition, right? They have Hardy in here. And we see him primarily on the Reinhardt again. Reinhardt May compositions from this team, really trying to punish teams that don't have a really well-executed dive.
And, you have an opportunity, if possible, to put Shax on Tracer. Like Scott was saying, even able to, carry him, right, for a bit, where Shax has been so good on that hero for so long. And what I like about London is they seem to have committed to this style and just trying to master it. They also, they do have Poco on this team, right? So if any of those Zarya comps become really strong, we haven't seen D.Va really at all, in the meta. But if they have a chance where they want to try and pull out something with Zarya, they have fantastic Zarya. Poco really strong on that hero.
Yeah, someone who's been honestly waiting a long time to play. Most of last year there was visa immigration issues like that for Poco, and a lot of the time if you followed along with him on Instagram, it was photos of France. So he was definitely trying to find his way into an active roster at the time, and maybe later on this season an opportunity to make a big debut for this Spitfire. Remember, this is the 2-2 Houston Outlaws versus the 2-1 London Spitfire. It kicks off on Ilios, ladies and gentlemen, but it's worth pointing out that neither of these teams have had an easy run, but Houston's strength of schedule has been much nastier than London's.
Yeah, without a doubt, but it doesn't really change anything, right? London coming in could sneak this game out, right? Send the Outlaws to 2-3. Putting their kickoff clash, LAN appearance hopes in a really tough spot. So really, and this is one for the Outlaws. You probably look at this game on your schedule and you're like, all right, we have some tough ones, but we got one, right? Because that's kind of how London's been for a bit now. But this is not a London Spitfire roster to take lightly as they perform thus far.
Yeah, I think at first people maybe didn't take them so seriously until they started, really showing just how durable and how robust that Rhine-based composition is. Well, unfortunately, this is not the kind of map that affords them the opportunity to play that. They're going to have to fall in line a little bit, Matthew.
Well, we also know Sparker from last year, right? He had even though the team didn't have a lot of high moments, he actually had a lot of really strong performances later in the year. I believe he wasn't old enough to play at the beginning, but then once we saw him start to play, really good things. So now you have him for the whole season. You have him playing really strong. Could be a pretty underrated DPS combo here.
Dante took a face full of damage there. Able to get a heck of a lot of durability though from connecting these abilities. Landon obviously finds a slick dart, but Dante, he's already struck gold.
Yeah, no durability for the supports of the Spitfire. This dude, they could look like a biotic grenade. Looks like he had an empowered punch because it looked like they were both stunned against the wall there for a second. Dante just able to clean up the supports there with some help from Pelican. So really clean first fight here from the Outlaws.
There's only 100 damage to charge up that empowered punch, so eating a Helix Rocket gets you most of the way there. Pelican under a little bit of pressure here. Flight cooldown up now. Uses it really just to reposition and play very close to the ground right now. Wants to punish Hardy and not give them a staging ground to send that Winston forth.
Yeah, you see where the supports are a little bit from Pelican's POV of the London Spitfire, and they're forced around that corner because all the pressure from Dante that they're not able to even get line of sight to get Hardy any healing. It just gets burned down with the focusing beam. So two quick fights, both in favor of the Outlaws here. So they're going to get up close to 50%.
Dante can't really worry too much about Shax for the time being. Connects the slow here on the back line and constantly waylaying them. Spark is going to be able to get alive, but only just. There had to be an effective body grenade to keep him standing, and Dante is everywhere. Really hard to keep tabs on this Doomfist, and the Spitfire get absolutely grounded.
Yeah, they've not taken the Spitfire lightly as the Outlaws have come out today. Dominated thus far early on. There's really nothing much to talk about from London, right? They just kind of keep run in.
Oh no, there's one kill to talk about.
Yeah.
Hardy got it. So outside of that, they've been shut down. A lot of the focus is on Hardy early. Look what Hardy's trying to do, right? Get some info and play from that mini health pack.
Just the chaos that Dante causes by going in, just not able to react to it. Is look, Hardy in a position here where he's gonna no chance of healing him at all. So far away, nothing to obviously keep himself alive. It's been a blowout.
Oh my. Pelican focusing mid, cuts it off short there as Spark. He does have a tactical visor. Dante power blocks most of it. And Merritt slaps him down from behind the defensive position of that Doomfist. Hardy needs to jump in, but he knows it's essentially to his demise. Try and last as long as he can here, but the Primal Rage is going to keep him off the point.
Pelican.
Yep, about as one-sided as you could ask for here. Brutal stuff, and that Echo inclusion that Houston is still sticking with, man, it really lets them burst down those tanks awful quick.
And I think what you see there is also probably a reason they have like a pretty strong Reinhardt-based like setup, right? Is that you see the supports constantly being separated, and whether that's from Dante and Pelican, like putting down some damage, right, from Hardy. Like, we know when you play that brawly type of comp with the Reinhardt and the May, and there's not really an opportunity to get separated, right? I mean, if you're separating yourself, you're playing that completely wrong, where you see them struggle a little bit here with some of the pressure that comes out from playing the dive versus the dive.
3, 2, 1.
Spitfire, though, they're going to have to figure it out, because it's not as if any of these stages are going to lend itself to playing the Reinhardt. The only person who would do it on this map is LH Cloudy.
Yeah. So you see from the overhead, just kind of where everybody's poking around here. Outlaws have taken some high ground. But see, like, if Hardy goes to chase, like, Dante's already in his backline, and, like, you see from there, like, his perspective, like, where does he go? Like, he goes any further, there's no chance of getting support. He goes backwards. His team might be dead by the time he gets there. It's a tough spot.
See, Dante's quite happy just to, like, try and catch one or both backliners in a seismic slam aura.
That's really good, though. So, it's like a biotic grenade that came out from London, but also they kept the supports alive long enough, and Sparker got enough damage down on a Pelican to get him weak, and then Hardy can jump in, finish it off. I think that's the type of, like, action you're going for, like, not really trying to be, like, super proactive with the Winston, which is kind of odd to say, but more of like, okay, let Shaxx get into the back line, put some damage down, Orchard side to Iris, and like then try and follow it up with the Winston.
Sparker was hit by a biotic grenade there, but I think, yeah, most of the heads on the Outlaws had turned squarely in Hardy's direction. He took a faceful and couldn't get away in time. So Houston very quickly right the wrongs and get back in control. Dante would love to charge a power block here, but no avail.
Yeah, not going to be able to do so. Looks like he's going to try and get some high ground, maybe set up a big seismic slam. You can see him on the outline there, kind of playing that high ground with Pelican. So, you know, look at kind of the two high grounds for the Outlaws, right? Obviously, Dante and Pelican can't really do much from there, but still, just that crossfire, knowing that's going to collapse on you is going to be tough.
Pelican has to play pretty close here to the edge. If he sort of goes from left to right from this perspective, Spark is well positioned to light him up pretty quickly. Merritt goes down. Hardy made that dive in there, and Lastro realizes he can't do too much about it. There's a dive on the other side. Pelican able to get rid of Landon, but Hardy is getting some work done on this Winston.
Yeah, Hardy doing real work there with Shaxx as they just go right on in. They're able to get like 3. I think Hardy finished those off 2 of those. It should be London able to flip the point back in their favor. And Mitch, they didn't use anything to do that. That was like a meteor strike into Nano from the Outlaws. In London, didn't have to use anything to be able to take that fight. I mean, that is huge. Now you have everything coming into this next one. You can definitely get the percentage of above higher than Houston.
Shaxx and Hardy converging on the backline is definitely going to be the recipe for success for London.
Hanging this to show his teammates exactly.
Yeah, if there's a Winston dive, there's a double dash and pulse bomb stick attempt. Okay, Landon goes down early here, so the Spitfire allowed the initiative to be taken away from them, but Sparker has a pretty big gun right now. Pelican forced to duplicate here. Sparker in a little bit of trouble. Dante's able to take him down, but Merritt's gone on the other side of the map. So Pelican, even in dupe form here, doesn't really have the teammates to help him work this retake, and he'll have to back up.
Yeah, you got a big nano visor there from Sparker. Even though he lost one early, he's able to get 2 players and then also get 1 weakest. Look at this, the Outlaws, they made it an adjustment. They've actually gone to the Reaper now. So the Reaper with the Doomfist, probably trying to catch Hadi out here, but Hadi's going to have the Primal and be able to keep himself up.
Teams focus Hadi a lot in this matchup, regardless of what he's playing. Houston now have 2 of the worst DPS for Winston to go up against, arguably. Hit that sound barrier as well. Landon gets caught on the corner, but Dante decides not to go for it. Admiral taken by Iris there, and yeah, Hadi's going to be in primal range now. Good sleep had to be there from Landon, but there's a lot more to do, especially with Hadi sleeping himself.
Yes, the sound barrier from Admiral. I'd love to know exactly where he ended up popping that, because it only connected with him and Landon. I wonder, just trying to desperately keep both supports alive?
It was
ended up
inside that small
but...
room. I honestly think he went for the beat and got knocked out of position by Dante in that low room.
Yeah, that might have been it. So, like both teams kind of traded out their tanks towards the end. So I wonder if London tries to get on the point. Touched there for a second, just trying to get a fight going.
Hadi here just wants to try and get some decent position to start with. Sparking with the Dividing Grenades. Not a great start though. Landon, that's a sleek dart, not missing, or rather, completely missing. Dante though is pretty accurate there with that big old punch hitbox. And this is the Outlaws now putting the Spitfire in dire straits indeed. 95 and counting, Matthew.
Much closer though this round. You know, Sparker almost getting this tack visor at the end, which could have made the difference, but doesn't end up with it, as it's the Houston Outlaws. They'll take map 1, as Dante's Doomfist pretty effective at disrupting that backline.
Yeah, look, I think you obviously give them a bit of props there and saying that there's definitely an improvement over the course of those 2 maps here, but they'll still be smarting the Spitfire, heading into the break, feeling like they maybe had so much more to show here on Ilios. The Outlaws, obviously, Pelican was pretty dangerous. 9 final blows for 3 deaths. And I've got to say, Hadi really gave a good account of himself there on that Winston. Very involved in those fights. He was 6-6 by the end of it. So, couple of, good signs for the Spitfire, but it'll take more than that to take the Outlaws. Stick around, everybody. Map 2 coming right up.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eyes on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
As usual, the Outlaws sticking to both of their guns there, especially that Pelican Echo pick on map number 1, Matthew. Some teams starting to shy away from it a little bit with the rise of Tracer, but the Outlaws still make it look good.
Yeah, and it's a lot of pressure that's put on by the Doomfist that allows you to play that even when we saw Shax on that Tracer. In the words of Super, not to call anybody out, the backbone, and he's in. But he's probably going to play May this time.
The context of that clip is not flattering for him, I'll have you know.
I know, but his May has been good. I know. That's what's really been good for Backbone when we see them in the game, as now going over to Eichenwald. You think they play something like a May Reaper potentially? They get the Reinhardt in the mix. Might be in for a different game.
I think this is the map where we've seen teams struggle the most with breaking up this sort of Reinhardt May-based composition. Johnny used a clip in the pre-show as an example of this. It was actually where the Shock were able to break it, but it took quite a lot for San Francisco to find a way to sort of unravel this. And at different points on the map, you have to play differently against it, right? Playing against, you're defending against the May Reinhardt, on the second part of the map as opposed to the last part of the map can require different approaches here. So I don't hate this look at all from London. I think a lot of teams don't get practice scrimming against it because not everyone scrims London.
Right. I feel like it was there was like an interview with one of the players, I think from London, that basically said like Atlanta was not going to play them. And to be honest, I kind of get it, because like if London's the only team that's going to play this way, trying to practice against them is not going to be great practice for the rest of your week. Right?
Yep. It doesn't translate to any of your other matchups.
Right. It doesn't really kind of help you out unless other people start adopting it and playing it. So you kind of like learn on the fly, so to speak, or think that the composition that you have is going to be better. Like I talked about, you will see Backbone on May, you'll see Hadi on Rhine, and then a Batiste here in the mix where you're playing a composition that's a little bit more stagnant, not really going to be a ton of mobility, not like charging down a ton of people, where you can actually have everybody grouped up, get use out of that immortality field.
We see plenty of teams just forego the Lucio in favor of Brig on this first point, right? You can LOS, enemy hit scan pretty comfortably, you get a ton of healing. The Spitfire still want to try and maneuver Ryan into power position, so still fancy the speed boost just to be able to have these small impulses at key moments in fights here. So this is a very classic, a very specifically London Spitfire look here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how it matches up against the Outlaws, who definitely also set in their own ways, albeit different ones.
A little bit of a flank here. So the Outlaws actually go with a Reaper Genji setup. Well, who does Dante decide to go to? Yeah, they're going to try and put pressure on Landon. Get him low. Yep. And it forces out, Batista's self-heal as well. So you got all of his cooldowns out pretty much.
Dante's living a little dangerously right now, but he sees Backbone coming, he sort of backs out. Power block here, does not much again. Can he catch Landon out? Pelican follows up that dive, and oh dear, this comp struggles without that Baptiste.
Completely ignoring Hardy like he doesn't exist.
Man.
2 times, like we just saw, get right on top of Landon, and making his life difficult. And Hadi at that point, everybody spread out. The composition for the Outlaws has so much mobility and just fast that who does he even go for? There's not an opportunity for him to put down big damage on the Rhine. I think London try and take some high ground here, so they should do with that Soldier 76. So I wonder if you potentially try and send like Hadi down with the May to play closer. He's not really going to get much value out of it otherwise.
Landon has to heal, in 2 areas. Oh man, it's just, he finds himself caught in between the play there, trying to make sure Spark is chopped up. but also keep his tank alive is a pretty tough dichotomy, a tough balance to strike there. As Baptiste, Merit now, thinking about the high ground once more. Iris is down, so Spark are at least able to trade out sort of high throughput support for support, and that's the Immortality field. Merit says, job done, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting the cooldowns landing out so fast, whether it be Merit, whether it be Dante going on in, Pelican up on the high ground, just getting in Sparker's face, allowing the rest of the team to move on through the choke. So that is a hottie jumping down from the high ground there. So, yeah, look at this. I mean, Houston has taken this high ground pretty much from London. Is London now is going to rotate around?
Blade here, landed immediately, pops. That was a biotic grenade to start that off. Great Blizzard, great response, honestly. Yeah. But you've lost your Baptiste here, so that Immortality field, just forget about it. Right. Now, what are you going to do about this cart moving right now? Dante just turns Admiral into a frog pancake, and Backbone, ooh, not a good look, man.
Yeah, yeah, we were really wondering like how this Doomfist would play against the Reinhardt setup, and it has looked like it is quite effective.
As it was in Overwatch 1, Matt.
Yeah, it is looking like it's quite effective. Backbone over to Sombra now, so potentially trying to hack Dante, take his abilities offline for a second, like blow him up. Maybe that's kind of the play here.
Yeah, I mean, do they have to burst for that?
The Outlaws, I don't know. Really fast from the Outlaws.
Enemy here.
The hack target has to be the Doomfist here.
Watch out for this one.
Okay, revealed before he got hacked, now dived on, forced to translocate out. So nothing from that foray. Tough for Backbone. You still need that window to find the damage. Oh, that's gross. Okay. Merit getting real close to the air matrix, able to take down Backbone as he tries to back up, but it's a trade. Dante is down and Merit is under pressure.
You know, like, what is Hottie going to do in this position, right? And now puts himself up with the shield, just trying to run away, but the Reaper getting in his face. There's some extra damage from Spark. That'll make the difference.
Oh, there it is. That's a Hardy Shatter. Yeah, look, you hold M1 for the boys, Matt. I don't know what else to tell you. Sparker can, you know, do work from behind that. Hardy just needs to keep that shield up and keep creating a bit of space. Reinhardt's nice. I mean, you just create space because you have a shield.
It's a nice play by Backbone. Chases Pelican all the way back to the spawn. Knew he was played low. Finishes him off, so that's going to buy some more time here for London. So they need it. I mean, they cannot let the Outlaws keep going on that pace. They like capture the second checkpoint. The Outlaws, they like five plus minutes. Gonna have to dwindle this clock down real low.
There's always the question of what happens when that Nanoblade comes up again. All right, see, the hack is so short-lived, right? Dante, like on his profile, that hack symbol's there, but he can still jump out.
Right, but he takes extra damage from Backbone. But if Backbone has to back out, it doesn't really do much, right?
Oh my, Pelican. One with the blade, more to come. Surely everybody grouped up in that area. Yep. Lasher and Iris are able to just handle the rest of the players that were there. And Pelican all smiles right now. Not even a Sombra, the dishonest play, can ruin his day.
So you do have a attack visor here with an amp matrix for the London Spitfire. You can just kind of like kite this though, if you have the Houston Outlaws, right? You can just like break line of sight. So look at this position that they've kind of put Sparker into. Is like, what does he do from here? Is that's not going to be able to be shot through that amp matrix. It's going to be the amp matrix on one side. They're going to use the meteor strike.
So clever. He's about to get hacked there. So it's going to turn power block off and make him eat most of that attack visor damage. But he gets out just in time. Now forcing the rest of the Spitfire into the back corner, and they're not getting out. That's brutal stuff. Yeah. Dante extends his hand and says no.
They just have not been able to pick up enough kill. Like, they just haven't been able to kill Dante at all. I mean, like, he's just getting into the entire team of London, you know, causing all these problems for the supports, and they're just letting him kind of get out. Whether it's like the May, they've tried the Sombra, Tracer, you know, dive in them. It just really has not worked thus far for the London Spitfire. Definitely has to be a bit of a worry that I know London's kind of bread and butter not working here.
Houston have the win condition against London's composition pretty safely in hand, right? I think that was demonstrated straight away at the start of that round with that dive forward from Dante and Pelican with the follow-up. That was difficult for the Spitfire to sort of bounce back from. And like you mentioned, Hardy was being ignored. Yeah, look at Dante. I mean, I'm going to knock you guys back. He didn't charge a power block from the attack visor before he got out, but I mean, his displacement is so good, and all of the Spitfire have to play close anyway, around the right of the Baptiste. So plays into Dante's hand there if he wants to prevent a stall.
So how do you think this is going to go for London on offense? I'm curious your opinion on it. Like,
yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to see how much space Houston actually give them here with this Reinhardt look.
I think they're going to collapse hard on them, especially now that they got the Echo in the mix.
I don't hate that because Pelican can obviously use that roof and just sort of, you know, get into the backline pretty quickly. I think the only issue is that if they sort of get caught in like a Maywall scenario, they don't want to be on the wrong side of the choke here. So I think in that sense they sort of opt to give some ground here. But again, you use the clock tower. This is really where you just want to set your Echo up so she can't be shot at all by Sparko.
You see London almost inviting them into that close area, right?
I mean,
that's kind of like that's kind of where they want to fight in. Houston not really falling for it as far as Dante's in a rough spot. Okay, now you're able to get him out.
Nicely done. I mean, they have him in a position where he cannot escape there. He's forced to power block without his cooldowns up, and the burst damage was there. So London get it done differently. I think they really just exploited a positioning issue from Dante.
I agree, but it looks like the Outlaws are going to try and contest this again. Is Backbone using a Maywall going to go up and try and contest the high ground? Gets absolutely slept there by Iris, so now the May's out of the equation.
Yeah, I don't know if he, maybe he didn't know what he was running into when he went upstairs there. Pelicans, by the way, able to stay on line of sight of any of the enemy hits, get a long range damage and just pummel Hardy. And there they are, tail between their legs. 2 ticks though, Matt, at least.
They're going to go to the Sombra again, so we haven't seen a ton of teams in the West run Sombra. We've seen a little bit more in the East, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of like typical though, right? Like even like in Overwatch 1. It's just, I don't know how effective the Sombra's going to be here.
I think Sparker can't get value out of that air matrix. Hardy was in a completely different position there, so he has to turn away. He can't even get value out of his own ultimate there. Dante hacked just as he goes for the punch. It looks like he was actually going to bail on it anyway, but it needs to be healing. Nice defensive biotic grenade. Hardy now has you know, his medial strike available, so get out of jail free card. It's starting to get a little hairy, as Hardy would like to ensure. Dante's so hard to stop here.
Astro's going to kill Backbone, so Backbone's trying to put some pressure on the backline. He gets dropped by the Lucio.
Looks like Sparko, okay, gets last time. He's actually playing from the hunting lodge by the looks of things. He gets himself 2. Shatter there came out from Hardy. It looks like it was blocked by Pelican, who duped the Reinhardt, by the way. Very, very cheeky.
Yeah, but it's going to be Sparker's tack visor that gets it done, so able to pick up some players with that ultimate. Merit now will go over to Reaper here. So Reaper's always been kind of a historic counter. Nothing really kind of counters Sombra, but always been pretty good against Sombra. Where now the Outlaws will play Reaper Genji against this. So wonder if we see them trying London go back to the May potentially. The Admiral here with an ultimate. So if you're the Outlaws, just try and get this sound barrier out. It's kind of your goal.
This is pretty all in. Pun not intended, I guess, from the Outlaws. Just, I mean, you know, a lot of the time Genji is sort of preferred, or people shy away from it, but they like the Tracer's ability to get out after getting in. Iris?
Yeah, see him?
Yeah, he didn't see him. He can get burst here if he's not careful. Yeah, it's all too easy from that position. I mean, if Sparker finds both, he's just single-handedly turn this one around. Good response here. Sparker has to serpentine his way to the low ground, but Dante's been taken out. The Sombra hack starting to pay off here for Backbone. A beat for the Spitfire when they are when they're not short-handed. It was interesting, but it'll work.
Probably didn't need it because you also use the air matrix there. I'm surprised that Merit didn't see Sparker. It looked like on our screen, like the Reaper kind of like turned a little bit. Would have had a little bit of a view.
Oh, no, he missed it. Oh, Hardy. Well, maybe go back to practicing Tomb Raider, my friend.
We've all been there.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Little air control on Overwatch is good, but sometimes not enough.
Reinhardt charge with the maneuverability doesn't work in the air.
Yeah, Lara Croft absolutely shuddering in the grave. We have a
EMP
nano boost online
as well.
Man, EMP's filthy. Yeah, in this build of the PvP beta. That percent damage is just nasty. Okay, that bio doesn't hit. No, things turn against the Outlaws as they drop down. They need to finish the job, so despite the fact that they take a bunch of damage and they're hacked, they're able to find a 2 for 2. Pelican has a blade here. Now, with Iris having already used his nano previously in the fight, I'm surprised he doesn't go for it here. But I think the Outlaws are happy enough containing Hardy and the rest of the Spitfire.
Right, this is totally fine for the Outlaws, right? Just like keep like muddying up these fights, extending them, just keep them going long. Like you finish the map with 242 in the bank. A ton of time to keep this one going.
That deflection with more damage than the blade itself. Pelican able to drop down with a couple of slashes and find something, but landing's immortality field prolongs the lifespan of most of these Spitfire players. Unfortunately, it won't protect them once Merit really starts to stick to them.
I just don't know if these Reinhardt comps are going to work against what the Outlaws are doing. I don't know if maybe the Spitfire, I feel like they've seen enough of those today to try something different, but seems like thus far they've not been able to get big value with the Reinhardt, right? Like Hottie said, I think like one shatter we've seen. Like, and then,
he got blocked as well.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the one on the previous arm? Yeah.
And then just not able to keep the supports alive. Like,
not too shabby from Hardy there. He's at least able to interrupt this death blossom, but the damage is already done. Sound barrier straight in with the offensive here from the Outlaws and have the Spitfire again in a really nasty spot. The thing is that the Outlaws are, I guess they're trying to benefit, Matt, from the same thing that the Spitfire are, is that proximity, that grouping up.
Yeah, and the Doomfist is just way more mobility, obviously, than Reinhardt, so Dante able to make plays for the back line, be able to jump back out to his team.
Leave Hardy behind.
You can't really do that. Yeah, they're just ignoring Hardy. Just letting Hardy just kind of like run around and do whatever.
Sound barrier forced here, but Spark already goes down, so Pelican waits this one out a little bit. Oh, that hack is annoying. He's able to find the deflect, of course, and continue the pressure from medium range here with these shurikens. The Spitfire are committed to this course of action now. Pelican was hacked there, so great time to push into him, but Backbone's not ready for Dante to arrive on the scene. Hardy goes down to half. He's taking a bunch of damage from Iris in the distance as well. Hardy has that shadow available at Landals, also the immortality field. That EMP, though, not too shabby at all. Pelican, Dante, Iris all hit with that one. Admiral trying to break line of sight here as Backbone tries to pressure from the card, and the blade comes from the depths. Connection not necessary. The Spark is too far away from the action. That's 2 on the trot here for the Outlaws. Eichenwald will go to the green.
Yeah, the EMP was good there from Backbone, but everybody was so weak at that time already. Just a big slam from Dante, some extra Reaper damage, and Landon and Hardy, even with the immortality field, that was gone within seconds, not able to stay alive long enough as the Outlaws looking really good thus far. I wonder if we see something different from London.
Yeah, what else do they have up their sleeve? We've seen the Winston dive comps, didn't work on map 1. Now the Ryan May also doesn't work on Eichenwalder. Map 3 will be Circle Royale, another chance for the Spitfire to stay alive. Righto, let's keep it 100. Did you take an L in your pick'ems yesterday? If you did, you're just like me. It's not too late to turn it around. Be sure to make your picks every week during the Kickoff Clash qualifiers to win cash and new prizes like OWL tokens. You can even make your picks on the OWL mobile app. APAC is booming me to no end. I have no idea what's going on, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, it is just all over the place right now in APAC. This is the time of year, though. You know, with the pick'ems, obviously a long season. This is where you got to take some gambles. This is where you got to take some risks here early on, you know? Like,
you mean like the 2 London predictions on our Watchpoint show today?
Yeah, you know, sometimes it doesn't work, but you learn here at the beginning of the season, right? And then you're able to
wait a minute.
Make the right
we just had the conversation about losing is not necessarily learning.
Yes, it's not. In this type of situation, though, it's just, you know, taking more of a shot in the dark, right?
Right.
Not really learning much of anything. You're just kind of seeing.
It's the content, really, isn't it?
You are watching the teams lose, and then you are learning off of that. So technically, you're not really losing. Piggy in for Dante. Dante's been tearing it up, but Circuit Royal.
Give me the Sigma. Give me the Sigma.
Yeah, you'll probably see it. No substitutions from London, so. London probably going to rock out with what we just saw there on Eichenwald here on Circuit Royal.
Right. Would that be so bad, Matthew? Or we said, do the Spitfire have anything else? Do they sort of need to find something different? Circuit Royal, kind of mimics the precipitous climb of Eichenwald in a similar manner at some points, right?
I don't think you can just play like Reinhardt-based stuff all season. Like, you're going to have to come up with some type of other composition or something that works for your team. So to see like this early on, like kind of revert to some of this for London, and I know honestly, it's worked against some teams. Just has not worked here against the Outlaws as far as the Outlaws. Is this going to be a Reinhardt of their own? All right, so Piggy, traditionally like a off-tank player, right? In Overwatch 1, will be picking up the Reinhardt here.
All right. Yeah, obviously it was Jungkook playing the Reinhardt for the Outlaws last season.
Yeah, this is the cheeky spot.
When you say cheeky, does that mean it's legal?
Well, yeah, you can. So that is actually like a spot you can actually stand on. Like we've seen like. In the tech beta, you can have like Widowmakers up there.
They're sussing them out.
London's gonna know exactly that they're above them. Probably just trying to run down Pelican here. But they take the TP back.
All right. Maybe a few more of them should have taken the TP back. Immortality Field blown up pretty instantly.
Yo! Presidente. He's out.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
And there he goes. Now he's back.
Had to do it to us.
I kind of like that spot above the spawn. That was something that so I was talking to Captain Planet about it. I was like, I feel like there's gonna be like some teams or people that just get up there and start just spawn camping. And Pelican just takes a hammer to the face there from Hadi. Is this type of gameplay he wants.
I don't think they're ready for this Hangzhou. I don't know if the Houston Outlaws are just ready for this raw burst. Pelican definitely had Ice Block available to him there. Hardy. Oh, the trading in the neutral. This is definitely where Hardy probably feels like he's favored, right? Very experienced Reinhardt player. Iris, you're kidding me, mate. Sorry.
trying to make a play. Little 1v3. Ant Matrix
that
there.
Teams player I trust to do it is probably him, but
they don't have a lot of heroes that could use the Ant Matrix, so it's fine.
I don't know, man.
Nothing big time there. It's all good.
Pelican on the May. Still. All right, there's a lot of walls.
Yeah.
Many walls.
I mean, look at that, though. It just completely negates the Ant Matrix there from Landon, as Spitfire don't want to push on through that. So they'll back up. So I think the Spitfire, you see the position they're playing, they want to actually have this fight coming from neutral. Yes. As a nice shot there from Spark for a headshot on the Pelican.
Oh, okay. Nasty boy Piggy tries to go for a very cheeky TP shadow play, but Hardy, he was not born yesterday, man.
Maybe Outlaws trying to like, they're trying like to make a little bit of a highlight reel mixtape here. As you know, we've seen like
who was it that last year on Hanamura?
The double, it was the Outlaws, right? Wasn't it when they against the Shock on Havana, right? Didn't they do that? Or
Hardy.
may have been Hardy.
Hardy did a TP shatter from behind on the high ground.
Yeah, you might be right.
Hanamura. I mean,
but so far we've had like the double TP shatter. We've had a 1v3 Ant Matrix come in.
That was Dan, excuse us. Dan with that crazy play. Sparker's Hangzhou match been pretty deadly so far. There's a Blizzard in play here for Backbone. Pelican's going to have one of his own in just a second, and there won't be a sound barrier for the Spitfire. It's defensively placed, zoning, if you will. Sparker claims merit there with a Dragon Strike at long range, but another Ant Major just comes out. This time Ira's actually using it to help his team. Nice to see. Pelican getting a lot of value from it as well.
Yeah, really nice Dragon there from Sparker to like try and split players off, which is not enough.
You deal with this.
In a world of trouble there, yep. All right, so Houston, they stabilize on defense, but good offense thus far here from the London Spitfire. I was going to say, do you need to change to get up to this high ground? They'll bring in the Sim here. So Sim will be able to TP players up directly, maybe kind of turn the tides of where this fight's going to take place.
Okay, so they get across the expanse at the bottom of this sort of high.
The issue here is there's only one spot. Like, they know there's only like 2 places they can come from. All right, so they back out.
Iris is very safe against this comp now as well. Only the Baptiste Air Matrix can really stop him. Is Iris out of position?
Line of sight here.
Yeah, he is. That TP expired and Iris is still up there on the high ground. He needs to be a little careful. Hardy, it's balls and beams right now. And big, burly, men swinging hammers. Merritt seems to get caught by that one, but Hardy's forced to back away to his side of the wall. Happy enough getting immortality filled, I suppose. Man, we haven't seen a matchup like this yet this year. Matthew, the Reinhardt mirror, the neutral. Such memories. Lennon and Spark.
They know Johnny's in studio today.
I expect to hear a full dissertation from the man. So far, I mean, the Outlaws look pretty comfortable in this sort of setup, right? Pelican switching off the sort of, you know, the high burst potential DPS to something a little bit more controlling here, the May. And Merritt also on Symmetra, right? Really complementing the Reinhardt shield well, getting a lot of damage from behind that. London switching off the Hangzhou, to me, seems kind of rough for them. I mean, Spark is fighting a ton of key eliminations early in the round.
I feel like, though, if they stayed on the Hangzhou, it would have been tough to kind of get up towards that high ground. Is like, okay, we got a little bit of a wraparound here from the Outlaws. Now London making their way back. Nice pin here from Hardy.
Beautiful. Hardy finds a Fire Strike elimination on Iris as well. Pickett doing his very best to try and keep Pelican in a safe spot, but unfortunately, that Haven is going to expire now. The Blizzard online here for the next fight. The Spitfire will get themselves towards that next checkpoint.
And they should be able to take it, right? A ton of ultimates here. They're going to have all 5 online going into this next fight. This is a fight that you absolutely should win with that much to dump into it.
Here's that wall. Sparker playing from his side of it until he gets close enough to get at the right shield. Sound barrier for both sides. The Pelican not benefiting from it there. Another big shatter from Hardy. Beautiful stuff. Merritt's knocked to the ground and Piggy's not long after him. Cleaning house this man on the Reinhardt. Ooh, okay. 5 kills. That's filthy. That's Hardy for you.
Hardy representing main tanks everywhere. As, well, what's going to go on with the main tank role, you know, right? Players who can play that Reinhardt, play, you know, Orisa, characters like that, is, you know, some of these players who play more of the off tank, and then other, like, even DPS picking up the tank role. Hardy standing tall as a Chad here on the Reinhardt, just dominating this far.
It's all right, man. Some Chads can be short. Hardy charging away. Going to be connected here by Piggy as that Blizzard came out from Backbone, forced a rotation from Houston, but they feed themselves to the trash compactor for the most part. Hardy going to be chilling under the warming rays of that immortality field, and the Outlaws have entered the Spitfire's arena, Matt, and they're coming off second best.
Yeah, this is oddly, when they try and go for the Reinhardt mirror, this is when the Spitfire really turned up. I think I was in agreement with you. I thought we would see like a Sigma here or something when we saw Piggy come in. I did not expect the Reinhardt play.
Okay, double mail wall there. Backbone trying to section off Piggy at the very least here. Tough to break this position as attackers. Lana loses that immortality field now. The Outlaws are going to have to split away from the Ant Matrix. How do they handle the situation with the core?
Yeah, Hardy went in a little bit deep there. He was kind of just in all alone, nothing he could really do. Is you do get some good car progress. I do agree that you have to try and take this high ground to then move the car underneath. I think giving up that high ground and then trying to push on through is really difficult, as you see London use the TP, try and get up here straight away. They're gonna wait for the TP to come up again and just go right into them.
I mean, why not? I guess Hardy hoping to be close with Shatter.
TP right in, yeah, and then maybe a swing and a Shatter. I don't know.
Floating Ducky looks on as the Outlaws try and formulate their final defense. Okay, they have switched places.
10 seconds.
Now the Outlaws are a long way from spawn. The upside is their spawners will now help them pinch it, I guess. Maywall comes out here, but the Spitfire need to do something. They need to make something happen. Hardy is waiting for someone to get close enough to land a big shatter. But that's a Blizzard comes out. Here we go. Backbone might be caught. That has to go for an ice block. And there it is. Hardy's shatter. He gets frozen, but there's a sound barrier now for the Houston Outlaws. They can work with this. Sparking though undetected. The backline. A lot of damage. It's 2 eliminations for him until Piggy brings him down. And Hardy needs to do the rest here. Lastro trying to force the aggressors back. He'll try and buy some time for the Outlaws, who definitely lost that fight.
Are they going to have enough here, though, London, to get this over the line? You're going to have respawns coming in here for the Houston Outlaws. It'll be Merit on the Tracer. He'll get a touch. Hardy takes him out before he can recall, though.
Mortality field. Okay, Iris had to survive that. He had to stay alive. Sour Barrett out for the London Spitfire, and Piggy cannot hold up in the heat. It's Pelican to buy a bit of time in Wraith form as Lastro tries to touch and is unsuccessful. Spitfire get the map done here. They love to brawl. And they show us exactly why they're known for this composition.
Yeah, this is the exact type of game that the London Spitfire wanted to play all series long. To get into a brawl scenario here with the Houston Outlaws, because this is where they feel at home, and completing the map here is quite difficult. So really good here for the London Spitfire. No time in the time bank, but still, they have a lot to fall back on if things go sideways. What do you think the Outlaws are going to do on their offense? Do we think we see the Reinhardt again? Do you think we maybe see Sigma? Like, I don't know. Do you try and move away from what we just saw?
I think that Sigma is pretty disadvantaged if the enemy team are speeding at you.
Yeah, that's true.
In general. You really want to play a poke game with Sigma, and I just don't think that's an option with the Symmetra main Ryan staring at you.
This is the Hardy 5K, right?
Yep. Hardy has 6 total Earthshatter kills.
That's
from 7 stuns. Yeah, he's 12 final blows, by the way. He leads his team by 4. Next closest is Backbone at 8 and 4, respectively. I'm going to say that Merit had a very, very quiet round. Obviously playing the Symmetra much of the time, but unfortunately not able to sort of, get these final blows that you sort of need to if you're charged up and in a position to start to mow people down. So see what he can do here on the attacking side.
And we'll see how Houston decides to position themselves. Use the teleporter to try and make a play, as Merit knows exactly where these Symmetra turrets are going to be. Puts one there, actually, so you can just kind of see if the players are going to try and come through that flank, get some damage down. So it's like Sparker may have went in there and finished off those turrets as well. So this is the type of game, though, like we mentioned, that London wants to play. If you told London that the Outlaws would try and match them in a Rhine mirror, they would have been thrilled coming into today.
Hardy, Mortality Field has to be used there, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Nice job by the Outlaws there. They need to be able to get good value out of those speed boosts forward and the Maywalls.
Yeah, and they do just that there in that first fight, as Merit puts down some damage as well. It's really fast in terms of, I feel like London was able to hold a little bit longer there on that part of the map, where Payload's going to make it around that first corner, where London pretty much have 1 fight left before the Outlaws will take this first checkpoint.
Okay, last time we had ults by this point, so both teams sort of stalled out much longer here. This time, not the case.
These fire strikes, though, from Piggy, I mean, he is building up the shatter pretty quick.
Yeah, he's well ahead of Hardy, man. 2 more swings. Charge. He was going too greedy, maybe too aggressive. Oh, the air matrix there. I mean, Piggy was waiting for his fire strike cooldown for the same reason, Matt. There's a feeling like he wanted his ult so badly that he overextended into Hardy.
Yeah, potentially. It looked like Backbone actually was trying to use that main wall to jump up to the high ground, make a play for Iris. These are some late staggers coming in here as well, so it's going to force the Outlaws to wait even longer, as London can buy themselves some more time. And they use that Am Matrix in that last fight, but you're gonna have your Symmetra wall here. You're gonna have Hadi with these shatters. In the previous map we saw, the shatter didn't really make it that much of an impact, but with a Reinhardt versus Reinhardt, you can definitely see him getting some big ones off.
Hardy definitely seems more confident in this face-off. Getting a lot of value out of those shatters too. Both Ryans with those shatters. So how do you play this game? Simor comes out from both sides here. This is a very awkward situation now. The Outlaws know they just need to play on the safe side of their own wall. Doesn't really matter what London are doing with theirs. They're trying to work it out. Merit stays charged through all of this, and that's the shatter. It's brilliant. Oh, it's so nice there from Hardy once more. The Outlaws caught on the back foot in the Ryan mirror. Pelican TP's forward, but his would-be opponent is able to get out via the same mechanism. Piggy wants to pressure here, but there's a sound barrier in play for the London Spitfire, and this is their bread and butter.
Yeah, it's a nice shatter from Hardy. I think connected with like 3 players there, and then a good sound barrier from Admiral at the end to allow them to push on through as Marriott moves away from the Symmetra, goes over to the Hangzhou, as that was pretty effective for London, right? The Hangzhou. See if they can make good use of it here for the Outlaws. If they've gotten stalled out here, is London just about 1 fight away here from putting up a really strong performance in Circuit Royal in this head-to-head Reinhardt battle.
35 seconds left in the round. A lot to play for right now. And for London, it's a proof of concept that not only does their comp work here, but they're better at it. Hardy a little low right now. Lennon using most of that Am Matrix for that extra healing throughput. He has the Immortality Field still available now, down to 17 seconds.
So you look across the board. Maybe it's on Merit here to get a pick for the Outlaws to open things up.
Piggy gets caught by the wall, but Merit finds the pick, Matt. You foreshadowed it. Hardy going to try and make up the deficit here, but Piggy's playing much safer this time around. He's got no choice now but to try and go a little bit more aggressive on Hardy, who's taken down as he tries to charge away. Piggy almost has that Earth Shatter, but he needs the HP. And in the end, he doesn't need to leverage that ultimate. Nicely done by the Outlaws there. Piggy really playing on the more conservative side. Pays off.
And that was what opened it up for the London Spitfire in their fight. Being able to get a pick with that Hangzhou is massive, as Merit opens things up. Headshot on the Sparker takes him out. Now, even though you lose that for London, you still burn a ton of time off the clock. I mean, 2 minutes and 12 seconds and counting to get up this uphill part of the map is going to be really tough. As London, they regroup. They got to take a fight here, though, Mitch. They're giving up tons of car progress.
Yeah, Piggy just trying to establish himself quite far forward here. Nice shatter. Hardy and Landon are connected, but again, because you're so far away from the rest of your team, opportunities for follow-up just do not present themselves. And essentially, all that ultimate ends up being is a bit of a, I don't know, bit of a brag and boast.
And look at this, London going to try and chase these players down. It looks like there for a second as they want to force them back, as they don't want to allow the Hangzhou to get into a position where it can play at range and be effective. You want to close that gap if you're the London Spitfire. And Blizzard, Shatter here. You may be able to get away with just that Shatter with how good they've been.
Blizzard here for Pelican, hoping to catch Lander, but Admiral actually speeds his Baptiste outside of that Blizzard. Sparker not so lucky, and Backbone's forced to ice block there. So a net positive for the Houston Outlaws. They get good value out of that Blizzard. A lot of ultimates used, though. Not much to work with now.
Yeah, so Blizzard plus the Dragon. A minute to go on the clock. Can you challenge this if you're the London Spitfire? Looks like you have Hardy there. You have a TP set up, so maybe you're able to make it back. It looks like they're trying to set up to potentially jump on for another attempt.
Oh, Hardy. This is dangerous. Good position from Merit. Nothing Hardy could do. Doesn't matter where he looked, which way he faced his shield. Merit was above and behind him with the Storm Arrow. And the Spitfire, well, they were never really in this fight.
Yeah, now you're rolling if you're the Outlaws. You'll be able to take that second checkpoint, but still, this is where completing the map is so huge for London. A minute and, 2 minutes, right, total. Once you cap this second point, to get all the way to the end of this map is not a ton of time with how difficult it can be because the defense is so much high ground. So Sparker is going to go away from Sim and go to Soldier 76. So trying to put some more damage down. Can also play a little bit more at range, kind of like the Hangzhou from Merit.
Yeah, I mean, I was very interested in seeing how the Spitfire solved the problem of, you know, how the Outlaws were set up on defense. And neither team has that Symmetra in play anymore, right? So those sort of rapid repositions aren't really going to factor here. Piggy just says, all right, I'm going to keep you honest with as many fire strikes as I can muster. Keep this cart rolling. Eventually the Spitfire have to make a decision.
Yeah, eventually they have to do something. Oh, Sparker! That is not what trying to do there. It goes on a little bit of a flank. I mean, in that type of position, you kind of could have just played safe around Landis. That's going to be a Dragon Strike that goes straight through the Immortality field. This thing's falling apart here for London.
Merit is absolutely filthy on this Hangzhou. Fantastic Dragon Strike up to that high ground, which is exactly where Landon was positioned to try and get value out of his amplification matrix. The Outlaws come up with an answer in a big way.
London's offense was good. Their defense, man, from the point in which the Outlaws took point A to here to the end, just some really poor, I think, decisions. Like when you have that much time on the clock for the Outlaws and you just kind of like trade damage on the bridge and let them just get so much card progress, like at least take a fight early on. And then they never give themselves a chance to like fully regroup and come out of the spawn and fight in like one of the harder points for the offense to get through. Some really questionable things there on defense from the London Spitfire, which actually leaves them in a scenario where they have less time on the clock now. No, a minute for the London Spitfire in their attack. It'll be a minute and 40 when the Outlaws get their turn.
Credit to the Outlaws, they're definitely forcing some errors for the Spitfire. I mean, Sparker getting caught while he tries to flank is not something you can always account on. But if you take, what, 2 or 3 Storm Arrows and have Iris looking in your general direction, I wouldn't be feeling too confident about my chances of survival either. That high ground wall was also really nice, right? Like, Houston are doing a couple of little things to put extra pressure on London, which makes those errors, right, a little bit more frequent or a little bit more likely. So we'll see if the London Spitfire now can make up this kind of deficit here. The Outlaws definitely know what they're going to be walking into this time.
3, 2, 1.
Outlaws with the similar setup on top of the spawn.
Stop the pain.
Very cheeky.
And then it's
I'll charge off that. The Merit here, I mean, Merit more than tripled his kills as he switched to Hangzhou. He's able to have much more of a real impact on the game. Back on the symmetric here, that was that utilities important.
Oh, that was a nice Maywall as well by Backbone. Separate some players, but London not able to capitalize. They actually just lose Admiral from it, and that's huge. No speed here. Try and get around the corner, force a fight.
Best I can tell, Piggy was trying to charge Hardy and just vacuumed Admiral in on the way.
Yeah.
Little frustrating, does happen though. Sparker trying to work Piggy's shield down as much as he can. That Maywall will let Hardy get a little closer. TP is in the way though. And Hardy now has to back away a little bit more. Keep an eye on those immortality fields. They're going to be crucial this next fight because it's the last one.
Oh, you lose Admiral again here at the start. That is a huge pickoff for the Houston Outlaws. And the shatter comes down from Piggy, knocks him away from the cart. And it's going to have to be a crazy hold here from the London Spitfire, man.
Right, we talked about, I guess, how Hangzhou can make this more volatile, right? Because you can find random headshots and sort of turn the game on its head, and you'll think you're winning a fight until you've lost half your backline when the Hangzhou's just not even trying to hit them. In that case, you're watching Merit and Pelican both playing sort of low burst potential heroes. So it's not that they have, like a instant kill potential on their team. Piggy is providing that with these wild charges set up by Pelican's walls, Matt. Looks really clean, and you can tell that London are a little bit off balance because the immortality fields come too late from them to save Admiral a second time.
Yeah, so Piggy says they blame me, and then he says I'm crying now. Don't know if he's like crying of sadness or like crying in the fact that like he's now popping off and they can't blame him. A little bit
crying in the club
mystery. Yeah. Nobody's responded to him, poor Piggy.
Damn.
On either team. See, London, they gotta be tremendous here on D. So Sparkle pulls out the Widowmaker here. All right, so you're really relying on him to get like picks, because if he doesn't get, if you don't get any picks with the Widowmaker, it's not like the extra damage for the Widow's making the difference, right?
I'm not sure I get it. I guess being able to play these longer sidelines is better, but once you get to the corner, I don't think you favor having the Widow. I guess they know they play this long sideline map. They have no choice. If the card gets closer than that, the round's probably over. So Sparker functioning similar to Hangzhou, but has less shield pressure here. So wants to punish Piggy when he has that barrier down, and that's a bit scary. He drops up the high ground as he
can't see anything.
TP. Yeah,
you can't see anything. There's Maywall's all the way, no matter what high ground you go for. As
oh man, this is
things fall apart here for the London Spitfire at the end.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is a 3-0 for the Houston Outlaws. London try make use of the Widowmaker, which in theory is fine, right? You have a longer sideline to play from. You know you can't afford to give nearly as much ground as you had in the previous round. Unfortunately, the Houston Outlaws charge forward, and apparently Maywall's pretty good against Widowmaker when they're forced to the low ground. Look, we got some great moments from London in that series, man. I think that they have shown us that their comp looks pretty good on this particular map, right? They can make the Reinhardt, the May work. But when your gimmick gets copied by another team and they do it a little bit better, it might be time to start thinking about something else.
Yeah, for sure. No, maybe it's time to kind of try and pivot off of this. I'd love to see what they look like. I mean, I've said it a few times, but love to see what they look like with like a Poco Zarya type of look. But Outlaws showed how strong they are here today against a London team that I still think can beat a handful of teams in the league playing that type of style. That they won't be able to do what Houston did today, but Houston comes in, takes care of business.
Few potential candidates for player of the match here, but from us, it's definitely going to be Lastro, who over the course of the series, man, really, I tell you what, some big impact. A lot of time, these boops were pretty crucial as well. We saw on Well, he's instrumental in making it really hard for Landon to actually get a crucial sound barrier onto the rest of his team. He partners up really well with Dante. Like, this aggressive style is exactly what you want if you're going to be playing the Doomfist, right? Doomfist has so many dive buddies to go in with here. Hardy, he just DI's the wrong direction at first. He could have maybe escaped that. That's the way the cookie crumbles there, and Lastro very, very solid. Those sound barriers very crucial in these brawl fights as they start to break into chaos.
Yeah, I was going to say, had a really good game today in terms of landing the sound barriers, being efficient with those. Then the other side for London, we've seen some sound barriers that kind of went a little bit sideways at times, but yeah, you see the sound barriers provided per 10 minutes, 10. I mean, that is as good as it gets, especially when you're playing that type of brawly playstyle.
Yeah, low deaths per 10 as well for support, if I'm honest with you. Most of them are upwards of 4.5. So Lastro on many of these fights, despite being as aggressive as he has been, he's able to stay alive and continue to have that impact over the course of the team fight and the next, and again, build those beats really effectively. He's the kind of player where people said, okay, well, we saw Violet transition from playing flex support, over towards Lucio here. How's Lastro going to look in this lineup? Obviously, it looks like he's acclimated really well.
The traditional main support role, where you just kind of are playing, your Lucio, Mercy, Moira type of setup, seems to be just non-existent now. Where you have, flex supports in the past who can now play those heroes at a high level. Is like some of those are actually need to do a little bit more damage now, provide a little bit more of that to the team, and you've seen players like Violet and Lastro transition that role pretty well.
I hope that was a nice little appetizer for you, ladies and gentlemen, because coming up next, it will be another battle for California. Yeah. That's right. It's going to be sick. The Shock take on the Gladiators right here on the other side of these messages.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. We're here now, joined by Pelican from Houston Outlaws. Pelican, hello, and also congratulations on the win. Please introduce yourself. 자, 일단 시작하기 전에 자기소개 간단하게 먼저 부탁드릴게요, 펠리칸 선수.
안녕하세요. 저는 휴스턴 아울러드에서 DPS 맡고 있는 펠리칸이라고 합니다. I'm Pelican.
Alright, he said that in... Oh, okay, English, go. Yes, right now.
I'm 휴스턴 아울러드 DPS 펠리칸. Handsome guy. Yeah.
Handsome guy! You're the most handsome guy. 제일 잘생긴. Alright, that's it, everybody. We're done. I'm just kidding. Alright, again, yes. Another great win for the Houston Outlaws team. I do have to ask, London Spitfire, your opponents today, are, known for their brawl composition. Did that help you get the victory today at all? Did you sort of utilize that information coming into today's match? 자, 일단 첫 번째 질문은, 어떻게 보면 오늘의 상대편인 런던 팀이 이 러쉬 조합으로 지금 저희 쪽, 이제, 웨스트 쪽에, 우리 지금 리전에는 좀 되게 유명한데, 좀 그런 정보가 오늘 승리로 이렇게 이끄는데 좀 도움이 됐나요?
일단 러쉬 팀이긴 한데 원래 저는 상대팀 러쉬 못한다고 생각해서 별로 그렇게 많이 생각은 안 한 것 같아요.
Okay, 그럼 그대로 하겠습니다. Alright, so Pelican, this is Pelican, what Pelican said. Pelican said that, they are known as a brawl team, but I personally think they're a pretty bad brawl team. So I didn't really think much of it, and we just went into the game. Alright, whoa, wow, that's spicy. I love it. Alright, my second question is sort of tied to that question as well. You guys had really fast, you guys won the first two maps really, really fast. And then going into Circuit Royale, the third map, you guys actually had a brawl mirror match against the London Spitfire. How did you guys come up with that decision? 자, 두 번째 질문은 아까 첫 번째 좀 러시 조합에 대해서 조금 더 연장된 질문이긴 한데, 첫 번째 두 맵을 굉장히 쉽게 이기시고 세 번째 맵 서킷 로얄에 들어오게 되면서 런던과 어떻게 보면 미러전이 있었죠. 이번에 서킷 로얄에서 휴스턴 팀도 러시 조합을 꺼내 들었는데 그거에 대한 이유가 뭘까요?
일단 저희는 말러시전을 이길 수 있다는 자신감이 있었는데 3세트 때 이제 피기 선수가 너무 하디 선수한테 벽을 느껴가지고 좀 힘들었는데 그래도 후반에 잘해가지고 네. 했습니다. 그냥 러시.
Alright, so going into the third map, we knew that if we had to do a brawl mirror match, we were pretty confident that we could win. But going into third map, I felt like, Piggy just felt that wall against Hottie, so we did have some difficulties in Circuit Royale. But at the end, we pulled through. We were able to clutch that victory, even with the mirror matchup against London Spitfire. All right, Pelican, a lot of great answers. I love talking to you. Thank you so much for your time. And again, congratulations on the win today. 항상 이렇게 좋은 답변해 주시는 펠리칸 선수 너무나 감사드리고 오늘 승리 너무나 축하드리고 다음에 또 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
You love to see him, you love to hear from him. Yeah. Very handsome guy indeed, very and handsome. Best bird for sure. Now, you know what I find very interesting about this? You never bring up when you pick against a team during their interview. You somehow always seem to forget about that.
What was that?
That's weird. That's so strange. So strange. Yeah.
You didn't tell him that you chose London.
I don't understand what you guys are talking about.
Danny, I feel like there's some bias here, right? In the interviewing?
No.
How about you learn Korean, Costa? How about you learn Korean and do the interviews, okay?
Okay.
Put that on Danny.
Hey, I mean, honestly, wait, I'm just saying, your mics are open too. If you guys want to tell Pelican or the player that I'm talking to that I picked the opposite team.
Oh, that's rude. We wouldn't.
I wouldn't throw you under the bus like you always throw us under the bus.
I always do it.
Yeah,
well, it sucks to be you guys.
It actually does. That's just a fact. Now, another fact is that you guys were wrong. Costa and I were right. Costa, let's drop it in. Let's take a look at a match recap here and just tell them how wrong they actually were.
Yeah, there was some. It was interesting coming into this match because there was always going to be the clash of styles. When they had Dante in to play the Doomfist, the first question was, is the London Spitfire brawl going to work? But they actually came out on the dive to begin with my Shaxx Ace in the Hole card. And that Ace in the Hole did not work at all. The Houston Outlaws were just way better than the London Spitfire in the dive. It wasn't too surprising, to be honest. But we went on to Encore and we actually got to see that head-to-head matchup. And once again, it really didn't look great. You can just see exactly what Johnny said in the pre-show. The Houston Outlaws were just able to flank around everywhere, do whatever they want, and it was almost impossible for them to keep Landon alive as they just ignored Hattie. Hattie's just running around with his big hammer trying to swing at anyone, and no one wanted to be friends with him. But going to the third map, Circle Royale, don't worry, Piggy wants to be friends, and Piggy had a bad time. Hattie actually worked Piggy in the neutral so heavily on this Reinhardt head-to-head match. You know, Pelican just said they weren't afraid of the brawl from the London Spitfire. Maybe they should have been a little bit afraid, but unfortunately, I think London Spitfire kind of dropped the spaghetti a little bit in this final map. They really should have taken this one, but yeah, I know it's disappointing, Danny. But it was still a somewhat good showing from the London Spitfire, but they just don't have the flexibility and the strength to take down such a great roster like the Houston Outlaws.
It was a good showing from London Spitfires. Looking at their highlights, getting completely dominated. I mean, okay. The London Spitfire, bit of a mean pick. You come out with the dive composition, you lose on Ilios. I'm like, okay, you know, I'm not gonna ask for them to beat Houston Outlaws in the diver. Come out on Eichenwalde, you see Houston Outlaws, they're flanking around, they're doing all these things we talked about, and it's looking good. They're countering brawl, all right. You lose in the brawl head-to-head. The thing you're known for playing and what you're supposed to like specialize in and what you just made your entire, like, you built your reputation around, and you lose to Piggy Reinhardt. I mean, if you're the Houston Outlaws, you're laughing your way to the back.
I mean, that's
you're having the best of time. Every time they're gonna see London Spitfire, they're like, remember when we beat London Spitfire in the brawl mirror? That was fun.
But to be honest, when they just like switched to the mirror, the first minute or so looked very good for London and not so great for...
Even on their
they just dropped the ball and everything before it was even cooked. Like, it was unfortunate. Also, merit on Hangzhou.
The defense on the last point on London Spitfire, I was like...
We can take a walk. We can talk about it later.
Yeah, I need
fresh air, get a walk.
I need some time.
We do have another match coming your way, so you might not want to be outside for too long, because that one you don't want to.
Oh, yeah.
It is the battle for California. Or so we set it up to be. Again, I don't think the players care, but we care so much. It is, of course, the Gladiators against the San Francisco Shock. And once again, we're split here on the desk when it comes to our predictions. Now, this time reinforced, you're on my side. You think the Gladiators is going to take it, but I think we can all agree that it's going to be a close game, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a very close game. I think that Shock probably are favored a little bit because they've looked so polished so far. We've seen great rotations from them, just consistent individual play from them as well. They just look very complete.
But they haven't been tested.
They haven't been tested, and that's exactly the point about the San Francisco Shock. They've had relatively easy matchups so far, compared to some of the likes of the LA Gladiators who played against the Dallas Fuel. They got reverse swept last week, and it honestly could have gone either way. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, Gladiators, they could have beaten, you know, the Dallas Fuel, because Dallas Fuel could have also won the first two matches. Yeah. But the point being that the LA Gladiators, they've looked a little bit shaky so far this year, but when you actually like reflect on that result, you played 5 maps against the Dallas Fuel in a very competitive series. I think the LA Gladiators, they come into this series and I think it's a 50-50 split. If you want to predict the Shock, sure, go ahead. They look good so far. But the Gladiators, they've also hung with some of the best, like the Dallas Fuel, so I don't think you should sleep on them either.
Scott, what do you think is going to give the San Francisco Shock the edge? Why did you pick them today?
I just think they've been consistent, and I really like what they're doing with their roster. I like what they're doing with their DPS lineup. They seem to have a good plan with those 3 players, you know, Kilo, Proper, and Sam. They've been, you know, working around that. The Gladiators, they've felt a little lost from time to time. They don't feel like they've settled in on anything, and I think they've just been getting away with it because they're such a talented roster, and, you know, they just can beat a lot of these weaker teams, even not on their best day. But they're going to need to bring their best if they're going to take down the San Francisco Shock, and I haven't seen that from them just yet. So I'm edging out the Shock, but I would love to be proven wrong by the Gladiators.
Yeah, this is it. This is a big game for both of those teams, and I just can't wait to see whoever is going to come out on top, because that's going to be my pick moving forward. Simple as that. Someone's going to come out on top, and that's the one I will roll with for the rest of the season. Now, we are about ready to get this thing started, so once again, we're going to head on over to our casters. This time it's going to be Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Yes, this is the match of the tournament. The San Francisco Shock, the undefeated Shock, versus the LA Gladiators, who I feel like could have been undefeated, and then they had that, reverse sweep oopsie that happened. But this is, I've been so excited all week for this match like that.
A touch of oopsie daisy land, but yes, coming into this matchup, both of these teams are considered incredibly powerful. But both of these teams have also been against a smorgasbord, a smattering of mid-tier teams, and then one Texas triumph. For the San Francisco Shock, it was a touch easier going up against the Houston Outlaws and winning that one, but Dallas Fuel have proven since their kind of disastrous debut, getting 3-0'd by Outlaws live in Texas, that they came back with a vengeance, and thus far have looked overall in the kickoff clash like the stronger of the two Texan teams. However, Lemon, this match is going to be a big decider for all of our fans' power rankings to see who might be the king of North America if Dallas Fuel isn't just seething in the back looking for that top spot.
Yeah, this is not just about being the kings of California. It's about, I think, really going to decide, at least at the start of the season, who really is the #1 team. Shock are 4-0, guaranteed to go to the kickoff clash. And Los Angeles Gladiators, well, they've only had a couple of matches. But let's start talking about the number of rookies that are presenting themselves in this matches, at least starting with the LA Gladiators. I'm especially, both of us coming from Contenders North America, we know all about Reiner the Chad. Okay, he's named after an anime titan, okay? That's when you know this guy's legit, and he's going up against his former teammate of Kalush from the Shock. These guys have both been on the same team together for years back on American Tornado, to also competing against each other. So this is a rematch that all the Contenders fans are going to be excited for.
Yeah, we know all about the rookies, Lemon, having come from Contenders ourselves, but this does highlight a different ethos between these two teams when it came to the construction of the rosters this year. LA Gladiators have focused a lot more on veterancy and trying to bolster the core they already had. All three of their support players, Shu, Funny Astro, and Skewed, could be realistically considered the best in their world at their signature heroes on Ana, Lucio, and Brigitte, respectively. And it feels like Gladiators have stuck on those old reliable players and really tried to mix in some young fresh talent like Reiner and Padapan to really give them the edge. Whereas on the other side, when we look over at a San Francisco Shock, like you said, Reiner versus Kaluj is an interesting battle of friends who have become rivals now, who've been playing together for so long and got to the highest highs in North American Contenders as a duo, but also Kaluj surrounded by a huge amount of other rookies as well who have played together before, and then old father Violet keeping watch over all of this as a two-time winner of the Overwatch League.
And I know the desk were really excited about Kilo versus Ons on the hit scan, but you've already seen your starters won't be Ons for now. But Patafan, I know, is an interesting subject when it comes to the Gladiators. I know I would hate to be on any of these rosters because you're on like MVP level players on both these teams, and then Patafan, who's equally as talented, but had maybe a slower start to the season, and you see the frustration on his face, blaming himself on social media. But this is a young player that is starting to feel the pressure of returning to the Overwatch League, but it's been really cool to see him perform. Patafan has come in as their Genji specialist, and Kevster usually comes in to play around the Genji Echo Tracer, but Patafan, I'm mostly seeing the Genji out of him, so I'm looking forward to see how he's going to grow on this team, and hopefully the mental as well. You got to stay strong through the losses.
Yeah, you've got to have those veterans behind you as well to make sure that your mental is shored up. People who are used to that kind of pressure. And that's why I'm going to drag the conversation back to the Shock now and think about Finn and Violet. And the desk highlighted Shu being a master support player, just an absolute legend tier flex support going up against Finn, who has captured a lot of imaginations as a rookie who's certainly got a huge amount of potential, especially on the Ana. But we've got to contextualize how good Finn is, right? You've got a two-time winner of the World Championships, the Overwatch League. in Violet who says, you know what, this Finn guy is good enough, but I'm going to step aside and play main support. That's Violet respecting you that much, and that is the biggest indication that anyone could give that Finn is serious business. But now Finn has to go up against the man, the myth, the legend, the Schuster, and try and come out on top. We're starting off on Oasis, Lemon, and it is going to be a doozy.
Yep, we got our double control map week. That's during week 1, week 3, then 2-4, I think, is pushed. But either way, I want to go back to the Shock as well to talk about just the evolution of meta that we've seen, not only just from the Shock, but entirely. Week 1 was all about the Genji. But ever since week 1, Shock have started moving away from the Genji. Now they're taking advantage of Proper's Tracer and Echo flexibility with Kilo's Soldier. And Sam, was their Genji guy, S9mm. But now, Sam was also known for other things other than Genji, Echo besides Genji. But Sam will be playing for now. It's Kevster, Patafan, Kilo, and Proper, and we're starting on University.
Starting off on University, this is where in times previous you might have seen a Reinhardt, but instead Reiner and Kaluj might both roll out here on the Doomfist, which would be an interesting little double date between these, let's say, friendly rivals, both coming out of North American contenders, as we mentioned before. Everyone wants to play for high ground, and that means you've got to be careful with your back on the stairs. Easy to be hit off of those by either a Lucio or a Doom Punch.
And you want your most mobile characters like Tracer or Doomfist, for example, to take that first step forward on Coast side, because Lucio's, especially someone like Funny Asher or Violet, can come around and boop your Ana player. That's been a first pick often, and Finn already has to use the Fade, using the Healing Orb to keep everyone alive. So Finn on the Moira is also a unique look that we haven't seen a whole lot of, countered naturally by Ana's Biotic Grenade, but the Fade ability is so crucial to getting around a Doomfist. Now the capture point has been in favor of the Shock, as the Gladiators are taking around Coast side, especially the mini pack room. And Kilo has used Wraith, and I wonder if Kevster wants to push that.
Reiner was out of the fight for a little bit, fell down to grab that health pack and had nothing else. Reiner can only block the damage coming from one direction, so Kilo gets a quick slay. Yes, Queen, San Francisco Shock grab the first cap here.
Oh, the sleeve just barely missing. What a quick reaction from Proper. Shu under fire, and he's getting some backup from Funny Astro, but it's too little too late. But Funny Astro is still booped off and killed too. So the Gladiators have a chance to re-engage. It's 3-on-1. Proper disengages. Shock will give up the point. Gladiators are still in the lead.
Reiner once again playing from that central hole. Proper moves forward to claim the space, and Gladiators are still hoping to grab Shu back into here as the Coalescence is popped.
Will keep, especially Kalush standing. The pressure is mounting, and the pulse bomb misses from Proper, and he's dipped by Funny Astro of all people. The tack visor from Patafan on the high ground, especially the Soldier is a new look for him, but makes sense for now. Gladiators have warded away the Shock, and the gap is now getting larger.
Often multiple teams that have gone Lemon for this sort of like double flex support look, maybe anticipating a different meta for Overwatch 2 and having one of their flex supports move over towards the Lucio like we see both Shock and Outlaws do. We're often going to see that some of the more specialist Lucio players like Funny Astro will often come out on top. Nothing gained there from the anti-grenade of Shu, but still a oh, that's a big steal. Funny Astro from the sky.
Yeah, you nanoed Reiner, who punched in, but the barrier landed just in time for Violet to keep his team up with the Biotic Grenade. Stop all those resources going to Kaluj, but not before he traded with the resource giver of Shu. Reiner in trouble. The Shock on the point. Finn exposed in the middle of the map. Tries to help out his teammate, but the Shock haven't won a fight since the beginning of this round, and the Gladiators just have to survive before they take University.
And arguably, they didn't even win that first fight. Patafan won't be able to get out of there, and Kaluj has to pop the Meteor Strike simply for their own survival. Down onto a Mega Health Pack, and then straight out of there with multiple slows onto multiple Gladiators. And this is where the pressure starts to mount for Shock. Proper almost has a bomb, but needs to generate it quickly and put it in the right place, Lemon.
It's a 4v4, but not until Patafan joins the fray, and he also is so close to a visor. But Shock finally flipped over the point. Proper is going to the back with a pulse bomb. Kester has already found success. Proper has not, but maybe he made it off the sound barrier from Funny Astro prematurely, as Reiner was not a beneficiary to this. And Gladiators don't really have I like to stand on that at this point, but it seems like the kills that the DPS have been putting forward is enough for Gladiators to stand tall. It is 4-on-2 and Shock can't touch. 100-34 ends University.
And Reiner engages in the psychological warfare here against his former teammate C9, and then an acronym that I won't be describing.
That's my issue with the Gladiators, though, is that they're extremely confident people. Like, they have a reason to have the egos that they do, but remember what happened against the Dallas Fuel? They started teabagging, they started crouching on control, and look what happened. So just make sure that stays measured.
This is the untold danger of having a British person on your team, Lemon. The lad behavior becomes very irresponsible. Both teams now moving over towards the Winston. It feels like both Gladiators and Shock have a very similar read on how the game should be played at the moment. Shock, however, are leaving behind their previous rush flavor, where they had both the Moira and the Reaper, to return Finn to that all-important Ana, and this is going to make things a little bit more difficult for Reiner.
High ground already for the Shock. A bio lands on Shu and Proper hunts down his prey. What a move from Buddy Astro! Finn has been traded. Now you make this winnable if you're the Gladiators, and it will come down to the DPS as the tanks fell after that. Kilo and Proper with the headshot. I love the new UI as well to let us know that. And with that, Shock take the point first.
All right, Kilo had a pretty slow opening over on University, but somewhat making up for it now in this second stage as we head to the Gardens. Gladiators now, how do they try and make their entry here? Can they try and line up a Reiner dive alongside something like a Shu biotic grenade in order to make these squishy targets incredibly vulnerable?
Oh, Kilo, he smelled the dive coming, immediately backed away. Reiner drops to the point. Gladiators backline exposed. Funny Astro got bioed and finished. What a dive execution from the Shock. The disengage into the counterattack is lethal, and Shock haven't been touched yet.
That disengage counterattack, like you were talking about, Lemon, is so brutal because San Francisco Shock, they work like an elastic band. They just slap back at you with more force when you try and take that zone away because it involves so many resources. The Bardic Grenade and the leap from the Winston, and it means that Finn afterwards is so fearless that he can just baboon Ana his way over towards the stairwell and do a point-blank Bardic Grenade that hits multiple people and ensures the death of Funny Astro.
2 pulse bombs available, Proper and Kevster. I've been real good at landing these. Patafan chased away. A bio grenade from Finn. His Kevster and Reiner. Both pulse bomb misses, but Shu falls. Gladiators limited in resources as Violet bolsters his team with a sound barrier. Now if you're the Shock, you really need to, you can just cycle these ultimates. This feels very winnable, but the Gladiators start to invest. Now that Shu is back in the fight, the sound barrier, the primal, starts unleashing for the Gladiators, but is it enough to get them kills? Shock gapped them on University, and you're not seeing any signs of hope if you're the Gladiators with Patafin and Funny Astro gone. Shocker heading for more staggers. Reiner is low. Shu gives the nano to Reiner to keep him alive, and it's the re-engage for the Gladiators.
No Lucio still this time, but someone else is going to have to be responsible for touching that point. It's Kevster around the back. They found Violet. Both the DPS staring at this one, Lucio, but he gets out alive, and that demanded so much attention, Lemon, that Shu fell by the wayside. Sure, it's a cap for Gladiators, but now they are without their main healer, and Shock look poised to counterattack once more with a proper pulse bomb.
Oh, Shu and Funny Astro are dead, though, and Patafin was able to heal himself up, but a bio grenade from Finn hits Reiner. 2 immediately fall for the Gladiators as 99% ensues. Shock have recaptured, and they have defeated the Gladiators. Shields have gone down, and map 1 about to go to the Shock as we decide this on map 3.
And old friends continue to exchange blows. C9, says Kaluj. I think both of our lads here may have been slightly misrepresenting the case. It's okay. Some alternative news coming out of these main tanks. But one of the things I really want to highlight here is how Proper is very good at not doing a pulse bomb into recall combo. One of the things that Proper is very good at is identifying that if Proper misses the pulse bomb, it's generally close enough that it's going to force movement away from the area where that pulse bomb is, obviously, because no one wants to die to it. But Proper realizes that that entails a LA Gladiators player strafing in a straight line rather than doing the AD spam that keeps people alive in Overwatch and allowing for an easy track down on the Tracer and finish of the kill. And that's something that Proper uses to their advantage to almost guarantee a kill off every pulse bomb, whether it's the bomb that gets the kill or not.
So I think Finn got on the elevator and immediately landed a 3-man biotic grenade on the Gladiators, which forced them to just play a little bit passively until that effect has worn off, and the shock slam dunk from above. And Reiner is gone, but so is Finn, a 4v4, but limited heals for the shock as now the capture point is available. Kalush playing things safe. They have to with the low heals that they do have. Now Winston is a poke character. Kevster starts rounding the corner, see if he can sneak through highway side maybe to go towards the supports. But now that Finn is rounding the corner, we can see an actual fight take place. No high ground controls from either soldier, and speaking of which, Patafan is down, hunted by Kalush. A 5 versus 4 as Shock stopped the stairway choke. Kevster escapes through coast side to grab Mega Pack, while as the rest of the Gladiators are on the highway side. Shock have to choose who to dive, and it's Kilo who goes after Kevster, recalls away, limited blinks available as Kilo, well, he could have the attack visor at any second now, and the Gladiators may have to fall back.
Violet is doing a fantastic job as well as of healing for Finn, and it is a great advantage maybe to have a main support player now who's played professional Ana in these scenarios for so long, Lemon. It really gives you an understanding of what the Ana needs in order to best survive, and Violet is providing that in spades for Finn. And look at how much healing Violet's been able to do as well, because Finn was picked early. Just allowed for Violet to get an edge in generating this sound barrier, and yes, Gladiators will have an advantage when it comes to the nano boost, but this could be easily mitigated now by Violet. This is a continuum of play though, and Funny Astro could come out with an advantage later on by popping their own sound barrier later in the fight.
I wonder if Kevster will be able to kill Kilo before that attack visor unleashes. The pulse bomb is thrown, but is actually towards the supports. Gladiators still have that high ground control. Kilo and Violet reposition to help out Kalush. And Sound Barrier is dropped at the perfect time. Kalush still lives. The visor unleashed. Shu is hunted down. And there's a trade going down as well. 3 fall for the Shock. And despite only losing Shu, the Gladiators seem fine.
Oh, public enemy number 1 at the moment is Shu. Maybe to the detriment of Shock, to be honest, Lemon. Shu's getting dove so hard that Sanfran often put themselves into compromised positions in order to actually get that line of sight. However, it is still feeling pretty good if you're a Shock fan. 70% of the cap here on City Center has been gained, but remember that taking back this point is actually incredibly difficult because of that central pavilion providing a lot of physical cover to kite around when you're in a low player scenario. And so Shock need to win a fight incredibly cleanly to turn this around.
Oh man, the Gladiators are stubborn. They did not want to give up that high ground, but now they do as soon as the pulse bomb for Proper was thrown. Patafan repositions, hoping to get a good line of sight to the back line. The attack visor is out. Kilo diffs him. He got nanoed and right-click Patafan. The burst was too much. Now the Gladiators, they start to invest too. The sound barrier, the primal, they gotta make up for Patafan's loss. Kevster needs to go big with the pulse bomb, but goes big with his pistols just by itself. Shock have Kalush sleeping. They're losing space and losing time. Proper is squashed, and Gladiators hoping to take back a lead.
Gladiators looking very good here and get that final kill on Violet as well, which will hurt and allow Gladiators to generate enough percentage here to be in the lead, Lemon. That was a big investment fight for both of these teams, and for San Francisco Shock, that is bad news bad, because they aren't going to have a real playmaking potential until at least overtime. Kilo needs to spam away very hard here to try and get access to that visor, but it will not be bolstered by a nano.
Gladiators immediately wanted the high ground, but what a stick from Kevster! We said he needed to show up, and so he did! The supports of the Shock are gone at 90+% for the Gladiators. They just have to finish off the rest. Kalush tries to escape. He's hunted down. Kilo's now getting staggered. Kevster is popping off, and the Gladiators just have to wait for overtime to finish. Proper's on highway side. He'll keep the overtime wick burning. Violet is right behind, and there's still 2 coming back from spawn from Shock. This is not looking good for them.
Kevster here showing off exactly what a veteran can do. It's a big stick, but a nano given over now. Onto Kevster, trying to be the tracer difference it was seen. But Kilo has now got auto aim. Doesn't matter while you're sprinting. Can't fire the heavy pulse rifle, Lemon. And Gladiators are going to take Oasis. We framed this as a battle between 2 gargantuan teams, but one that was loaded with veterans one that assembled the Infinity Gauntlet of some of the best players that had already been in the league, and the team that went out to Korea, scouted the best in O2 Blast, turned them into their academy team, and picked up the best that they could find. But towards the end there, it was really a continuum of play from Kevster, all about that survivability that showed exactly what a veteran brings to the table, knowing when to get aggressive and when to play to live. Proper maybe coming in with the sharp aim and the mastermind tactics, but Kevster is the boy who lived. Can the Dark Lords of San Francisco Shock strike back? We'll find out after this break. Kevin Kevster Person, the boy who lived. That's what I called him at the end of our first segment, Lemon. And I was not kidding. On Oasis University, Kevster went 7-0, and in the map overall, you can see that this kid barely died. 3.5 deaths per 10 minutes. I think he died 4 times overall across 3 rounds of Oasis, including one that was lost. And hero damage per 10 is looking spicy as well. Kevster coming out hot on the Tracer is so important here, Lemon, because Proper has been prodigious on that Tracer thus far in the season as we head in to map 2.
Yeah, I think the shakiest part of this whole series, I mean, we have so many high-quality players, as you've already mentioned. I really can't pick up, like, one weak link. But it came back to University, the very first round, where the Shock lost by a quite significant margin, and I think it just came down to trying to force these 4v5 fights, and that's where that confidence needs to be measured. That's something we brought up in the pre-show. Everyone thinks they're incredible players, but you also need to know when to back down. Both these teams have been talking a lot of smack in the match chat, including some ratios being thrown around, some undeserved C9s, but we're gonna settle this beef on the streets of Manhattan now. Both these teams have been to Manhattan, or Midtown specifically, once each, but I'd like to point out that the Shock lost Midtown against the Houston Outlaws, unable to cap B when Houston went all the way to finish the map, and the Gladiators went up against the New York Excelsior on Midtown, and they looked really good.
Yeah, maybe a crack in the armor here for San Francisco Shock. Full held, bloody hell. Well, I guess that gives us our first point of contention here, Lemon. Will San Francisco Shock be able to break through the Gladiators' first point defense? There are multiple methods that we've seen teams try and embrace to take this first point. Some of them just like to go around the outside, go to the point, and beg for a team to come and attack them in this close quarter zone. But it does mean that if you leave someone like Shu untempered and unharassed on a high ground, that free casting Ana is going to become a big problem for you.
See how much of a problem it is. Proper thinks maybe they're sitting at Metro. No dice. We go back. We go again. Proper's on the Tracer. And by the way, if you say Proper 3 times, Avril will appear like a fairy in your room and tell you all about the wisdom of his Proper future MVP. But either way, the Shock have already rotated left side, going through the high ground. Bio already used from Finn. And Shu lands one on the Finn and Kilo. But that's something that the Gladiators really can engage in such a tiny building, low ceilings. Ryder's not a fan. Now you see the Shock going to the next building, hoping to set up Kilo maybe on the 2nd level, and Kaluj may want to start pressuring the point, maybe even waiting for the bubble cooldown, because that's what's going to help Kaluj hold the space.
Check out Shu counter-rotating here alongside Padapan as well. This is going to be a very difficult area to hit, but that's a lovely Barter Grenade. What a combo from both Finn and Kaluj to chase down Shu, but Kaluj went a touch too far and was punished by Kevster.
Yeah, both tanks. Interesting maneuvers. Kaluj didn't want to just prioritize the objective, put a bubble down, and force the Gladiators to come to them. Kaluj just dove on the Gladiators, and Reiner sat there not really knowing, should I peel for Kaluj? Should I step up to Finn and Violet, who were obviously hiding in the building next to the point? So now we go into fight number 2. The Gladiators hoping to displace the Shock. A pulse from Proper. So close, but no stick. Kevster's ready with his. Shock are hiding. The dodge on the pulse. Good speed from Violet. Finn delivers now the nano to Kaluj, and Shu and Funny Astro are dead. What a biotic grenade from Finn once again. Shock not out of the woods yet, though. It is a 3v1 or something like that, so it should be the point for the Shock.
Kaluj and Kilo, for 2 brand new teammates, were doing a fantastic job there of getting some body blocking done for the more vulnerable Soldier 76. Kaluj trying their best to keep Kevster inside that fire station and making sure that Kevster had to invest a blink, which would be a much more easy to track piece of movement than randomized WAS and D in order to move past him there, and kept Kilo alive to clutch out that point. So this time, no first point hold for the LA Gladiators, and once again, just as on Oasis, we are seeing that Shu is possibly one of the more vulnerable parts of this roster, and San Fran are looking to exploit that.
Nano Visor from Gladiators. Finn used the Nano last fight, so Kilo will have to go vanilla on this one. The Shock hoping to dive this high ground, put pressure on the Padafan. He's waiting for the right moment that the Shock really show themselves. You want the Shock to be fully exposed for this Tac Visor to come out so they don't just dive out of its forehead. But already some pressure exposed. The Tac Visor starts from Patafan. Doesn't need the Nano. They don't want to invest both of those. Reiner with the Primal Rage against Kilo's. Tac Visor immediately shredded and done with as the Shock has to run for the hills because guess who's knocking at your door? It's Reiner with the Primal Rage, and Kalush is going to match that too. A huge investment of ultimates from both sides as a late sound barrier will bolster Bunny Astro's team and help Gladiators take a defensive fight.
Both teams invest heavily here, Lemon, because they know how important it is to try and control this first area. We've seen even a team like London Spitfire hold here for minutes and minutes and minutes, but it's not so quite up close as you'd expect from a Reinhardt like Hardy. Instead, Reiner just wants to command the high ground so they can drop down onto the San Francisco Shock without having to invest a leap. However, that location is going to be noted by Proper, and this is why the Tracer plays the off angle.
Got the Nano from Shu over to Reiner, pressuring down. Kilo receives the Nano from Finn. Is it enough damage? It is. Reiner down before he could use the Primal. You see the frustration on his face. Shu can't dodge this. Bunny Astro skates away. Kilo chose the wrong door. His supports will lead him to victory, and the Shock can break through it out of their spot.
That millimetric distance between the Primal Rage being able to be popped and not is exactly what we expected out of this game as a whole, Lemon. We knew that these teams were going to be incredibly closely competitive, and just these tiny little millisecond by millisecond decisions, mistakes, hits and misses are what's going to define who in the end is going to walk away with a victory. This is a deep dive here from Reiner, but of course does have the Primal Rage to back himself up if need be.
Oh, a bit of a disconnect from Kevster and Reiner on their engage. Patafan wasn't in position yet. It costed them Kevster. Reiner tries to just buy time with the Primal Rage as Kilo forces everyone away from the Gladiators with the Tactical Visor, but there's a re-engage from the defense just in time. Forces out the sound barrier from Violet. That was Kevster throwing out the Pulse Bomb. Kilo trying to cap this as fast as possible, and so they do. The Shock now have 3 minutes for point C.
Unfortunately, it was a bit of a haphazard engagement there from Reiner, just trying his best to make sure that car would not reach the final zone. And yet here it is, a 3-minute time bank for the last part of Midtown. This is one of the longest we've seen in Overwatch League thus far, Lemon, because the second point has proven itself one of the most defensible in the game thus far. LA Gladiators now, they have to try and make a concerted effort to control the high ground, and that's why Kev's just moving up here to try and challenge Kaluj, who has to disengage into Finn's zone of influence.
2 Nanos available. Kilo has been the recipient more often than not. Reiner, the recipient of Shu's love. Now it's the battle of high grounds. Blinking, you might miss it. Kevster ready to drop. A recall used from Proper as he's close to Primal. And Finn used the Nano onto Kilo, and that extra damage just pushed back the Gladiators. A bio from Finn hits Reiner, and that's a reset from them. The Shock head towards point C.
One of the things about this sort of like naked Nano onto Kilo is that it really doesn't betray the tempo of what San Francisco Shock are going to do in the next fight when you come into this, and Gladiators have tracked that, hey, there's no visor, so we don't have to worry as much about Kilo. But Kilo is just as accurate without the visor. Speaking of which, Patafan Nano visor slips! Unbelievable!
Oh, and he's not getting woke anytime soon. Gladiators down and off. Bunny Astro uses the sound barrier. Now it's a 5 versus 4 after the Tactical Visor was eventually woken up to kill Kilo. The Shock can't believe it. Thought they could dive past it. Now, a very eager engage from Reiner and friends. Squashes Finn and Violet, buying even more time for the defense.
Reiner has to be careful here. I think it's actually LOSing Shu. Look, Shu's in the left-hand side. It's going to be chased out by Kaluj. There might have to be a touch of body blocking here as Reiner has to pop the Primal Rage. Still the car untouched for now. There's plenty of time for San Francisco Shock to play with Lemon. And Reiner's just going to be forced to bat air for now.
At least with the extra health that he had, he made sure that the high ground was cleared from Proper. It's an important position to be in. Now Gladiators have really just a pulse bomb, but it's Kilo that wants this high ground for the Tactical Visor. Not having the Nano this time, and as long as he dodges sleep, it should be fine. Now Reiner engages the high ground, pressures it down, splits up the team with the bubble, and Reiner didn't drop in time. Now the tank is out of the picture, and Kilo will rise, and Gladiators may fall, but what a sleep. Kilo is down for the count for now, but Shock are still meters away from completing the map.
Finn ain't the only one who can hit a sleep between the glasses, if you know what I'm saying. Kaluj trying their best to gatekeep at the moment, but already Kevster hitting themselves a pulse one, misses it for now, and there's going to be an all-out brawl for the cart here as Kilo once again is given over Nano, and it's going to be all about the aim from the Soldier Lemon.
Ton of kills from the Shock. They got to win this quick without Finn. They might struggle in heals. Gladiators have the closer spawns. Violet is still kicking around, and Kevster's kicking dirt. You got a 3-on-2. Now the Primal Rage from Kaluj will quite literally displace the Gladiators from the Fire Twuck, and we're just 10 seconds away. The Shock can't reset at this point. Patafan needs to become a target. He has the tactical visor, no nano, and you don't even need it. But the bubble was not bursted. Shock protected themselves for now. It's a 3-on-4 as the Gladiators spawns keep them reinforced, and the sound bear from Buddy Astro, and Buddy Astro even got nanoed, but anyway, it'll be enough to keep the defense alive.
I'm never sure if the Funny Astro nanos are intentional, Lemon, because yes, Funny Astro is a more DPS-based Lucio than many, but Funny Astro also has a inadvertent ability to kind of just appear from nowhere and steal a nano. It's kind of very interception-based nano Lucio. Gladiators as well holding it just at the end here of the Grand Central Terminal. And I think that it all came down to Shu being ferried out pretty fast by Funny Astro. I think that Funny Astro actually waited a couple of moments in spawn to allow Shu to return a touch more quickly. And then Shu had a huge amount of safe space to try and heal from, because if you think about the angles coming out of that defensive spawn, in order to actually do damage into that area, I've got to go in there physically, which means leaving the cart and making it much more difficult to dislodge the defenders who are contesting that. Or you've got to try and overextend beyond the 90-degree angle of the attackers, which is where they have their own preferable cover, and into a far more exposed area where someone like Padapan or Reiner can demolish you.
Well, let's see who's going to get demolished in this next round, shall we? The Shock already looking better than their Midtown approach against Houston. Kilo not having to panic and go to the Sombra, but I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me if I needed a new pair of glasses, but Kilo and Proper switching things up. Wasn't it Kilo on the Soldier, Proper on the Tracer?
Oh, might be that.
I gotta quiz you. I'm pretty sure that's the case, but either way, we'll see how this different look helps. Gladiators, maybe, or the Shock setting up on Metro and immediately giving that up.
An interesting choice here. Maybe Proper would be, I don't know, because Kilo would be the one to play the Reaper as well. So this may betray that in the future, San Francisco Shock would go to like a Reaper Soldier competition with something like a Zarya from Kaluj. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Kaluj is a notably poggers Zarya.
Yeah, Proper has played some Soldier when Sam has been in the lineup to play Genji. So, I mean, Proper's a flexible guy. Avril wouldn't name him his future MVP if it wouldn't be the case. But Reiner is in a whole heck of trouble. Biotic grenaded, the bubble not enough to save him. Shock start heading, or the Gladiators start heading for the point. 2 DPS already capping that, and the Shock. Let's see if they can recontest. Kilo is creeping around.
I mean, it feels like the capture points take a little bit longer now in Overwatch 2 to capture, and you can see that Kilo is poised for this, but actually blinks away in the end. And that actually opened with Kevster killing Kilo very early. You can see that reflected in Kilo's ult charge as well. Did not get to survive in the midst of a fight for long, and this is a real challenge for Kilo, going up against a veteran Tracer player who really understands their limits and how to interact with their support zone of influence.
Already a first pick for the defense. Reiner is obviously a primary source of Gladiators' engage and initiative, so they'll just kind of hang around the cart. And Kilo and Proper, this maybe gives them some space to head on that left side flank near the corner. They'll just have to be careful as Patafan will be holding that down. Shu supporting him. Reiner rounds the corner, and you can see a dive about to happen, especially with Shu's nano available before Finn. We'll see when the Gladiators want to pull the trigger.
Kilo for now, keeping the flank in check. Begging Kevster for a duel, but Kevster knows that is well within Finn's zone and would be incredibly dangerous. Looking for a stick. Everyone dodges away. Lemon, no dynamic opening this time, but Reiner has arrived on the scene, and San Francisco Shock gonna have to back off here for a second as they figure out how to make the next engagement. It's Kaluj jumping in, Proper with a nano visor.
Proper's in the backline with a gun. Oh, you're toast. That's a 3K immediately making a 4K. The Shock stand tall on the bridge. And Shu, I mean, he had nano first. I wonder why he's so shy about using it.
Yeah, Shu maybe not having Padapan in the best position there to try and negotiate out a well-placed nano visor. Kevster still hidden, and you could see that San Francisco Shock were making a concerted effort to try and search for him. But now might be able to stab into the backline and force out some cooldowns before the nano visor from Shu and Patafan.
Already a soft dive from Reiner. He can be even more aggressive if he wants, just maybe worried about what Kaluj will do to his backline. And then divey dive, it's about trading backlines. There is Reiner's dive. We'll watch if Shu will survive against Kaluj. Shu climbs up, and Nano's Patafan, tactical visor unleashed. The sound barrier too, a huge investment from the Gladiators as Violet tried to protect the team with the sound barrier. It's too late. Patafan, it's his turn for the 4K. And the Gladiators are on the cart, and because they got so much push with it, this could be a point B cap.
Did you see Patafan going, no, when Reiner denied his ace? Oh, big BM from the big tank man. Patafan slightly bullied by his own team here, and San Francisco Shock will get themselves a quick contest, but they won't last here for long, Lemon. And in the end, these will only be staggers. And yet again, an almost record-breaking time bank on third point is going to be displayed. LA Gladiators with 4:20 to blaze through this last point. And Kevster, where will you be putting this pulse on at the moment? It seems like Finn has been a preferable target for Kevster, and why wouldn't it be? The Ana is so valuable to get rid of because it means that Kaluch has to play so much more defensively and play the shield for their own life instead of using it to block the opposing Ana's healing.
Oh, Kevster thought about the pulse, blinked into the bubble. Kaluj not really low enough to get much out of it, except maybe Finn closer to a nano. Kaluj getting pressured. The Reiner Primal Rage is actually pushing Kaluj into his own, into Reiner's team, but it still doesn't turn into a kill because Kaluj ended up using his own Primal as well. But that's a bionic grenade from Finn hitting Patafan and Shu. Proper reacts with the tactical visor, not even needing the nano this time, and no kills coming through. Shu gives the nano to Reiner, a great sleep from Finn. Reiner still dives deeper and deeper, going after the supports, but the backline trades going in favor of the Shock. But how long will this last? Gladiators fall, but they got plenty of time to make this work.
Whether it's Proper or Kilo playing with Soldier 76 Lemon, the ethos of that San Francisco Shock remains the same. Stick that nano on the Soldier and let your aimers go to work, and aim they certainly have. Proper getting a quick double there, no visor required. And that now means that Funny Astro has to contend with the idea, do I expend my sound barrier for a visor that doesn't really have any additional meat behind it? Because those could be quite easily kited, and if you do end up having to expend your sound barrier there, things can get messy.
Patafan's like, hey, Kevster, you need some help, and just gets absolutely domed by Proper. So yeah, a number advantage for the defense of the Shock. This allows them to maybe take some flanks. It's still the Kilo versus Kevster Tracer duel no one was really expecting. Still recalls being used. Reiner starts stepping forward. You have sound barriers available for both teams, but it's the visor first from Patafan. Sound barrier from Funny Astro and Violet to counter. Kilo is down. Number advantage for the attack as they start pushing Shock against the wall. Vax about to hit the floor. Gladiators are out of ults unless Reiner can survive long enough for the Primal Rage, and it might be the case. 2 fall for the Shock. A 5 versus 3. Finn needs to stay alive. He's closest to Nano, and Proper will be depending on him as the win con for the Shock. A great sleep hits Reiner, but he is woke, and the defense asleep. The Gladiators will go to series point.
What a positioning from Reiner, just primal raging in that doorway where everyone was gathered up from a San Francisco Shock to try and support a Proper who needed body blocking. He was so low, but he had been antied. There was no healing that was being available. You had to keep Reiner at bay somehow and maybe try and fashion a way to get the tactical visor, which was ready, out into the midst of the action. The LA Gladiators, they made sure that that hole was very thoroughly covered. What a performance on one of their best maps. And San Francisco Shock, like we said at the beginning of this match, Lemon, the most they've been tested so far is against the Houston Outlaws. And I can tell you, while that match may have been fun, this one's no yeehaw. We'll see if their spirits rise up after this break.
Attention all artists! Are you listening? We love seeing your art submissions this season. Don't forget to share your fan art celebrating the Overwatch League to get a chance to be featured in our fan art gallery.
Art has influence, Lemon. Do you know what else has influence?
Yeah.
Some members of the LA Gladiators. We've seen some C9s in the chat posted on Oasis. They weren't necessarily accurate, but after the end of Midtown, we got the nicest guy in Southeast Asia joining in on the C9 train, Padapan declaring it. Of course, Padapan hailing from Thailand, some would say the most successful Southeast Asian player in the entirety of Overwatch, now on the LA Gladiators. And, well, doubters proved wrong. Where are you now? Padapan doing just fine against a lot of people's favorite team in the San Francisco Shock. However, this match is far from over, Lemon. Heading into our next map, San Francisco Shock. They've had a little bit of a longer break now to try and confer with the strategists to gather round Mount Krusty and be espoused upon the wisdom of multi-Coach of the Year accolade winner. Will it be enough to take back Route 66?
I love everything you said, minus Mount Krusty. I never want to go there ever. It sounds weird.
Summit for crust, Lemon.
But you gotta strategize around the potential first loss of the San Francisco Shock all season. They've been undefeated. They've been 4-0. The Gladiators only lost a reverse sweep. Some may say unlucky. But hey, the egos have been kept in check. I mean, Kempster's popping off so much that, I mean, he's getting nanoed. And I think we're gonna continue towards maybe more Tracer Soldier as we'll wait to see what the offense want to run with. But we've gone away from the Genji meta, it seems, at least in this match.
Yeah, I think both of these teams have just been enjoying what good Tracers they have. Both Proper and Kevster have been particularly impressive. And one of the things that makes Kevster such an asset on the Tracer is that Kevster is a pretty solo player. He's not very resource intensive, Lemon, doesn't require much taking care of, and that means a huge amount of resources can be pumped into Padapan.
Now, you see a lot of Brigidas being used on Widow-heavy maps. Sometimes Route 66, I usually see it more on Gibraltar, a Circuit Royale, so Violet brings it out every once in a while. Proper, not happy with his chances of getting a shot in. So the Shock now utilizing the Ashe. Now this is a unique situation where the Ashe proves to be a pretty good anti-dive hero with the Coach Gun pushing an incoming Winston dive. So the Shock kind of rocking the low ground right now. Reiner right above. He's already been Coach Gun back. Kilo dangerously low. Reiner already splitting the front line to the back line as Reiner disengages.
I love the choice here to make the early engagement as well, even though it's not the main tactical concern of the Gladiators. It gives San Francisco Shock, who are down 0 and 2, no breathing room to think about strategy, and that's so important to continue choking out a team. Shu's gonna fall, and yes, San Francisco Shock will move forward, but how will they handle a re-engagement from the LA Gladiators when Kevster can try and open things up with a pulse bomb, and he's still alive, by the way, so can get a much better position.
Yeah, it's good that the Gladiators at least took that fight that early to guarantee themselves a second one. Funny Asher and Shu trying to get in line of sight of Reiner to help him on this engage. It does expose them to someone like Kilo. Kilo's hanging around on the left side. Padapan almost got picked from a bio grenade from Finn at long range. Now the Shock, what a stick! Kevster fights Finn! Limited heal now for the Shock, but you can rely on Violet. Gotta group up around the rally as Padapan, he has the nano, he has the visor, and he has the kills. Already 2 and now 3 gone. Gladiators will stabilize.
Admittedly there, I think that Finn had a long arching effect from that first engagement with the Bardic grenades, and it forced for the usage of the nano visor when arguably you could have won that with just Kevster's pulse bomb, but Finn and Kaluj doing such bits early in the fight meant that they had to bounce back a little bit harder on the LA Gladiators. Now at least there is going to be a sound barrier. That's going to be answered by the rally. Var has to generate that first, and Kaluj has been nano to force everyone off of Big Girl's lovely sleep.
Big sleep. Kaluj down. Reiner can be aggressive. He has a sounder. He has primal. He can get more value while Kaluj was displaced for a second. Violet has to rally. Kilo is down. The Shock struggling against the Reiner Primal Rage and is shoving Finn into a locker and taking his lunch money. Violet has been backing him up. Finn never died through all of that. Great packs from Violet as Proper is demolishing everyone else that still lives. And that will be enough for Shock to cap point A.
Okay, Proper had a pretty productive halftime. Like, wait, is this losing? I don't like this. This sucks. Let's stop. Let's just not lose. One of the most interesting interactions in that fight there, which I found oddly hilarious, was that I think that Reiner was primal raging Finn as Finn shot asleep, and it meant that Finn missed Reiner because they got hit midway through a sleep cast, and it actually hit Kevster instead, and that meant Kevster could have been easily executed by Proper, getting rid of one of the most important players on the Gladiators who could not afford to get slapped.
Finn is so alpha, he's just frontlining and he's gathering so much attention. And meanwhile, this has been enough of a distraction for Kilo to be picking off people. I think he's somewhere on the right side on an off angle. Dynamite will force Patafin to drop down the stairs. Proper is on the hunt, finishes off him. And the Shock has so much momentum. And Reiner can't escape. Now the Shock are halfway to point B.
So let's talk about the whys of the Ashe right now that Kilo's born out, because it's not the most common pick here, and one of the whys is that you have the coach gun, not only for repositioning, but also to deny the Reiner dive. And that means that there's a 2-filter system, which stops Reiner from being able to dive on top of Finn, both the whip shot and the blast back too.
Good body block from Kaluj in the top right. You kind of had to deal with this bubble. Gladiators are somewhat safe. Patafin gets nanoed. It was a little early, but as soon as he's in the right position, Patafin delivers an instant double kill. Finn, I mean, he's 1 HP. He ain't gonna expose himself for this. And Kaluj Primal Rage was hoping to get some kind of trade, but not enough attention was given to Patafin, and he stood tall. So Shock got to reset.
And the other thing about Kilo playing the Ashe is that you can get those one-shot headshots onto Kevster. Of course, the limited health pool of a Trace, only 150 Lemon, means that if you're scoped in with the Viper, the big old rifle that Ashe has, you can just get rid of that Trace to give him no chance to recall and no escapability.
Like Proper's angle on this left side. Sees Finn might be chased down by Reiner. Reiner was already low. Soundery is very early in this fight from Bunny Astro as Patafin is shooting from Jupiter. And Kaluj just jumps on him right away. I think he might even got nanoed by Finn. It's now the late rally. Gives a bit of overhealth for the Shock to keep this momentum running. Great peels from Reiner, who is still trucking around with a Primal Rage somewhere. Now at the end of the cave, Reiner will have to be the one that helps us re-engage, but they don't have the manpower to keep this going, so the Shock should be cruising to point B.
And they might not have the DPS to get rid of Kaluj either, who's so close to that Primal Rage Lemon. LA Gladiators, yes, they are losing, but they are managing to lose slowly at least. There's only going to be 2.5 minutes to try and get through the third point here of Route 66. And this is where Padapan and Shu can make good use of that high ground on top of the old very freedom truck that's provided. And Violet here actually can do a much better job than the Lucio of supporting their Tracer midway through the duel with armor packs.
Ryder wish he got any support. The Nana was rather given to Kevster, hoping to get maybe more value out of the counter dive, but Kaluj is surviving quite well, just pummeling Kevster, not allowing him to get close to any of his supports, but Kaluj has to be careful, and he disengages at the perfect time at around the 100 HP mark to help help Finn or Violet get close to their support ultimates for the final fight of C.
Alright, so Kevster here on the Genji is an interesting choice. You can get a couple of nice Shuriken fans onto the Brigitte, but I'm not sure if this is the correct choice to make, Lemon. At least you're looking for a win condition with a Nano Wave, but I don't know if you're going to have time to build to that Proper around the back looking for a stick. It's just going to be finished off easily.
Yeah, it's tough to stick a soldier with those shoes on, but as he was tunneling onto the Ana, you just have a random Bunny Astro just fragging out. The cart is pushing. Shock have a minute 20. Now Gladiator, their backs are against the wall, and they're not making any headway. Bunny Astro dies with Soundberry, so you gotta hope that he can live, or that the team can hold on for long enough. The tactical visor is used late. The Shock were already disengaging, but they didn't fully leave. They were in mini-pack room. Patafin not able to get the staggers he was hoping for. Gladiators stabilized for now.
I have put on my tactical visor goggles and all I see is a poor decision made. Right there, Padapan may have been slightly nervous about losing a fight into the dregs of a shock, but the disengage was clean. Speaking of engages, it's going to be Reiner straight into the midst of the Gladiators, backed up by the barrier.
Oh, Soundbear engage and Kester, he's feeling himself. 3K slicing and dicing. Finally, the 3-1 trade happens, but the Shock are down for the count and 30 seconds remain. We'll yet to find out if they can even complete the map.
No nano required, Lemon, as well. That means it's still in the bag for Reiner. And think about how long Reiner can stay in the middle of San Francisco Shock now. If you make an engagement with that nano, you take 50% less damage. And then on top of that, once you actually get low, bonus HP, popping the primal already has to be done, though. So much pressure onto Reiner from his early engage with the Glads.
Oh, Proper took so much damage with the pulse bomb. And meanwhile, Reiner got nanoed, and he just killed 3! The Titan alive in the backline for so long. Kalush hoping to have the same value, but he's just jumping up and down. Shock in a great position, but can they keep it going? Overtime into effect. Patafan with the tactical visor right on the card. Kalush got nanoed. He got slept. He's woke, but he needs some help. The dive from the Gladiators maybe stuffs some of the heals. Violet presents himself to Patafan, who takes him down. The overtime wick still burns for the Shock as it's 4v4, but Gladiators have the closer respawns, and Shock can't seem to put a dent into the ironclad defense of the Gladiators.
Kilo arrived on the Widowmaker, but I think they're actually getting spawn capped there by Kevster. Either that or it was a reflected headshot, and Kilo's first shot taken went through his own skull. A big stop at the end of Route 66 here, and San Francisco Shock, Lemon. They couldn't complete Midtown, and they couldn't complete Route 66, so now they must prove themselves as a defensive team. Look up there in the top right of your screen. 4-0. San Francisco Shock fans were feeling very confident coming into this. Yes, LA Gladiators were going to be one of the most fearsome opponents that they faced yet. They managed to trounce the Cowboys. They managed to raise the ante there. But right here, Lemon, when I have a look at this hand of cards, I think it's all 1s and 2s.
Yeah, I don't think either of these teams have played Route 66 yet. It came down to Reiner's dive so low. Primal Rage at the perfect moment and traps all 3, the supports and Kilo. And he got nanoed later on just to keep him involved in this fight. It was such a crazy play.
What a nano as well. Huge primal mechanics. Love to see it. LA Gladiators. If they could 3-0 this, I think that would repair Reiner's fractured mental from the reverse sweep that was given over by Dallas. And at that point, we have to ask, like, was it a little bit of a fluke from Big Gladiators that they got reverse swept by Dallas and they started off 2-0 upwards? However, this is not over yet. Gladiators could be reverse swept again. I'll try not to speak it into existence, but sorry, Glads fans, if it comes to happen.
Yeah, that was still a pretty good push from the Shock just to get even close to the end. Just means we won't be going into another round. Gladiators, they can get to that point, the finish line at the end of the map. They will be giving Shock their first loss of the season, and I don't think anyone could have predicted a 3-0. No one has that level of confidence, but Gladiators just chilling on the card. High ground, Big Earls owned by the Shock. Violet hoping to just babysit Finn, and already flails Reiner away, who even got coach gunned by Kilo. They take a ton of damage though, as it took the Shock a second to fall down from that high ground. Now the left side controlled by the Gladiators. Counter dive from Kalush, already claims Funny Astro. Reiner hopes to get the same value. Kilo coach guns away. Reiner's trying to right click. He doesn't want to approach. He likes the safety of his bubble. And as the dust settles, Gladiators are heading for the hills after losing Shu.
This gives us a little bit more time to talk about the focus of these comps as well. Having Violet on the Predator means a little bit more protection for Finn, especially when Reiner's diving from that whip shot we mentioned before, and of course the Inspire uptime. But also it allows for Proper to get a lot more direct healing through those armor packs, which can sustain healing on Proper when they're out of the zone of influence of the Ana. And that's very different from Funny Astro, who needs to be in aura range in order to provide that healing. And that's why Kevster has to spend a lot more time searching for these health packs, and Proper can spend a lot more time fragging.
Kalush's dives are so lethal. I think it's because Reiner is needing to spend so much extra time getting flailed, coach gun, that Kalush can just jump on the Funny Astro, along with the bio from Finn that has been, I feel like, hitting someone at least every single time, every fight. And Shocker getting value quicker.
Yeah, it means that Funny Astro kind of becomes a big target, and while Funny Astro is busy being harassed by Kalush, speaking of which, Banano's given over, Shu becomes more vulnerable. Big stick.
Kevster starts out this fight strong for the Gladiators, who are left with less than 2 minutes just to cap A. Kilo sends Bob on the cart to contest. The Gladiators are on the right side. They have Nano Panafan, but he doesn't want to be in hug distance from Kalush. Do you understand the social distance regulations happening right now? And the rally's been invested from the shock. And Reiner's against the wall. He can contest with the Primal Rage and decides not to. Gladiators reset again.
Doesn't want to stagger himself there. At least Funny Astro's coming up upon the sound barrier, and the sound barrier can be used a little bit more laissez-fairely now that there's no major stimulus that needs to be answered, Lemon. But speaking of major stimuli, LA Gladiators missed out on their chance there to use the Nano Visor. That's one of their major win cons and one of the main ways that this composition has an advantage over the Gash. Speaking of whom, flattened underfoot by Reiner.
Finally, Gladiators get some headway on their dives. A 5 versus 4. Reiner got slept and Panafan woke him, thinking this is a killable situation. And they execute. Now a few more meters for the Gladiators. They just have to hold on. Finn steps into Reiner's bubble to bio. Now that's some baboon on a gameplay if I've ever seen it, but it doesn't yield shock anything. And now finally Gladiators cap A.
I'm loving the Braveranas who are like, you know what, there's not a second tank to bully me right now. I'm just going to walk inside the shield and nade. What are you going to do? Zap me? I've got healing here too, man. Proper. Pulsum in hand, people grouped tightly together. This is an easy one if ever I saw it. Panafan actually runs into Reiner. Extra damage done.
Reiner disengaging, the shock chasing them down, proper recalls. I don't think they want to be too over aggressive. And they've really kept, gotten more composed since Oasis University, where it felt like Shock just always wanted to engage. But Gladiators, they have a huge ult advantage coming up.
And I love that Shock just have augmented their composition entirely to give Proper a couple more advantages in this duel. Panafan's already anti big sleep. Shu's just built different, man.
Now the nano from Panafan, you gotta go big here while the monkey is asleep and has found Finn's hiding spot. And through the nano, through the fire and the flames, Panafan still goes on, and the Gladiators now can carry this momentum towards point B.
And while this momentum may be good for the Gladiators, Lemon, we can't ignore the overall trend of the time bank, which is much lower than the San Francisco Shocks. They got through the first point so much more quickly, and Gladiators were stymied by the Brigitte-Ash combo. Still, Bob going to be a huge amount of HP, which can settle itself on the cart, and auto-aim, which is so important when you're against these slippery little targets like a Kevster from the back with a stick. Sick hit to Ash, and Bob made it over onto high ground.
At least Kilo's replaced by Bob. Hopefully Bob does something. Bob's now on the high ground, dominating. And the Gladiators didn't want to deal with that. Probably invested the sleep to deal with Kalush. Reiner dangerously low, not in the safety of the bubble, especially anti-nated from Finn. Both teams' cards are falling. Shu is pressured by Proper. The flanks from the Shock are so strong. And if Gladiators lose this, it's gonna be a tough one to get back. And even through the Gladiators having such a big ult advantage, it's barely scraping by. It's just Funny Astro on the cart, and Reiner is there too. And I guess they cap.
Oh, Proper there. Went in for a blink melee on Kevster, who was so low. And Shu identified that Kevster was going to be in that space so low, so throws in a nade. I think it was hoping to heal Kevster. And unfortunately, Proper just blinks into it in the meantime and dies to that. And that could have been what actually stopped there being any contest. It was a bloody, messy fight, Lemon. And it feels like San Francisco Shock are giving it their all as Funny Astro gives it the sound barrier here.
Dive. Reiner was also slept. Kalush doing more damage and doing a heck a lot more with the Bridal. Has already killed Panafan. If he slept, that's fine. That means he lives a little longer. He'll dive back towards the team, and Shock have boarded away the storm.
And while it may have been a second point cap, this is by no means done and dusted for the LA Gladiators. Shot can hold this area so well with the long range of the Ash moving down this long line of sight. Oh, the chase from Kevster is so brutal, and the anti-nade lasted just a touch too long. Kaluj is gone, the front line has disappeared, Lemon, and now it's down to the squishier members of a Shock to try and keep this cart at bay. But how do you stand up against the Nanovite? You sleep it. Oh my goodness, no way!
And you kill it with a pulse bomb of all things. Kaluj sleeping, but the kills still follow from the Shock. Kilo is removing these high ground members of the Gladiators, who are left with less than a minute, but the box of victory in their sight.
Less time, Lemon, less tools, but more distance that the cart has covered. Bob is ready to go. Bob is ready to do something. And think about Violet here with this rally as well. One of the main advantages of rally at the moment is that because it provides overhealth, it's not affected by the anti-nade. If they get hit by that nade, I would expect to see a reactive rally just to give it over that additional health.
Oh, the pulse bomb thrown into a clump of people. I was about to scream my head off for Kevster for a second, but he still kills Finn. And Violet might have to use the rally soon, but they're so split. Bob has slept, but he is awake. Gladiators on the card. Patafan gets dove on by Kaluj, as Violet will assist with the overhealth of the rally. And Gladiators immediately reset. They don't want to waste any more time, but they got a couple more seconds. Someone has to touch. And is anyone there from the Gladiators? There is not. So the Shock will take the map.
No 3-0 sweeps today, Lemon. This is the series we were promised, and hell, it could even be the dream of a reverse sweep. Or should I say, if you're a Gladiators fan, the unfortunate deja vu, the recurring nightmare, the terror in the night that is once again potentially a reverse sweep. It's all going to come down to what happens on map 4, but the adjustments here for San Francisco Shock, we need to see if they're map dependent or if they are an overall understanding of how to deal with Kevster being able to div proper earlier on in those maps by giving additional resources in the form of the armor packs. It's time for some soul searching for the LA Gladiators to try and finish us out in 4. We'll see you after this break.
Overwatch League champions! Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco shot!
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied. I mean, what more can you ask in the shot? This is going to be a wild ride. Violet is cracked. He's out of his mind.
I say that justice. Okay.
Tasted everything right now.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Sam is deadlifting right now, actually.
Tennis is doing so much. Cleans it up like DPS and Yada.
San Francisco has cemented themselves as the greatest team in Overwatch.
Shock don't get swept. Them's the rules, Lemon. They summited Mount Krusty and they unveiled the ancient stone tablets. And upon them were two words: Ash and Brigitte. A swap over on Route 66 gifted San Francisco Shock all the mojo they needed to make sure that this was not going to be a quick 3-0 as we head into map number 4. It's going to be Push.
Yeah, and we saw just on Route 66 just the value of the Brigitte and the Ashe just pushing Reiner away and just buying very crucial seconds for Kalush to get value quicker than Reiner was. Another interesting compositional choice from at least the Gladiator side of things was Patafan on the Genji. Now, I can't think of a more miserable experience than playing into a Finn Violet support duo, especially with a Brigitte present and an Ashe that can do the same thing to you. But we were kind of coming up with conspiracies as Patafan maybe not feeling himself on the Soldier and going to what he's most comfortable, which is the Genji.
Yeah, we saw the Genji come out towards the end of Route 66 on the defensive half for Gladiators, and it was against, yeah, like you said, a Brigitte and a Winston, and neither of those really work out as a preferable matchup for a Genji, especially with Brigitte's increased damage now on that shield bash, which makes her a very dangerous melee combatant. And I'm wondering if Gladiators have had to do some counter-strategizing now, because on Colosseo, I don't expect to see the Ashe again, but the Brigitte might continue to be an option that the Shock opt into. And of course, the Gladiators do have their own resident great Brigitte in Skewed, but Funny Astro has been a permanent fixture on Colosseo because those Lucios are incredibly dangerous on this map.
And speaking of Colosseo, our next and maybe final map, and I think you said the reverse sweep word into existence, and now I'm starting to be concerned. I think the fans are going to throw tomatoes at you or something, but when it comes to Colosseo, Gladiators are undefeated. They went up against the Boston Uprising and Dallas Fuel on this map in particular, but have only won by a less than 5-meter gap, so still pretty close. The Shock have never been seen on Colosseo as of yet, until now, of course, but they beat the NY Excel by a large margin and the Houston Outlaws by fully capturing New Queen Street. So if you want to make the Push comparison there, I know those are very two different maps, but I don't know, Gladiators, I'm giving them the edge here.
And as we return to this more classical composition, which has settled into the top teams of North America, of course, with the exception, as always, of the Rush Zone that Dallas Fuel inhabits, where they're like, you know what, I think the Xayah Reaper's the best. We now have to once again zoom in on the potential Rookie of the Year versus one of the veteran talents out of Europe. The Tracer versus Tracer went a bit more favorably for Proper when Proper had the advantage of repair packs from a Brigitte compared to Kevster, who was having Funny Astro still on the Lucio. Now, once again, it's even Stevens, all fair in Love and Time War.
And I think we're both glad to see Patafan back on the Soldier, and it's just necessary in terms of just how the range that is needed for this long neutral road that is Colosseo. Now the bot is unlocked, and Gladiators are only just an inch closer. The bot is as indecisive as I am when it comes to just picking clothes in the morning, but it's about who's going to pull the trigger on the first dive. Now, you may want to dive second just to see kind of where the initial dive is going. Now, Kalush got hit with an anti-nade. That wasn't enough to spark the interest of Reiner, who starts his approach. Now the flanks started by the Tracers of Kevster versus Proper. And maybe a more even duel than before, but Kilo couldn't escape into the shadows in time. And the 5 versus 4. Now this will will kickstart the fight.
Shu, the difference maker, getting that opening frag. The entry frag out are exactly what you'd expect if you're a Gladiators fan. And that's going to send San Francisco Shock scurrying. Yes, Reiner is lost, but Kevster's on a great track here up against Proper. Ooh, this is a dangerous place to be. You know what? Kevster thinks that staying alive is a more valuable asset here. And I'm inclined to think that he's right. Gladiators instead just want to get as much push as possible without exposing themselves into a easily nadeable position for Finn, as both of the Annas are arrayed with nano boost in hand, and Timothy starting to get a shuffle on as Kaluj exacts his influence.
Kaluj on the flank, but so is Kevster. Pulse bomb misses. Good dodge from the Shock. Sound barrier available, and the nano boost for both teams. It's Shu that gives it to Patafan. The tactical visor and the safety of the bubble from Kaluj, but Violet with a well-timed sound barrier keeps Shock alive. As Finn and Kilo hope to fire back with the tactical visor and the nano boost combination, and the Gladiators failed to destruct the Shock as they move forward and hope to close the gap.
So many win conditions there. Lemon had to be exchanged and countered by each other, and in the end it came down to Violet having the better sound barrier. Even though theirs was first, San Francisco Shock were all on the right page, and that allowed Finn to move forward and claim a huge amount of space against the Nano Visor and hit that ante, which was so important for winning the Nano Visor battle afterwards.
Reiner slept. Shock didn't want to begin their approach yet, sticking around the car, or around the bot where it's nice and safe. You see that Shock's backs are against the wall as Kaluj hopes to make the space, starts pushing the Gladiators into his own team with the Primal Rage as Reiner is just pounding someone against the wall. Proper pulses Patafan, and as the cards fall, you're left with a 3 versus 3. And this is still a close match, only a 32-meter lead for the Gladiators as they still hope to clear their backline of Funny Astro, who's back there with Kevster.
Oh, only one player caught there by the anti-nade. That is going to be Violet, who can, of course, easily escape here. Kevster, pulse in hand. This could be a huge difference maker. If only it could be attached. The tracking's solid, but the ult still isn't deployed. Maybe trying to keep San Francisco Shock nervous about this. Proper ends up in a 2 versus 1. A good crunch from the Gladiators sends the potential Rookie of the Year to a salty grave.
That was a disconnect between Kaluj and, Proper was just stuck in the back line, and Kaluj couldn't really help by pinching through the front side. So Gladiators about to get the... Yeah, they got the bot now on the barricades, so this lead will get larger. It's not the best place to fight, though, if you're the Gladiators, as the supports are hoping to stay safe near the pillars. Reiner starts his dive on the high ground. Kilo is free from his shackles. The tactical visor starts. He jumps down and takes the ice cream from Patafan's hand. And the Shock win this fight, and Gladiators ain't getting much further than 37 meters.
The trade by the Helix rocket that Patafan counted upon. There was no capacity there to use the Nano Visor somehow. The Nano was sent astray. I'm not entirely sure, or Patafan just believed that, hey, I'm anti-tier. If I pop the Visor, we'll just be losing 2 ults in this fight anyway. Timmy pushes the barricade and is getting ever closer towards that meterage that is required for the advantage. There's Kaluj already slept. No Nano Winston shenanigans for you.
The Shu is very low, but Kaluj is woke, going after Patafan, who escapes near the pillar side, hoping to have some space to use the tactical visor. Grabs the Mega from Proper. Yoink. But man,
don't mind if I do.
Great bubble, though, from Kaluj, too, to keep the bot nice and safe. He got a 2-on-2 on the car. Primal Rage from Kaluj, hoping to nail down someone against the wall as Reiner thinks this is winnable. He uses his Primal Rage, too. Spawns are closer for the Gladiators. Patafan could come back with a tactical visor if they feel they need the investment. But as they clear out Kaluj, that was the last person of the Shock, and the Gladiators are making some headway.
Oh, Reiner's second Primal there was so smart. Jumps behind your monkey, nothing personnel kid, and knocks them back into the midst of the LA Gladiators. It's going to take Kaluj a little bit. Look at Patafan on the flank with the visor, but they are in a 1 versus 3 now. No way. What a sleep.
And that doesn't miss those. Holy cow. Patafan has just had issues just staying awake while using an ult. And now their Gladiators are getting set back, and the Shock are only down by 2 meters. This is as close as it's gonna get.
Every meter counts, Lemon. If Shock can get the 2 meters here, then it will be Gladiators who are having to do what Every team hates to do one push. 90 centimeters are in it right now. And you know that Timmy loves to push that barricade. Kaluj is so low. And now it may be down to a Tracer to continue battling on top of this bot.
Yeah, Kaluja's bubble got broken, Reiner got bioed, so neither team really wanted to dive at that moment, but Kilo's on the low ground with the tactical visor. The Gladiators hide behind the sign. They have the high ground, and Shu is close to Nano, but Proper gets the chase down. And staggers continue, and the Shock's lead has been taken and is growing to 50+.
And this gets harder and harder. The further that this barricade goes, Lemon, the further that Timmy has to be moved to even start pushing the opposing barricade. Forward spawns could be gained, and you can see at the moment, San Francisco Shock don't want to risk a single pick. All 5 members on top of the bot, regardless of whether or not it moves faster when you've got more people on it. Proper looking for a pulse round the back. Shu's been seen.
Oh, that's a massive pick on the Finn, but you trade on as things are equalized. The Shock much healthier throughout this fight unless Kaluj gets traded, and he doesn't want to have to use the Primal, and Kepster gets shut down before he can get the final kill. And Shock, I mean, they might be missing Finn, and Violet doesn't want to taxi him back, so you can at least use a sound barrier to make this work.
Did Shu nano Funny Astro by accident in spawn? I think I may have misread the HUD, but Shu might have accidentally fat-fingered a nano on Funny Astro in spawn. We'll have to check in with the replay guys later, but if so, yikes, Lemon, yikes. Now San Francisco Shock, they've backed off. They're letting Timmy move a little bit here because they know they have an ultimate advantage with the Primal Rage, the Pulse Bomb, and the Sound Barrier as well.
Oh, Sound Barrier starts, yeah, the Shock, if they win this fight, I mean, they could even go into full capture territory and force the game 5. 10 seconds remain. Kilo's on fire. Proper whiffs, but he's still the MVP in April's eyes forever and ever. Shock haven't lost anyone. Kalu's Primal Rage is going buck wild, and Reiner is slept during his Primal, and he's out of commission. Overtime's about to go away. 87 meters to 37. The Shock about to force the game 5, and Gladiators are nowhere to be seen. You've spoken into existence. Get your brooms ready. We're going to game 5.
Oh, I hope I haven't made an enemy of every single LA Gladiators fan, but San Francisco Shock, they have unlocked the secrets, and I love how they backed off from that, Lemon. They knew they already had as much of an advantage in distance as they were ever going to need because Timmy would just stay by that barricade until they were moved back. So they picked a theater of war, which was going to be much more advantageous for them with these tight corners where Proper could lurk around and look for an early stick or try and make an incision into the back line. And that was how they invited Gladiators into their theater and turned them all into Phantoms of the Opera. Can a resurrection occur? Can the reverse sweep be avoided? And can Reiner's mental be patched up from a briny grave? Find out after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League. We got Game 5 between the San Francisco Shock and the LA Gladiators, and this will be my very last cast with Leg Day, because I think the Gladiators will raise their pitchforks, and I will find him in a ditch tomorrow. So, nice knowing you, bud.
It will no longer be shields up, it will be pitchforks up. I'll be found in a ditch, beaten to death with a bunch of shield-shaped wounds. How dare you try and speak it into existence? Things that I don't need to speak into existence and that are all from the mind of head coach Krusty, though. The single sub here. We have Sam coming in for a San Francisco Shock heading into Lijiang Tower. Meanwhile, on the side of the Gladiators, it's all constant on the roster. Uns are staying on the bench for now with some well-earned rest as Padapan remains in, and Gladiators have to steel their minds, their bodies, and their spirits to not once again have victory ripped from them.
Now, I believe in Sam. I am Sam's like #1 fan, the Genji guy. You signed to this roster for that reason. But I mean, Shock have gotten away from the Genji. I don't even think they played it this series. But what another hero that Sam is known for, at least back in the days of Contenders, was his Echo. One of the best ones in NA Contenders, I should say. But I'm worried, Shock. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it mentality. I'd be like a Fiverr coach. I would. Don't listen to my advice. But Shock have won back-to-back maps with Kilo and Proper. So it could be a risk introducing a new player into this win condition.
And you know what, Lemon? Sometimes foreshadowing is fairly obvious, and Sam was one of the best Echoes in North American Contenders. The other one was Speedily, who isn't quite eligible to play yet, but is waiting in the wings on the Atlanta Reign, so that might be a interesting plot point later on in the season. However, in the here and now, the Los Angeles Gladiators are going to try to avoid getting once more reverse swept by a team that they had a command over at the beginning. And San Francisco Shock, they think that they've downloaded the code, they're plugged into the matrix, they see every outcome, and they'll find the one where they claim a fat W as we begin on Market.
You can see Shock already on the point. They have Finn returning on the Moira just like they did on Oasis. Maybe expecting a Doomfist or just anything. It's just more survivability for someone like Finn. But the value immediately taken away from Moira if Shu finds a valuable biotic grenade. Sam on the Genji, not the Echo, and has immediately been found. A great boop and finish from Funny Astro. Number advantage for the Gladiators, staying safe in the bubble. Patafan at 60 HP. He has the healing path and the protection of Funny Astro. What could go wrong? Which, by the way, that Lucio has killed 3 this fight.
For Funny Astro 3k? Okay, that kind of makes up for, well, it wasn't really Funny Astro's fault, but he got nailed in spawn on Colosseo. Looking at you, Shu, but that's okay. I won't throw daggers about that one yet, unless you get reverse swept, in which case things are going to go very wrong. Padapan says, Rookie of the Year? Proper now, man, it's me.
Things have gotten a lot more quiet in the match chat. Both teams really noticing that.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of the talking has stopped. And I mean, I pointed that out in the pre-match about Gladiators. They talk the talk, but they gotta walk the walk. And especially when it comes to closing out series, when they start off 2-0 a pulse, Random Kalush gets him down to 5 or 50% HP. Finn, Coalescence activated the push charge from the Shock. Pulse thrown from Proper. Patafan gets nanoed, hosed down by Finn. Patafan already with the tactical visor in time, only 7% away. And that difference will be huge for the Shock returning to the point and taking it back.
Man, Finn really feeling invincible there with the additional healing that's garnered onto yourself by the Coalescence and playing around Kaluja's shield as well. Because, of course, that's one of the things you have to be really careful about. When you are a Moira, you can't fade while you're in Coalescence, so you become a lot more vulnerable in terms of your overall mobility and positioning. Patafan here, not going to be set up for a nano visor, but a regular one might do just fine if someone falls low enough.
Oh, Kaluj got slept, but he is woke. He's in the back line. Funny Astro panics, uses the sound bear to keep Shu alive. Shu's getting chased down by Proper. Patafan peels in the middle of the map with the tactical visor and sprints to the point, and Gladiators steal the objective away just as quick as they got it.
And Sam here is getting close to the blade limit. But what is there going to be which can really increase its efficacy? There won't be a damage boost, there won't be a nano, no supercharger or anything like that. However, you are going to be dealt with by a Primal Rage or a Sound Barrier.
There's a stick onto somebody. At least Finn gets the fade away. But Sam and Violet dead in the Doom. And this is not a fight that Shock want to take whatsoever. They're full of ults, but Gladiators one fight away and they'll take a round.
I mean, Shock's return to the Moira here is also a little bit questionable. It did not work out over on University. And when Shock moved back over to the Ana, they fared slightly better. So their return to Moira is a touch puzzling, but at least allows this team to move together and force a fight on the point where Sam's blade is going to be at its most valuable.
Nano from Shu to Reiner with lava slip onto Sam, and he's awake and he's gone just as quick. Shu has also been removed from this fight. Reiner still paving the way to victory for the Gladiators, who are ahead in this fight. It's actually a 3-0-2 for the Shock now that I'm getting my numbers straight. Shock don't have the heals. They got to depend on Proper to, I guess, touch some grass because he just got booped. Or maybe he actually blinked back onto the platform. Overtime into effect for the Gladiators. And it's going to be tough. There's only DPS from the Shock surrounding this point. Not much they can do as the middle of the map is owned by Patafan, and the Gladiators will take round one.
Shu arrives with a final 2 blows, and of course says to Finn, silly rookie. Moira's for stall. Returns with the fade to get back real quick and put down a huge amount of healing as well as bring out that damaging orb, which is a real pain to deal with when you're a more evasive character like Genji or Trace. Of course, it just auto-aims and locks onto you if you are within range of it. San Francisco Shock now, I beg you, return Finn to the promised land. Go back to the good old Ana. The Moira has been interesting choice, Lemon, but I think it's a failed experiment already. It didn't work out very well on Oasis. It hasn't worked out on the market, but yet maybe it will work out here on Gardens.
Yeah, and Sam also just getting found on Genji every time he climbs into the backline. There's an immediate turn from the Gladiators. We'll see if there's better luck this time around, and Kaluj dead on arrival. Gladiators bubble still alive there from Reiner. Their supports are nice and safe, and that means Kevster gets to come alive into the back line of the Shock, who are wiped away as the Gladiators will capture first.
And you've got to think about how few threats there are to the Winston now. Reiner can go absolutely free. Doesn't have to worry about getting slept on his engages. He can use his shield a lot more freely because he no longer has to worry about using it to cut off an enemy Ana. That means it can be used for self-preservation a lot more freely.
Kaluj gets booped back on his engage, safe in the bubble. Violet climbs back towards Patafan, trades back and forth. The point, Shock moved to the point to try and survive. And it's looking tough, especially with these bio-nades from Shu. Finn is having a tough time healing, but he's so close to the Coalescence, and the Primal from Reiner makes a ton of space in the middle of the map, and Gladiators will continue to hold.
Oh, Gladiators, they are looking dominant here. San Francisco Shock, a different look at the end of the series when it seemed like they'd finally figured out the LA Gladiators, diverting in the final echelons of this battle seem to have been maybe misguided, but this is far from over yet, Lemon. Only 50% for the LA Gladiators. Double support ultimates available for either side. There's going to be a big engage from Kaluj.
Shu nanos Reiner, the sound barrier too. He can be aggressive, but against the Coalescence and the sound barrier of Violet, it's tough for Reiner to chunk through all of this health. And without Shu and Patafan, the long fight advantage goes back to the Shock, who desperately needed this fight win, by the way. They have yet to touch this objective, and finally it flips over. But Shock are going to have to do a lot of work to close this gap.
They needed it really badly, Lemon, but it was at the cost of Lads overlaying our support ultimates just for full W of using the sound barrier in conjunction with the Coalescence to save Finn, who got incredibly low. Now there's not really going to be much to try and answer this tactical visor. If they can force out a fade from Finn and get him into a compromised position, he's toast.
Sam ready with the blade. Kaluj taking the attention. Sam dives into the backline as soon as Ryder dives and cuts through Shu. Buddy Astro down, no heals for the Gladiators, and a tactical visor from Patafan failed to make any waves besides trading out with Sam, and the Shock are still okay.
One of the good things about Sam is that his cooldown tracking is absolutely immense. Knows how to make those engagements to Shu when he's at his most vulnerable. No sleep, no nade to defend himself in those scenarios means that it's an easy double even for a naked blade. Proper now with a pulse bomb. Where dare you place it? Maybe onto one of these tanks, but of course Ryan has the primal rage to keep himself sustained here.
The fight of ultimates. Pulse bomb for Proper, into the backline, hits the wall, Patafan dodges, primal rage though from Reiner as he hopes to get some environmental, but it's Kaluj that might best him. Reiner will still climb back on the map as Kaluj deters his attention towards the DPS, and now the backline, as Shu just has to accept the L, but backlines are being traded. A late down there from Violet gives them the edge they need, especially in this one. It's 3-on-2 for the Shock. Reiner needs to head back. 82% for the Gladiators now means that they only need to win one fight to not only take the round, but deny the reverse sweep.
Gladiators, though, given a touch of breathing room to set up for his next fight off the back of that cap from Reiner and Kevster. This will give Shu time to set up for a nano and find a good place to try and put it. Has to be careful not to be booped off the side here, though. You know that Violet wants to be looking for those, but Kevster well poised to try and stop it.
Oh, Kevster is 7 HP in the backline of the enemy has been found. Sam, 1 HP with the dream, still getting kills, but he's traded. The Shock still have the numbers. Reiner groups up on the point. It's 99% for the Shock, who hope to force the round 3, and the heals from Finn keep Shock healthy. As Buddy Astro hopes to keep the overtime wick burning. He gets the touch. Reiner is next. He jumps in. You have Shu coming back as the Moira, but the blade from Sam will cut down the chances of the Gladiators sustaining through this without Shu and Buddy Astro involved. Overtime goes away, and Shock will force round 3.
This Genji man, the dummies on social media say, stop pretending, he's not super. No, Sam isn't super, but he never needed to be. All he ever needed to be was Sam, and what a final few fights Sam had there, in tandem with Proper, the hive mind connected. The target focus solid, no nano required, just the blade. And the ninja spirit within Sam were more than enough, as once again, LA Gladiators begin to sweat. 2-2, 1-1. We were promised one heck of a series, and both of these teams coming from California have delivered. Reiner to the Doom, Sam to the Echo. As one goes for the melee combat, the other takes to the skies.
And what's good about Echo into Doomfist is that the execute potential is so quick. Enough sticky bombs, a focusing beam, and Reiner might not even have time to react. He already punches in. Server control for the Gladiators. The Reaper from Patafan is also scary to go into. Kaluj has to be careful. And now he's got Bio Grenade from Shu. Server control is still into effect. The Shock hope to take it back. Sam layers down onto Patafan, who escapes into the shadows. And no one has actually captured the point yet, as the Gladiators hope to recoup some of the health. Reiner re-engages without Shu, though. The counter dive from Kaluj and friends from the Shock has been much better. Reiner down, and the Shock will get the point cap first.
In this first fight, The Moira just brings out so much healing in these tight spaces, but one thing that we need to keep an eye on here, Lemon, is where Sam is positioning. Because Sam and Proper, they're actually going to be doing a little bit of lacking in heals if they aren't taking a fully fledged engage with Finn alongside them. And that's not in their interest against someone like a Reaper, where getting up close is not to your benefit.
Yeah, Shu's also trying to biogrenade his own team just to keep them nice and healthy, and Funny Astro will help in the healing department. Sound Barrier used, Nano to Patafan, walks up to the Shock with the Sound Barrier too, but Proper hunts down Shu. Ryder tries to jump away. He has the Meteor Strike and has been so patient with it. The Shock now warding away the Gladiators, who don't have Shu in the fight yet. He swaps with the Moira, just can't seem to keep up with the heals that Finn is putting out, but the turn is so much stronger from the Gladiators. The blade is big. Patafan got a multi-kill, and the Shock thought they were okay, and they're not.
A blade on display in the pools on parade, and in this case the Bull of a China shot was Panapan, doing so much damage once Finn had fallen. And of course Sam was the first casualty in that fight, because Sam's having to play low to the ground in order to receive healing from both the Lucio and the Moira. San Francisco Shock at least have the pace here and dodge that incoming Death Blossom.
The duplicate just to buy Sam a second chance at life, and Patafan race at the perfect time. Didn't want to risk getting headshot against Sam, who can just go back to his Echo form. Now the Shock re-engage starts. Patafan is down. 5 versus 4. Focusing beam hoses down Reiner as the rest of the Gladiators fall. The Shock, I mean, they're about to take back the lead. It doesn't get any more back and forth than this.
The Proper Reaper on the streets right now, going head-to-head against Patapan, deciding that Reiner's had too much fun playing Overwatch recently. We need to put a stop to that. There's going to be a quintet, or a quartet rather, of support ultimates ready to go. The question is, can Reiner interrupt Finn during the cast of his Coalescence?
What a quick sound barrier engage from Funny Astro. Shu helps out with the Coalescence. Gladiators have only gotten 1 kill. Proper's out of the picture. Sam hopes to fly away. And Shock, I mean, they're just getting pounded against the wall, and Kaluj can't make the space. He can't keep his team safe. Now Kester invests the blade. Gladiators flip the point. At 73% for the Shock, I mean, Gladiators with this fight win, about to take the lead back.
Violet killed by themselves, but Kevstar wasn't looking for a huge game-defining blade anyway without a Nano behind it. Just trying to get control of the point, and that's exactly what Los Angeles Gladiators have done. Now heading into one of the ultimate fights of this ultimate showdown here. Kaluj has the Primal Rage good to go, the duplicate. Who do you grab? Do you grab Reiner or an extra Reaper? No chance.
Jump from Reiner! Take a lesson out of Quakedawn's book with the dive onto Sam. Number advantage for the Gladiators. The reposition into the backline. The support to help Patafan. He's 1 HP though. There's no shot. The trace isn't coming quick enough for the Shock. The Primal Rage, well, he's buying some time, but his Gladiators that own the point at 85+%. The Shock needs to reset quick, and they're just too stubborn. They think it's winnable.
No Sam required in this case. They decided Finn and Violet would do it by themselves. The pair of supports who prove themselves deadly. Doubt my Moira at your own peril, because now this Coalescence could be what ends LA Gladiators' chances at victory. Shu's going to be able to match it, and once again I'm looking for Reiner to get the interrupt with the Rocket Punch and get rid of that Moira ultimate. Double Reaper is arrayed against them. Come to the point and dare to face our Goth army.
Oh, the Shock hoping to reap what they sow. The Coalescence to pressure the Gladiators back. The Sound Barrier used to counter the Death Blossom duplicate of Sam. He heads back. 99% for the Shock, and they win it here. It won't be it. Proper. The dent has been made. The Gladiators fall. It's not shields up. It's brooms up. Shock will take the game 5.
And that is a mastery of tactics and continuum of play from the San Francisco Shock. Sam comes in from the back. It's the first Death Blossom, and they believe that this is the play. This is what might define it, and so Funny Astro has to use the beat to keep it sustained, to keep the Gladiators in this matchup. But no, it was all a bait. It was a setup for the big boy, the real spin to win. The Beyblade coming from the top rope like El Luchador Reaper, and making sure that second Death Blossom, where the Hobbits thrive, is where the Gladiators fell.
I mean, I'm shocked after this, and we couldn't honestly pick a player of the match, but there's one player that stood above the rest. Your player of the match is, of course, Finn, the deadly flex support, and he was making Patafan's life a living hell. Sleep after sleep, bio grenade after bio grenade, Finn enabled his team to a successful victory.
Mr. Melatonin, the sleep aid himself, Finn made sure that before things got a little bit complicated in map 5, that somehow San Francisco Shock would be kept alive. This in particular was such an important sleep. Patapan had got a big flank off here, and what turned from a power play flank into a 3 versus 1 because of the tenacity and the aim of Finn. And while we all sing the praises of Proper again and again, Finn has proven exactly why a 2-time world champion in Violet as a flex support decided, you know what, this guy's good enough. I approve, Mr. Crust. I will swap over to the main support. I will play the Lucio. Thank you very much.
Please stop. Mr. Crust, Val Crust, like it needs to be stopped, okay? Especially you spoke it into existence. Hashtag blame leg day. But also, since I will join in the hate parade, Gladiators now fall 2-2, which now you might even bring up the question, will they qualify for the kickoff clash? Because only the top 8 go there, and around the 8th place mark is other 2-2 teams like the London Spitfire and this other team, Toronto Defiant, will be making an appearance in our next match. Toronto will face off against Boston, and that'll be helping out the standings. We'll see you guys after this break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. We're here now, joined by Kilo from San Francisco Shock. Hi, Kilo. Congratulations on today's win. Kilo 선수 안녕하세요. 그리고 오늘 승리 너무 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
All right, so let's talk about the match. You guys, first off, beginning of the match, things didn't really look good for the San Francisco Shock, but you guys were able to turn it around and get that reverse sweep. How were you guys able to defeat the Los Angeles Gladiators today? 오늘 경기 어떻게 보면 초반에는 그렇게 센쇼한테 그렇게 좋은 건 아니었는데 이제 중반쯤에 들어가면서 역수입을 인해서 오늘 글래디를 상대로 승리를 거두시게 되셨습니다. 어떻게 해서 오늘 승리를 거두시게 되셨나요?
네, 처음에 애초에 저희 쇼크 선적이 좋았다 보니까 딱히 긴장하거나 부담은 갖지 않았는데 그냥 이제 하던 대로 했는데 이제 좀 초반에 약간 좀 결과가 안 좋았는데 그 다음부터 이제 야 이거 진짜 딱 애들끼리 모아서 야 이거 진짜 질 수가 없다. 그냥 이길만해 해가지고 이제 멘탈 다 잡고 화이팅 다 같이 외치고 하다 보니까 되게 역습을 한 것 같아요.
All right, talking about the reverse sweep, going into today's match, we really had a great record. We had a 4-0 record, so we were feeling good. There weren't any nerves involved, or we didn't feel like we were gonna lose. But beginning of the match, we did lose. We did have to drop 2 maps. I feel like we had a little bit of communication issues in the first 2 maps. But going into the 3rd map, all of the players, we got together and said, hey, we can't lose this, we got this, we can do this. And then we had to really hold on to our mentality. We had to really keep holding on to it and be strong about it. And I think that's how we were able to defeat the Gladiators and get that reverse sweep against the Gladiators today. All right, my second question for you is, I think it was in Midtown where we saw something interesting. Was you and Proper mid-map sort of switching heroes? You were on, I think it was Soldier, and then Proper was on Tracer, and then you guys swapped that. Was there a specific reason why you guys did that? 두 번째 질문은 이번에 미드타운 맵이었죠. 거기서 킬러 선수랑 프로포 선수가 이렇게 영웅 교체를 맵 중간에 이렇게 하는 걸 봤는데 그거에 대한 좀 이렇게 특별한 이유가 있었을까요?
처음에 미드타운 그냥 한번 코치님들이 트레이 해도 될 것 같다 해가지고 해봤는데 스크램 때는 결과가 되게 좋았거든요. 근데 이제 대회에서는 결과가 그렇게 좋지 않았는데 저는 그렇지만 그래도 좋은 경험이라고 생각해요. 저는 물론 결과는 안 좋았지만 잘하는 팀하고 하다 보니까 이제 좋은 경험이라 생각해요.
그러니까 킬로 선수가 트레이서를 하는 거를 연습 때는 괜찮았는데 이번에는 별로 결과 좋지 않았다 이건가요?
네네. 이제 다 같이 이제 선수하고 코치님들 동의해가지고 한번 해봤는데 나름 결과는 안 좋았지만 좋은 경험이었던 것 같아요.
Okay, all right. So Kilo says that during practice it was talked with the team and of course the coaching staff as well. The coaching staff thought that it would be a good idea for Kilo to try the Tracer on Midtown map. So they tried it, and during practice it worked out really well. But unfortunately, against a stronger team like Los Angeles Gladiators, and during the match, it didn't really work out. So the end result for Kilo playing Tracer didn't really have a great outcome, but it was a good experience. That is what Kilo said. So I think the overall answer was they had the switch because it was already talked about, and they tried it in practice. But then at the end, during the match, it didn't really work out. All right, one last final question. With today's win, San Francisco Shock is the first team to clinch a spot in the Kickoff Clash tournament that is coming up. How do you feel? 자, 마지막 질문입니다. 이번에 오늘의 승리로 인해서 지금 오버워치 리그 최초로 토너먼트, 저희 킥오프 클래시 토너먼트에 들어가게 되셨는데 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
이게 진짜 좋은 쇼크에 온 것도 좋고 코치 스태프하고 이제 O2 같이 했던 3명이 같이 오고 또 이제 외국인들하고 되게 이제 최초로 토너먼트에 올라온 게 진짜 되게 뜻깊은 것 같아요. 되게 잊지 못할 것 같아요. 되게 엄청 기분이 좋네요. 네.
All right. So, I mean, it's first of all, I'm really just happy to be with this San Francisco Shock team. And not only that, being able to come into this amazing team with my former teammates from O2 Blast and having amazing coaches. And also, I'm not only playing with Korean players, there's other people with nationalities as well. So everything combined, I think this experience going into the Kickoff Clash tournament is very meaningful and it's going to be a very memorable thing for me as well. And I think just overall, I'm just very happy to be in this situation. All right, Kilo, thank you so much for your time. And again, congratulations on the win. And talk to you next time. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 킬로 선수, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
And off he goes. Kilo from the San Francisco Shock. Congratulations to him, his team, and of course also to everyone who got their prediction right.
Woohoo!
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, he needed it. All right, it was a rough morning for Scott as well as Danny. So actually not for Scott.
No, not for Scott. I have the Gladiators last week as well, so I've been reverse swept 2 weeks in a row now. I know what it feels like to be an LA Gladiators player.
Yeah, literally, we're in the same spot as the Gladiators.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
So much on the line. Me here.
Well, but it did end up to be a 5-mapper. It was a very close series. I do love that we saw such a good back and forth, even though the Gladiators did unfortunately drop it at the end there. But I feel like a few questions have been answered after this very game. The big one going into it for you, where you put a spotlight on, was of course Collusion Reiner. We really wanted to steer a feud here. Who got the better end of it?
I mean, I think overall it was pretty even between the two Winstons. I think that both did a particularly good job. I think that Reiner had some pretty impactful moments where it was clutching up for his team when they really needed it. There was a couple of times where Defiant couldn't get the value he needed from his nanovisor, stuff like that. And I feel like Reiner actually came in pretty clutch, whether it was with Primal Rages, getting nanoed. I think that, I'm jumping ahead a bit, but Reiner on Lijiang Tower, I think he was greatly impactful against this Genji composition coming out of the shock. So Reiner is a very reliable Winston player for the LA Gladiators, but I think similarly Colluge set up players like Proper for success on that Tracer as well. So Winston, they both get the mark of approval from me here on the desk.
And that's really all they were aiming for, right?
Exactly.
Also, Reiner Doom, I kind of liked it. Honestly, I loved it.
Yeah.
It was good.
That was good.
Costa, what tickled you? What got you going in this match?
Well, I thought it was just an incredible match. These are two of the best teams that we have in North America, and we can see them go head-to-head. We also saw them play very heavily mirror comps, so you got to see the strength of each of the individual players. Disappointing for the Gladiators. I personally think that the San Francisco Shock were a lot better than the Los Angeles Gladiators in this series, but I think they were losing to themselves a little bit. Learning to lose, as Matt loves to say, that's kind of what it sounded like Kilo said when they switched Proper and Kilo. They're learning by putting him in a match situation and putting him on Tracer, but it didn't work, and that loss on Midtown almost led to a 3-0 loss to the Los Angeles Gladiators. So they're taking risks and they're taking gambles in such a high-quality match against the Gladiators. That was surprising to me, because it also happened on this Li Jiang right here, where they decided to put Sam in, who hasn't played in a single map the entire series. They just put him in cold on the 5th map when it all comes down to it. And to have that kind of confidence in a player, I respect that. I don't think Sam had the best performance, and I don't know it's hard to come in for map 5, but he did pretty well. And the San Francisco Shock, on top of that, trusted their system. They trusted the composition of the Lucio Moira that they had played on the first map and got rolled with, that it would work on Li Jiang, and it actually did. So all the props to them, trust in the process. And yeah, San Francisco Shock sleeps happy. They're probably going to go 6-0 in the Kickoff Clash. Gladiators, it's another brutal week.
Dude, it's an oof. It's an oof.
It's an oof.
I mean, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. It's an oof. Because they had so many winnable moments as well. Like the Shu Nano on Colosseo, where it's oh, we got a Nano Visor up, let's go. And just in spawn, it's Nano Boost, let's go. As well on Lijiang Tower. On Lijiang Tower, I think the Gladiators were in a prime position to close it out on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah.
Because with Sam swapping in, not only are you subbing in a player on the 5th map in Sam, but also that means that the LA Gladiators, they can play a more defensively focused Winston style and peel off that Genji. So you invest more resources into your Winston, like we can just nano Reiner and he's gonna get the job done versus this Genji, peel him off, etc. But then like funny Astro loses a beat on Gardens when it's like 1 HP, like that was unnecessary. Like one of those beats can like make a big difference. So again, it's the Gladiators.
Getting angry, it's a personal thing.
You can see
I feel bad for them because like Costa comes out and he's just like, well, you know, Shock, they did some own mistakes. Like they did mistakes of their own, and like they could have beaten the Gladiators. But I feel like the Gladiators similarly, like Parifan got slept so many times. So many like non-advisors they didn't get value of, and like Parifan found himself in poor situations. Like the Gladiators, it's so easy for them to improve. Or like, I'm not gonna say it's easy for them to improve, but like the road to becoming better, you know what it is, okay? You need to get more value from Parifan. He can't throw himself in front of sleep darts acting like he's making.
But that's a good thing, right? If you can actively pinpoint situations where like that needs to be cleaned up. Like if the mistakes are so obvious and so clear, way easier to fix that than if you have a fundamental problem, which neither of those teams have. Obviously, like those are two very high-skilled teams with high-skilled players, and they'll be fine moving forward. That was a second reverse sweep for, or rather, against the Gladiators. Right. But the next match is going to be against London Spitfire. So, you know, like I think they can catch a break in that one, and then afterwards they do have to go up against the Atlanta Reign. So it might be tough to close it out here for the kickoff clash. Now, we do have one more match coming our way, and that is, of course, the Dallas Fuel going up against the Toronto Defiant.
Boston Uprising.
Boston Uprising, not the Dallas Fuel.
One better than the other.
The other blue team. Okay, Boston Uprising, Toronto Defiant. We all went in the way of Toronto Defiant. Do you want to tell our audience why you think that Toronto got it, and do you think there is an active chance for Boston Uprising to somehow make something work?
I mean, the Boston Uprising has been a bit of a party recently. You know, like, everyone gets to play a little bit of Overwatch, subbing in here, subbing out there, etc. Like the Boston Uprising, I still think they're figuring stuff out. The Boston Uprising, whereas Toronto Defiant, I think they're pretty consistent. I really like what I've seen from Muse on the Winston from Toronto Defiant so far. I think that his Winston bubble placement is spectacular. I think that he knows the momentum really well. When do we engage with my Winston? When do we disengage and play a bit slower? Stuff like that. I think you'll find Toronto Defiant have the advantage when it comes to spacing this match a lot of the time. Look out for the Winston bubbles, and you'll see them capitalize off Boston players being offside.
You make it sound so easy. Well, let's see if they can get it done. Boston Uprising and Toronto Defiant will go head-to-head in this last match of the day. And for all the action, we once more head on back over to our casters.
Thanks so much, Zoe. Yep, neighbors at the border, but enemies when it comes to Overwatch. Toronto versus Boston, this is going to be a good match and an important one when it comes to their chances for the kickoff clash qualifiers. Toronto, I think, tied for 8th place. Boston sitting at 10th. So this win will be an important shot for both these teams to hopefully qualify.
Yeah, Boston started their entire season, Lemon, with trepidatious elation, with a 3-2 win over Vancouver Titans, who we didn't know were kind of having a bit of a languishing roster at the moment at the time. So Boston sort of squeaked away that win, but since then, it's not been a glorious run for the Uprising. But the same could be said yesterday of the Toronto Defiant. This is kind of like a kissing the boo-boos better kind of match for them. Not only do they want to make sure that they get into the kickoff clash, but also they need to nurse a bruised ego after being thoroughly dominated by the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, I mean, let's start with the Toronto Defiant, the where is finale. I know we were all screaming that because of just how pleasantly surprised, and I think that's a bright spot on the team. But in his stead is, although that similar hero pool of sporting the Tracer, but against the Dallas Fuel, they face a composition maybe they haven't screamed a lot against with the Zarya. And I think although just really struggled to have that consistent damage when everything he wanted to kill was getting bubbled by Hanbin. And now matched with Aldo is someone who also hasn't had a ton of play time, and that's Hotba, who's been sporting the Zarya. So I'm wondering if Toronto are trying to incorporate more of the Zarya Reaper type of approach, similar to the Dallas Fuel and other teams, to just prove that they can be flexible in the meta.
yes, mean stat time. Hotba has played 3 maps and has won 0 maps this season. It's not been a glorious showing from, I believe, Hotba, who's in his 5th season of Overwatch League now. I think he's played in all 5. Can't remember if he was present during the last one. Could have had a break during season number 4. Maybe they played for Guangzhou. Not entirely sure. On the other side, real bright spots, Chorong and Twilight. Chorong has really impressed us with the Lucio play, and of course Hisu. We knew that Hisu was a beast, and they have continued to prove themselves very fearsome on the battlefield. On the other side, we have the Boston Uprising, and when I look at this, Lemon, I'm printing out fresh milk cartons with a sign on it that says missing 1 superstar tier DPS, 1 prodigal son, 1 world champion. Where is Striker?
Where's Finale? Where's Striker? But it's important for teams to incorporate their bench lineup. You're paying them for a reason, and you don't want them to just be specialists. Victoria has really only played, 1 or 2 maps, and it's usually Circuit Royale as their Widow specialist. But I know a lot of other teams, like including, the Shock, who have Ons, who is not just their Widow specialist, but is now playing the Soldier. So I'm thinking this could be the same scenario for Boston, who want to have their, their Widow expert become more involved with the team, and maybe give Striker a break, especially, the times that we're in now. If someone goes sick, you need someone to step up, and Victoria does that. I mean, Boston are the triple threat team who have 3 tanks, 3 DPS, and 3 supports.
Speaking of someone being sick, MCD was in last week as Crimson had a little bit of a hospital scare, but all of us here at Overwatch League are very happy to see your swift recovery, Crimson. Thank you very much for returning to us, as you have been a bit of a premiere honor in the weeks where we have seen Boston playing. I think that Crimson definitely has shown himself to have a huge amount of value on that particular flex support. As we head over to our map set here, you can see that Lijiang Tower is where we are going to begin. And on this particular map, Boston Uprising, they have a tendency to bring out the Echo sometimes from Valentine, and that's fairly similar to what we just saw from the San Francisco Shock in their victory against the LA Gladiators. Sorry for the spoilers. Where sometimes Valentine actually gets pocketed by Faith on the Mercy, who makes rare appearances in our Overwatch 2 meta.
I want to say it's one of the only teams utilizing Mercy with the Echo, which I know was popular in contenders. When you have an Echo just pop off so much, you got to invest more stocks into that. But when I kind of get a hint on what compositions we may see, I look at the tank lines. Now, Hotba has been mostly playing Zarya, if not maybe Sigma on a Circuit Royale to block the LOS from Widows. Punk, on the other hand, in week 1, went from Diva to Doomfist to Winston. Punk really has played it all when he started as a Diva main back in contenders. Now, we've seen very little of Zarya Punk. Punk has actually taken more of the Winston role, as Marvel usually plays in as the Doomfist. So different looks from both sides as we get an initial symmetric TP from Valentine and a swap back to Reaper.
There's a Hotba Winston. I am officially weirded out. This is truly quirky now from Toronto Defiant, who maybe Muse is ill. I'm not sure. Either way, Hotba's dead. He's feeling the illest right now, and Boston Uprising aren't going to be administering any medicine for that one, son.
For now, Boston playing things slow. Point hasn't been unlocked yet. You can chill in the middle of the map. Toronto over on White Room side. That's a massive bio from Crimzo. Chorong and Hisu dangerously low. Victoria wanted the right click. Still an execution comes through from Boston, who start equalizing those numbers, taking up the space on the point. Punk, I think maybe some issues building up energy, but man, instantly 40. As you always want to bubble Valentine either on the TP flanks or as he goes forward, and Punk and Valentine wanting to trade out the frontline pressure. And Boston continue to claim kills and claim the point.
For those of you who like consuming analytical content around Overwatch Esports, highly recommend Johnny Reinforced Larson's video on how this Zarya Reaper composition works and how Reaper kind of becomes a faux dive tank when equipped with the bubbles from the Zarya. Very informative and easy to digest. Thanks for that one, Johnny. I know why you get paid as an analyst now. Toronto Defiant on the back foot at the moment, Lemon, but Hisu has been able to do a good amount of damage, getting very close towards that tactical visor, but Victoria is still outpacing this.
Although drawing attention by starting to capture the point, Victoria's gonna press up to contest, although uses the deflect, now jumps back towards the team. Boston now head towards the bridge with the tactical visor, instantly 2 2 kills for Victoria and friends, and Twilight misses the sleep, and that will cost him his life. Blood spills, and Boston take 2 fights in a row.
To Defiant here seem to be having a little bit of trouble trying to make any effective engagements against the Zarya Reaper. They can't find a way to negotiate themselves onto Crimzo. Maybe here we need to see Toronto Defiant have, although, be less of a point presence and more of an assassination force, forcing out those bubbles from Punk onto Crimzo so he can't be given to Valentine. That's a miss on Manado. Popper surely dies here.
But Hisu doesn't miss these. I don't think he can. It's the tactical visor with the nano combined from Twilight. Hisu can be anti-nated, but he can't be stopped. He even takes shelter in Dojo. What a smart player Hisu is. And an important play that had to be made because that was 82% to Boston and now a flip for Toronto.
And Toronto, for them, that was a vaguely cheap fight as well. Only the nano visor being invested means that now they can try and rely on things like Beat Blade to try and win fights, or Hopper being able to knock people into the pit using that Primal Rage. You can see that it was taking some risky engagements there just to be able to squeeze the juice out of some additional ult charge here. However, a bubble Death Blossom could be bad. Look at this, straight away the bubble and the boot. Perfect.
Great poop and finish. Nothing Valentine can do about that. Punk, another win condition is the Graviton, but Chorong built up to the Sound Beer before Boston could really pull the trigger on that. Now Toronto, I mean, they can save their ultimates, but they invest the Sound Bear in response to Punk's grab, which I don't even see it on my screen. And Punk eliminates himself. He gives Toronto a favor. Now Toronto just has to finish what they start, including even investing a Primal Rage. And Boston are down for the count.
Alright, so just throwing a grab to Botswana. No dramas, Punk, no dramas. I don't think that was a well-considered play right there, but hey, Boston Uprising have a little bit more room to work with at least. They still have at least 40% before Toronto Defiant can steal this round away from them. This is very aggressive, and there's the Nano Blade.
Oh, the bubble was a little early on Victoria, but Aldo still gets those. Still an investment from Toronto. The 1 kill, all is enough. The sleep onto Aldo. This could be a returning pick for Boston. This could equalize, but a good bubble, like you said, from Hotba keeps him safe. Aldo dives into the backline. A bubble given to Crimzo, but Crimzo and Faith are super low. Boston decide to invest. The nano is given to Punk. Probably was high energy, but all Toronto had to do was just walk away and ignore their problems.
But Toronto now, they have multiple problems. It's an engagement from Victoria for this final battle. Sure, overtime might be triggered here, Lemon, but Hisu can't get anything done as they run as best they can from the Tech Visor and can't escape.
This is already a close round 1. You thought, I mean, it's been a treat of matches today. You got a game 5 now at 99-99. Boston, if they get this stagger onto Aldo, that's going to be painful for Toronto, but Victoria a little bit too greedy, and Twilight is down. Toronto are going to have limited heals unless Chorong can get the Sound Beer in time. Touch successful by Aldo. Hotba ready to jump in. He's close to Primal. He can keep this wick burning for a while as Punk wants to build up towards the Graviton Surge. Hotba slept, was this close to booping Crimzo off the map. As we look back towards the point, Hisu has been nanoed and he received the Sound Barrier, doing his best impression of Kevster as he can. The Death Blossom from Valentine! It shines through, even with the help of the Sound Barrier and the Graviton to lock all the targets down for him. 99-99, we have a 4 versus 2 in favor of Boston, and it's just a matter of time before the round goes their way.
Not entirely sure what happened with Punk's grab there again. Might have been a second zoning grab, or maybe it was just a solo one-to-one person who Valentine managed to clear up. But that was a great understanding of the battle zone there from Boston Uprising. Despite Toronto Defiant having 4 active ultimates at one moment, the Nano, I believe, was up. They had a Pulse Bomb out, they have the Primal up, and the Sound Barrier used as well. Everyone huddled into a tight area, and that meant that Valentine could do a huge amount of damage using that Death Blossom, and I think that it shredded through the Winston shield of Hotba because multiple people were on the outside of it, so they all kind of had their own damage that they take from the Death Blossom addressed onto that. Yeah. It is I think we have 0 Gravitons hit thus far from Punk, but don't worry, he's a supportive Zarya.
I mean, he still does a ton of damage, you know, high energy. He was a recipient of 1 nano. He's been bubbling Valentine pretty well, sometimes a little early, but better early than never, or too late, rather. But I'm a glass half full type of person, and Toronto dive in, wraithing out, preserving their life. Boston hoping to take control of the middle of the map. Bubble, expended bubble. Punk always wants to keep 1. for emergency situations. Hoppa is now going to match Punk on that Zarya. Now the point is unlocked. Boston getting their back shoved against the wall. Crimzo, I mean, punishes Aldo. And Boston's backlap is just so much stronger. 90 energy for Punk as Boston rotates the point.
Alright, so we've got the dregs of a fight going on here, Lemon. One of the things that really annoyed me yesterday about Toronto Defiant versus Dallas Fuel is that they seem to have a really bad idea, despite continuing to play this comp, about how to do a TP bubble engage. They sort of just let Aldo TP in, give him a bubble, and then everyone watches from afar, like, go Aldo, win the fight, do it for us, and it keeps happening. You need to go with him. He's not a solo performer.
There's some kind of micro issue happening because there's probably a lot of burst that's happening to Aldo that he can't seem to rate in time because he is within the rate range of his team, but he just isn't reacting in time. So Boston now are taking consecutive fights, and now in this ult phase, Boston have a big advantage.
Or like at least send in a Bardic grenade with him so that he's getting like 50% more self-healing from the shots that he allegedly does hit. I say allegedly because he's currently on 35% ult charge, so I don't know, Lemon. The jury's out on the accuracy right now.
Oh, you're definitely getting into a ditch tomorrow. The Glad fans now Toronto, and although he still TPs, the grab to stop Valentine's Blade. Did they invest the Nano? I think, yeah, they did. So you kill 2 ultimates with 1 grab. We're seeing value, but for now, Punk and friends warding away Toronto.
Oh, not the Ajax.
Oh,
no
the
way.
Ajax, dude. The sound barrier is killed from Turong. Toronto are in shambles.
Chong does not stare down that tank riser. Go, you know what will fix this? A sound barrier with a hard peak. Oh my goodness, we're feeling real gold today, aren't we, boys? So on to Defiant, things are happening, and they're not happening well. Boston Uprising looking dominant here. They have a grab for this final fight, Lemon. Stick that onto Twilight and Chorong and feast.
He used to have to go big with the tactical visor. I wonder if he's on the high ground. The grab is thrown right at the choke to stop the supports from moving. Meanwhile, Aldo has traveled to the point. Chorong is there. Toronto are split. He still has a tactical visor. I'm not seeing any kills though, and Toronto are desperate for them. Boston are out of ultimates though. That's the only silver lining if you're from Canada. And Punk is down. Energy reset. Hotba, he's alive, and he is well, but not for now. Trades back and forth. You have a 3-on-3 as Toronto gets the flip at a crucial moment as Boston head away.
Crimzo and Victoria are still alive though, and that means this Nano could be used rather soon, even for a Nano visor. Hisu's wrapped around the back. The point might get flicked here. Back to overtime. Who's going to touch from the Toronto Defiant? Do they have anyone in rage? Indeed, it'll be Chorong who's responsible for this. And oh, they've been booked off. No way. No way! No way! What?
Yikes! Yikes!
Oh, yikes, Quirky. Unbelievable.
Yup. That is a boop. That's why you never rotate, almost never rotate coast side when it comes to night market, because Lucio's look good in the kill feed. They will boop you off. To be fair, Boston Toronto also had a Reaper. Aldo was there too, and was trying to dodge the boop, and then didn't really follow up for the touch. So, yeah.
Yeah, Lemon. I think that's exactly the tone that we need. 1-0 to Boston Uprising. As we head into our break, this is allegedly Toronto Defiant versus Boston Uprising. See you on the other side.
Meeting 4, now the Nano Blade comes through, and there's no counterplay to it. The damage is done. Valentine with 4, you've got to be kidding me.
They've done it! Unbelievable! The Boston Uprising snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
Now Victoria's popping up, making 5 heads. Victoria's going absolutely insane. Welcome back, everyone. Behold. Go on.
This drop here from Although Lemon is Toronto in the power rankings after this weekend.
Yeah, there was definitely someone there with Although, you know, getting booped though, rotating co-side. I mean, there's no quicker way than where Although went, but not seeming to be the case. We even had a canceled sound barrier. So there's been some whiffs all around, including 0 kills from Punk when it comes to Graviton Surges. But you know, new map, new me, new teams, right?
No new players though. Same rosters, Lemon. Striker missing, but hey, Boston Uprising are winning, so in the end, it's fine. On the other side, Hopper and Although remain as we head into map number 2, Eichenwald. So we can assume that this will not be a Winston Tracer angle, but a little bit more of the Reaper Zarya, which I think might be a critical case of Dallas Fuel good, do what Dallas Fuel do.
Incorporating more Zarya to the point where Hoppa's even matching it. Both teams did win Eichenwald before. Boston even winning this against the Gladiators, holding them at B. Now when it comes to Toronto on Eichenwald, they also won this against Mystery Team. That I will tell you guys about later. Oh, Paris, when they 3-0'd them, of course. I think it happened so quickly that I just forgot it happened. But yeah, both teams finding success on Eichenwald.
Toronto Defiant going to be hoping to make this one a little bit less painful. Boston Uprising, I think it's fair to say that Punk has been the superior bubbler. At least when it comes to supporting Valentine as well, it definitely feels like Punk is actually moving with Valentine at the moment. Toronto Defiant, their flowchart of organization for how to make these engagements work is severely balked. It is, we bubble the Reaper and then we watch, which is, there are a couple parts missing, Lemon, a couple parts missing.
Attackers incoming.
Oh, the nade setup? Nope, doesn't hit. But you know what hits? Hoppa's grabs too, because he grabbed Valentine when he was nanoblading back on map 1, so finding value. Now I'm glad that Boston have gone away from the Genji, because you know, grab does suck for Genji players. Now the bubble being delivered to Hisu, made his way to the right side, is already wreathed back. Churov dangerously low, left at 1 HP, almost could have resulted in a first pick for the defense of Boston. Bubble's given now by Hoppa when the players are not really in any danger, as Boston are playing more towards the point. Valentine approaches, Bubble now giving energy to Punk. Now that Hoppa's at 80 plus energy, this could be Toronto wanting to get more aggressive, but Hisu, a little too close to the sun, dies immediately, as Boston about to get the team way.
Although definitely going to be staggered here. Definitely should have been waiting around. Like, there's no way you get out of that with Reflect when you're up against a full charge Zarya like Punk. Right now, the Zarya differential when it comes to the damage is very much evident. Punk 30% ahead of Hopper, and Hisu hasn't been able to do anything so far. Look at this, 28% ult charge Lemon. Hisu has been playing the Sniper Reaper, and I'm afraid he's no good at that.
It's just tough for Reapers on Eichenwald to approach. Now Victoria has a tactical visor while Hoppa's bubble has been broken, and Toronto takes shelter and surprisingly don't lose anyone. The Rabbits first thrown from Punk, lapping Hoppa by about 15% to 20%, and enough energy accumulated along with the nano he received from Crimzo is enough to stop Toronto in their tracks towards the point.
That was a 3-ult fight for both teams, which is not great for Boston. They lost a huge amount of their playmaking potential without that nano. And now it means that they're just going to have to rely on Although with a non-nanoed blade to try and make a difference here. And Punk has been surviving these rounds, so still has a huge amount of energy to play with. And that's a huge danger for Although. Going up against Punk with that blade is scary, man.
And Boston don't want to hold the choke, but although might have to hold this L, the sound barrier comes out from Fade and completely counters, although the grab is thrown though from Hanba. The death blossom from Valentine got the equal trade, 2-2. We're left on the point with a 3 versus 3. Toronto wanting to start that capture. Valentine playing at the end with the supports, not having a main tank is a struggle. Valentine punishes Aldo and is slept for his efforts. So Toronto kind of struggling here without a tank to push forward with them.
100% of the players remaining hit by that Bardic Grenade, though, sends Crimzo and Faith scurrying, but it doesn't matter because Punk's returned to the fray once more. Fernando given over to Heason, and surely they can do something as they move into this zone area. Lemon, this should be point A.
Yeah, you forced a Wraith out of Valentine. You killed Crimzo super early on in that fight. You staggered out Victoria. Yep, that's a guaranteed cap for Toronto.
Interesting as well, Toronto Defiant playing this composition, and I believe we saw this earlier in the day from Outlaws when they were playing up against the London Spitfire. They believed that the combination of the Reaper and the Genji, providing they were alongside a Doomfist, was really good for trying to bully out a Reinhardt, and that's how they managed to bully London themselves on Iconvolt.
Nisu was trying to bully Valentine there, might have even forced the Wraith out. And about this Zarya Reaper situation, it's about trying to distract for your Reaper to get in position. Victoria jumps down from the top rope just to get annihilated from a Death Blossom. The tack visor from Victoria yielding nothing. Might have even received the nano from Crimzo. Still have another win con if you're Boston. It's about the Graviton from Punk. And you reset Hotba's energy, which is really big for the defense. Punk doesn't even need to invest the Graviton, but he might need some help as it's only a Faith and Victoria on the high ground. So yeah, Boston reset.
You know what? Called me an old standby of traditions, Lemon, but I'm not a particularly huge fan of the melee nanovisor. I think that one of the greatest attributes of the heavy pulse rifle, which Soldier 76 carries, is its ability to deliver damage over range using these things called bullets. And that should be considered by Boston Uprising for their next engagement.
But now Punk needs to build up all that energy back again if he hopes to get involved with the Graviton and saving for the next fight. Didn't want to make the mistake of throwing a grab in a fight that didn't seem winnable, but now is the moment. Hisu was raiding into his team, and Punk slaps them back. And Boston take a fight win, an important one, to give themselves back the high ground advantage, but maybe not guaranteed, as Valentine has been found. The sound barrier used from Faith, as they weren't sure how guaranteed this was at the end. Honest traded, although is low, and Punk will finish this where he started it.
I have no idea how Orvo stayed alive that long. Give enough time for Hisu to respawn and come on back, and Hotba is at least going to be in a bit of a safer position now, as we're going to see that Toronto, they are running low on time once more, Lemon, but they are coming up on some resources, most namely the Graviton Surge from Hotba. Previously, this was used to shut down Blade and Genjis, but of course we haven't seen those from a Boston Uprising on Iconvolt. Instead, trying to keep Valentine in place might be a little bit less well considered, as Valentine TP's over, maybe preparing for a Death Blossom. Lovely job.
This is a solo one. Probably could have just left flicked it, to be honest. And now you got a grab from Hotba, the sound barrier too. They've lost Twilight, not giving up hope, as Valentine has received the nano. He's on a 1-on-3. He's on a journey, and he's claiming scalps left and right. Boston just approaching the cart. Hotba's next on the hit list. His energy is reset, and so is his mental, as Boston have forced Toronto to their final fight.
30 seconds remains. Twilight should be able to extricate themselves here with their life, as Strong's going to do the same. Hisu going to be the big playmaker. They're already slept with the Blossom. Oh no, Lemon. This is going to mean that Hisu's going to at least be able to enter this last fight from an unexpected angle, when maybe Boston have already used some resources, but will Toronto even be alive to receive the Hisu reinforcements?
Toronto are actually split in half. The supports are all the way back at the door. You see where Twilight is. He gives a nano to Hotba. He has the front line. Victoria dies to himself, question mark. And now you have a grab from Punk. This time it finds value as the dust settles. Toronto will keep the overtime wick burning and head towards point B. And I'm so surprised Boston could take advantage of the split push that Toronto had.
Faith is still alive in the back, so could potentially touch here. Is going to give it a good old college try, but ducks into that last area. And it's going to be point C where this is decided. Toronto Defiant pulling one out of the hat here, including a lovely charge from Hopper that intimidated Victoria, I believe, into trying to helix jump away, but unfortunately the old man's ankles could not take the explosive damage and simply fell over limply instead. Now Boston Uprising are stuffing themselves around this car. Remember how much physical cover it provides here? It's really good to play against the anti-native Viana.
Wraith from Valentine, a disengage from Boston, free space from Toronto, where Hotba has the grab, Hisu with the Death Blossom. We haven't seen this combined in a while. Valentine's getting eager, he's pressing up, he's got the bubble. That was enough to already get a kill for the defense. The grab is thrown from Hotba to get the trade, and they accomplish just that. And Toronto have leftover ultimates. If they want to carry this momentum to the end, they just don't want to overextend. They can't afford to lose anyone. Toronto have a blade and a Death Blossom, and it might be up to Hisu to teleport to the top left. That's kind of where Victoria or Valentine are hanging out. I think that's Victoria waiting for the Tackwiser, and he's going to be a threat if Toronto don't deal with that.
If it's going to be a cap, it's going to be an overtime. Lemon as Hopper leads the way once more. The tactical visor popped from Victoria, but we're up against so many shields here that it's basically inept. All it can do is get away that overhealth, and now you've got to worry about the duo of bolts.
The blade comes out, but the sound barrier from Fate counters everything. It's still trade out with Crimzo, but Toronto are out of time and out of people. It's Hotba versus the world, and more like lukewarm Ba. It's not going to be enough. But Hisu had a great approach. He TP'd to the top left, but Victoria's reposition was just that much better. Getting away from Hisu was the win con from Boston. And there you have it. Not able to complete point C.
Boston Uprising, they didn't panic in that final fight as well. They were very well measured in how they responded to all of the stimuli Toronto Defiant sent their way, including a very good beat from Faith, which kept so many members of Boston Uprising alive and allowed them to go into far more risky positions in order to force Toronto Defiant into some disengagement angles that were very bad for being able to support although.
Still a good push from Toronto, despite I feel like they lost so much time pushing the point, and that was due to Boston just playing so far back that at least Toronto had the, once they figured out, they rotated left and they kind of were helping Aldo close the gap between him and the other team. I mean, Reaper is a close range hero, and like you've even pointed out before, the range is just not there, and Aldo kept getting picked and Toronto kept losing people on the journey to the objective. But once they had their rotations right, there was a lot more potential, and it came down to what, like a 3 versus 3 on the point, so Toronto lost the bulk of their time there. And Boston just, even when Toronto was split on their point B push, Boston they hesitated. They couldn't really pick which 3-man group they wanted to go after.
Admittedly, yeah, Toronto Defiant, they did get a pretty good push there, especially considering how long they were held on first, and seeming like they were having a lot of issues with the early exchange of fire, with our Sniper Reaper going up against the defensive zone. Of course, it's only the Reinhardt to roll out and block that initial grenade. Both of our tanks are going to return to their native Zaryas. And you can see, look at Punk here. For those of you who are newer to Overwatch, this is how you play with the Zarya. Make sure you get down to about half health first before you bubble to try and bait in more fire from the enemy.
Valentine already TP'd in, and Victoria took so much poke, and Crimso's more focused on trying to keep the front line alive, so Victoria will help himself to a health pack. But Toronto playing back where kind of Boston was playing, as although it has this closer approach towards the mini pack, more to just kind of self-sustain. The bubble has been given. Hoppa is closer to 100 energy, and these right clicks are such deadly AoE damage. And Hoppa just keeps claiming kill after kill and getting closer to ground than Punk is.
And Toronto Defiant are doing a really good job here on the defense of just getting the continuum of play for the Reaper much better. They just give the bubble over onto Aldo, and then everyone W's forward with a speed push from Charong, just overwhelming the Boston Uprising with this tide of bodies and damage, which can't be kept up with when you're dealing with a single target healer like Anna, who has to continually choose who to prioritize with the healing that's being done.
Aldo just hanging around in the mini pack to see if he can just climb into the back line while Boston don't notice the nano given to Punk, who must have accumulated enough energy to necessitate the extra damage, and he's in a corner by himself. It might be even LOS and Crimzo, but he's fine and he's well. And I can't say the same thing about the defense. Trong has to make a decision. Is it worth using the sound barrier? And it is. Hoppa still has the grab, but Boston are still hoping to get close. The grab is thrown in Valentine's face as he was racing away, and Punk is reset. Hisu is claimed, and Boston aren't making much of anything on this point.
Yeah, although has returned, both the DPS died, but remember, Hisu won't take long to get back at all. That soldier, he can pump those hams and get back in record time. Good sprinter. And now Boston Uprising, they have lost out on one of their power plays. What they still have is a Graviton Surge and a Visor of their own. Look at this, I think their Twilight's actually hiding behind them, looking for one of the Baboon Nades, and indeed, it is so effective.
Ooh, Victoria taking some damage from all those snuck up on him. No nano, but it is a Visor. The sound barrier to help out. 5 more time for Victoria to get aggressive towards Toronto Defiant, to back away from the point, hoping to give up 1 or 2 ticks. Who's back here? Hisu has been discovered. This is not good. He better run. And he dips Victoria. Now Toronto have an off-angle chance. And this is where Hisu is demolishing the supports of Boston. Boston have lost Crimzo. They got a second tick, but that's it.
Oh, they could try and re-engage here, but look at all though. In the castle right now, looking for a Death Blossom. The same could be said of Valentine, but the bubble was good. The sleep was absorbed. Although round the back, attempting to clutch, but no one's here for the party, mate. It's a lonely child's 6th birthday. At least your mum came.
I don't know if she would want to get sick as well, but I appreciate it. Boston, I mean, that was kind of scrappy, I'm not gonna lie. Victoria versus Hisu, they're gonna make memes about that somewhere. But at least Boston got the point, they got a nano left over, but it's the threat of Hisu on the high ground with a nano that is scaring the heck out of me. And we're waiting to see the drop from Toronto. There's also an energy building phase for these Zaryas. Hakba heads for the floor, although is ready on the platform for the engage, hoping to go unnoticed, to go into the back line. Valentine has gotten the bubble, and so has Hakba. Hakba's got nanoed. He heads towards Crimzo, gets slapped, and he's woken up. And that might be a regretful moment for Punk, who hopes to protect Valentine. He raced away, trapped again by the grab from Hakba, as Toronto are just cleaning up the rest of the remnants of Boston Uprising.
Yeah, but think about how much Toronto Defiant were demanded to use there. The nano to save Hotba, Hotba grabbing to try and turn that around, and having to be given the sound barrier as well to deal with a nano on Valentine. And that was with Toronto Defiant playing that from the advanced position of the high ground anyway. They should have had an inherent advantage there, Lemon. And yet Boston Uprising come out on top economically. They're setting themselves up for a good next 2 minutes.
Oh, tactical visor from Hisu. And he's on the floor. He's in the back line. Boston Uprising checking into their room on the high ground, staying safe until they get Victoria back.
Yeah, Boston Uprising now going to have a little bit of trouble moving out of these chokes. We saw what Victoria was trying to take shelter from the incoming damage, but it also meant that they were LOSing Crimzo on that Ana. For now, Punk going to claim some space, Hopper up high, and Victoria is going to ward away Hisu for but a moment. But think about how fruitfully one of these Vita Grenades could be deployed from Twilight's up high position.
Oh, hunting down Hisu. Victoria dipping at that moment, hoping to get on the high ground with his tactical visor. I think Valentine's gonna join there, but he's about to race down below. Got chunked down so early. Valentine receives the nano. Thought he was, I guess he's close enough to all the action. Valentine going off. Wish he got some kills though. Punk throws the grab, and Toronto are just barely living through this. Now they nano Hotba, who ropes the clap back against Boston as Victoria is escaping with the visor after killing Chorong. And it's ult after ult. It's so scrappy. You're only left with 3 of the defense, and Toronto 2 of them, and they didn't want to risk keep fighting.
Unbelievably messy right there. Punk choosing to grab when everyone was actually on a lower plane of verticality than where the grab was. That's a huge engagement from Hotba.
Now that is a good grab. Hotba guaranteeing those 2 kills. Boston hoping to escape, or at least die as quickly as possible to get themselves as much time as possible. 20 seconds and last fight for Boston.
Oh, I love this. The confidence from Toronto Defiant to just try and Death Blossom their way onto those who are respawning. Welcome to the party, baby! Although, picks up a punch.
Toronto just pre-engaging into the spawn room doors, and now Boston can't even touch. So Toronto will be taking Iconvalve and evening up the series 1-1.
Alright, this one's turning competitive, Lemon. Boston Uprising unable to break their way through the high ground hold of the Toronto Defiant. Despite some economic woes at the beginning of Eichenwald's second, Toronto Defiant definitely made a really good job of ensuring that there was no free space that Crimzo could occupy, and ensuring that every rotation which was made by Boston Uprising was thoroughly punished, so that they had to generate and consume resources in order to simply move into the battle, and then they weren't available when Hopper got up in their faces with the nano so often. Big evolution from the side of Toronto Defiant, but it still remains to be seen if they'll be able to keep it up in the rest of this series. We'll see it after this break. shadows. And for top rope, it's Luchador Reaper. Get the Kickoff Clash's legendary skin on sale now through June 25th for only 200 League tokens. And of course, you can get League tokens by purchasing them in-game or by watching right here on YouTube Gaming. You can be earning tokens simply by linking your account. I'm sure you guys have all seen the messages and spammed the drops, but I know if anything, I'm going to be enjoying that. I'm going to be enjoying that skin. The crepe check is solid, Lemon. I like those shoes.
Well, at least if you're going to int off the map, zoning Death Blossom, you can look good doing it. And sometimes aesthetics is all that matters. But we have a tie series 1-1 as we will go to Dorado in our next map. And we have a few substitutions and an interesting one. It's Al will be coming in for Punk. And he has only played one map, and it was on Gibraltar against the Gladiators, which they did lose. Sorry, It's Al. And MCD will be subbing in for Crimson.
You and I have a little bit of history casting Itzal Lemon over in North American Contenders in 2021. Itzal was the player who made North America dive again, bringing in a Winston into a meta of double shields and Reinhardts of yore. But now, of course, all of those comps are unavailable. A product of the past. There are no more two shields. There is only the one gorilla who will reign over them all. And Itzal is looking to try and pick up their first win in Overwatch League here against the Toronto Defiant as we head over to Dorado.
I'm expecting some Winston. And like I've already said about Boston, they got the triple threat, 3 tanks, 3 DPS, 3 supports. Now, through time, we're seeing Boston kind of identify what roles each of those will be playing. Punk has been kind of this ultimate flex of Zarya, Sigma, D.Va, really has played it all. Even Winston was what kind of helped them bolster on week 1. And now Marvel has been taking the Doomfist duties, and it kind of left Itzal with what is Itzal filling on this team. And we knew how much of a difference Itzal made to Uprising Academy back in Contenders, finally gave them one of the first wins they had in a while. So I'm personally very excited to see Itzal, but I haven't seen him in a solo tank meta, so we'll see how things go. And especially now that MCD's back in, they've worked together on that one map that Itzal did play, so synergy already there.
On the other side, Lemon, for Toronto Defiant as we head over to Dorado, what I wouldn't give to have been a fly on the wall during this week's scrims. I want to know what happened in this team that they decided that the Winston, which is so often relied upon by top teams like Gladiators and Shock, was left by the wayside to go for the more Dallas Fuel-centric approach. And I think if there's one thing that has proven true over the course of competitive Overwatch where Coach Rush has been involved, is that you don't copy Coach Rush's strats, because Coach Rush's strats are so often tailored to the particular skill sets that he has at his disposal, like a Humvin Zarya. Back in the Goats meta, we saw Doomfist and Sombra played in Goats because you had Spark, who was a fantastic Doomfist, and you had a really good Sombra in Doha as well. And I feel like trying to move into this more Dallas Fuel-esque composition could be somewhat poorly considered for a lot of teams who are struggling to find a really powerful identity. And I personally thought that Toronto Defiant were doing great with Muse on Winston and Finale on Tracer.
Well, they know something we don't. It means maybe giving some time to the bench players of Hakba, maybe giving Muse some time off, as a lot of teams have been also moving away from the Genji. And Victoria gets to shine on the Widowmaker again, kind of has been the Widowmaker specialist for Uprising. So you have a TP approach from Toronto, just getting everyone set up on the top right, and also dropping an immediate bubble just in case there's any snipes, which, speaking of snipes, apparently Twilight is doing his impression of Victoria or Hisu, as now the card will get the free push.
Subbed in and get out. That's another dish straight away from Twilight. Welcome to the match, MCD, they may say. As there's going to be an exchange of poke between the Winstons, and it seems like Boston Uprising are going to be fairly happy to cede away this territory while MCD returns to the fray. No point in taking that fight without your honor, as you'll be at a supreme disadvantage in terms of their playmaking ability and raw healing.
Now Toronto, they'll get pushed up until the market side. Now Boston hoping to hold this choke. Faith on the Brigida, helping against the dive, especially warding away Aldo, and even just providing just a small minuscule shield to block some of the shots from Victoria, but Hisu finds a gap in Valentine's forehead. Now Toronto with these tiny picks that they're getting, is developing into inches where Boston were waiting for an aggressive dive. Now Ana's being traded, Aldo is in the back line, and Hotba and friends making a ton of space, and Hisu gets the AFK on cart.
And it's interesting that Aldo has kind of transitioned into being a common Genji player for Toronto Defiant. As I remember, in all those brief tenure before their successive contenders on the London Spitfire, when they were a very confusing and kind of like a gamble pickup, where we assumed that Aldo had just been like scouted in tryouts for London in Season 3, Aldo mostly played Widow as far as I can remember. Evidently in contenders, the hero pool has been expanded, but I do wonder if Finale would have also been a good choice to play the Genji as well.
I'm just not sure if Boston have killed much yet, but we'll see what happens in this next fight. You see that Boston are on the high ground. Aldo's going to take a detour. Has spotted someone on his journey. Actually, two of them. Victoria and Valentine on the off angle. Valentine creeping up into the back line, throws the pulse and hits Chorong. He should be pretty good at dodging those, and Hisu has been nanoed. I've really seen it all in this match. It's Alice sleeping, giving Toronto a chance to escape. They're down 2, so this is not really a moment for them to fight.
Now Victoria needs a little bit of topping off, and after that we'll be good to go. Hotba does have a Primal Rage here, which is very useful for knocking multiple people off the high ground, but you can see that MCD kind of has their back to the wall, makes it a little bit harder to get that knockoff. It's actually counter-diving Hotba here, and forces them away when that shield is used. This is going to mean Hotba has to wait a little bit longer to get a better dive, unless Victoria gets no healing here. Where are the healers? Guys?
On the high ground, just vibing. Actually, I don't even know why Victoria is on the low ground and so accessible like that. So I would say it's more of a Victoria problem, but hey, now Hotba and friends get to get free push. They keep soft diving the high ground. It's working out. Intel thinks it's time to fight. Victoria will be back shortly, I guess. The rally starts from FaZe. They're going to take the 4-on-5. MCD misses the sleep. A well-timed bubble from Hotba blocks that. Toronto not successful at getting high ground control, but now it's all just about the card. It doesn't seem Boston are contesting that too much. Itzel will drop. Valentine is there to assist. They're hoping to kill Twilight, but they lack focus entirely. So Toronto are just going to continue on forward.
All right, out comes the blade, chasing down Faith here. That's going to be a huge anti, and it means that Faith's able to sustain themselves and MCD through any 1,000-folded steel or samurai moves. Be it ninja, samurai, or potentially even something else. MCD misses the sleep, and now Boston Uprising still are in command here. And Itzel actually did a great job of the initial engagement of that fight of dodging a sleep dart from Twilight by jumping out of their bubble at just the correct moment. Hisu noted, Victoria just a touch scared, but that's okay. Playing to live can be a little bit more interesting and more productive when you're on the defense, Lemon. But Boston Uprising here, they are utilizing the high ground well, and it's kind of exactly what Toronto did on Eichenwald second, where the high ground was their muse.
Enemy over here! Oh, the blink, the pulse! Aw, don't tease me like that. Come on, dunk him with it. Or your elbow. You're taking a long time to kill Hisu. It's okay though, Valentine, or Itzel was doing work on the supports too, so Boston in 5v3. Toronto are still hanging around inside this church courthouse thing, so Hotba thinks it's still time to go forward, at least not disengage yet. And he could be chased down by Valentine, who still has the pulse. Chorong is back in the picture. Twilight might be around to give him a nano, and Toronto bait Boston enough, but Boston are really just surrounding them and trapping them.
Hisu now with the infra sight, sees everything coming their way. Chorong, get away from that mega health pack, says Itzel, but still return to your co-healer. That is a very cheeky sleep, just on the toes of Itzel as they turn the corner. No tank for Boston for a little bit.
Primal still going on. Now Hotba sees the supports stuck in the building. Itzel not getting any of that love, as Boston were too scared to show their faces, and now Hotba gets nanoed and will finish off the supports. And Toronto even capped during all of this, so they'll get a lot of extra time. 2.5 minutes for point C.
Oh, MCD just had a very sad round of Anna right there. Then Biotic Grenade got blocked by a palm tree. So it didn't hit anyone near the car. And then missing the sleep onto Hotba with the jump. Just getting outplayed by the Winston. Just a little bit of good reading here from Hotba into the playstyle of MCD. And it feels like Hotba's got a very good idea right now of how MCD likes to use the sleep darts in terms of a continuum against the Winston when they are positioning and posturing to use that ability. And Hotba is countering it quite effectively, be it by jump or by bubble.
And Toronto really want control of this high ground. I mean, it's not a great position for Toronto to play Hangzhou on the bottom left in terms of lines of sight, but Toronto are failing at getting onto that high ground, losing their supports immediately. And Victoria has just the better position. It just has more options, more space to operate. So yeah, Hangzhou's not even going to bother. Good swap off the Widow.
Oh, it's a bit of a bait though.
Oh,
Back
come
onto the
on,
Widow.
man. Please.
Okay, Hangzhou's having a little bit of an argument with the main caller, I imagine. Guys, I promise I'll swap if I don't get a pick.
And Nitzal got slept and woken up, and he has Bravo and he has Nano, and Toronto are using the nade on themselves at full health. The rally from Toronto has already been used. Nitzal causing a ton of chaos, more than I've seen in the series, as Aldo is getting dash reset after dash reset using the blade, and Toronto gets to see the light at the end of the tunnel. 50 seconds remaining, and point C in their sight.
Lovely smooth glide action on the dash right there from Aldo, showing off the Genji mechanics and telling me, you know what, we don't want Finale in for Genji, I'll do just fine, thank you. Toronto Defiant though, now they're only going to have a nano to try and finish this as we enter 30 seconds remaining and potentially the final fight location-wise. The nano's given over to Hopper.
He's in the back, and MCD misses the sleep. That's going to be critical. Hopper decides to turn around and deal with the Winston instead of kill supports. Just keep trapping Boston 4 meters away from Toronto and the cap. Boston pulls his throne. Valentine recalls. It's a whiff. Toronto still holding the space, but someone is still contesting. Valentine has been removed. And it's actually Itzel who's sleeping on the card, who's getting free contests and being ignored. And now that the rest of Itzel's teammates have been killed, it will be Toronto finishing this one off. Valentine will get one last touch. At this point, no extra seconds being shaven off. It is an overtime cap for the Toronto Defiant.
Oh, Faith dying just 1% shy of the rally there. Lemon, that could have been a huge difference maker for Toronto, for the Boston Uprising. And that can be a little bit of a tilter, especially for a player who, when it comes to stats, isn't the most remarkable on main supports, but is actually very good at not dying much and being able to save their ultimates for the crucial moments when they are most required. And it's in this case that Faith was countered in their more safe playstyle, where they always are the clutch hero, and Boston Uprising were unable to take anything away from Toronto Defiant there. Well, apart from their time bank, of course. 3 points and 0 seconds remaining. Boston Uprising now have to try and make their own attack work, which on Eichenwald was lackluster.
I'm just feeling like Boston Uprising, their players are very peaceful people. I don't even think I saw really a fight at point A. It was mostly like Hangzhou and Twilight getting 1 or 2 picks, and then Boston not wanting, Boston not really wanting to fight 4v5, so they just kind of stand around there. So point A was kind of a sweep for Toronto, and then point B, Boston had these soft resets, and Toronto got so much free push that it just felt like Boston just maybe are not used to Itzel in the lineup. I wonder what the calling setup is, but obviously this is a very different look having Itzel in over anyone else, so you can tell that Boston are still getting used to the structure.
I think both of these teams still have a little bit of structure that needs to be sort of perfected, you know? Just getting used to how Overwatch 2 works, and occasionally with a non-main tank player playing the main tank. Of course, Toronto Defiant, they were likely scrimming mostly with Muse on the Winston, but have decided for some reason that Hopper is the play right here. This would lead me to believe that, like, Muse is sick or something. As far as I know, like, there's a chance that Finale is sick, so all of us here at the Overwatch League, if that's the case, do hope they get better soon.
We gotta scout through social media. I gotta scrub through some Twitter, see who's sick.
Where's the research team?
But obviously, like,
I need an antibody check.
But teams want to incorporate their bench, right? You're not paying these people to warm up some seats. You gotta get some wins too. What a nade though from MCD. These supports are toast. Toronto and Twilight dead, and Boston taking some way better initiative than the previous round.
And that was a fantastic confident outplay there from MCD. Sure, they get traded out for it, but in the end, it doesn't matter, Lemon. Because Faith can still keep everyone topped up, and you know that MCD, once they get back, because you have basically unlimited range of healing on Ana, providing you have the sightlines, it doesn't matter if you get picked off and can play from far back. In fact, in many cases, it may well serve you better to be able to play from as far back as you can. Heading into a final fight of point A here. Hopper is going to make themselves known on the car and get antied.
Twilight and Trong being the first one to show up near the card is not my favorite. Hopper. I mean, they didn't even. I mean, Trong and Twilight didn't even get dove on, and I felt like Valentine was creeping up with a pulse bomb. Boston again hesitating on these approaches. Hopper gets one pick, and Boston are gone.
Boston just had a really weird crisis of comms. Like, they got an anti onto Hopper who'd already used their leap in and had used their shield. And that shield was blocking heals off from Itzal, but no one was damaging Hopper, and Itzal decided not to lead through the shield to get any heals.
Look at leave him with a kiss on the head by Chorong. Usually you want to have your shield up, Pulse catches a shield, you can drop the Pulse, and usually Brigida's a pretty good deterrent to the Tracer, but Chorong's getting hit left and right with that thing. But minute 40, and Boston are hanging around a fight they shouldn't be in. Itzal is like, oh, guys, I think this is winnable, and he's dead.
Guys, I'm diving.
Guys, I'm diving, and yeah, he's dying.
Oh, Boston Uprising, this has been a little bit messy. You're exactly right, and I think that from such a clean and clinical first fight, MCD might be looking for more of these antis to try and make the plays, but the question is, can you take these peaks of the antis safely up against Hisu, especially when Hisu is going to be having access to this infra site, which is, they're simply waiting for Victoria to pop theirs, I imagine, as Hisu is kind of playing from a singular position at the moment, but it doesn't matter. Victoria still peaks it, and Hisu's still better.
Hee. Now Toronto. I don't want to get. You know, I was gonna do a certain impression, but I ain't trying to knock the stream offline. Boston
Ain't trying to catch us a lawsuit.
Boston, I mean, playing Overwatch 1. 4v5s are definitely more possible than, you know, a 6v5 from Overwatch 1. It feels like Boston, every time they lose somebody, they just kind of stand around. I ain't paid hourly. But Victoria now has Infosight. 32 seconds left. Hoping to get dipped by Hisu, or hoping to dip Hisu. Gurley also has Infosight. Although is now backing away, has the blade available. Boston now starting their dive, going towards the Widow. Hisu is knocking, or Itzal is knocking Hisu into planets unseen before. Enough to claim a kill. The rally from Faith keeps the truck rolling, and Boston seconds away from capping A.
How did Twilight go there to that Primal Rage as well? Did he go, oh, have a look at that. I think Hisu's having some fun. I want to get me a bit of this. Just rolls in and goes where Hisu's being pummeled into the wall. An interesting choice from Toronto Defiant, but Boston Uprising going to be counting their lucky star that there's a completion here. And it all started off the back of one of those grenades we were looking for. MCD managing to grab this. So how did this happen? Oh, no Nano Blade allowed. Huge sleep from MCD. And he also opened that by sending Aldo reeling with a well-placed grenade onto the feet of the Genji from the archway.
Valentine and Victoria on the right side, meeting Aldo in the dark alley as Hotba starts his counter dive. Already stopping the choke with a bubble, cutting off heals, maybe lines of sight from MCD. Valentine pulses, it sticks, Twilight is gone, but Toronto makes up for the lack of healing with the rally and drops down towards the rest of the team. Meanwhile, I mean, Valentine is gonna go after Hisu, but Hoppa has cleared away, or at least it's looking like they've cleared around the cart. Boston only have Itzal and Faith on the card as Victoria rounds out the right side. And it's both teams really not being able to make a decisive call on whether to fight or not. It just seems so hesitant from both sides.
Welcome to Overwatch League while you wait deathmatch. Just like in your comm queues. All over the place at the moment, but Valentine is demanding a huge amount of attention. This is going to give a lot of free space over to a Boston Uprising, and now Itzal has joined them. So this is now some cemented space for Boston to work with, and it means that maybe Victoria can try and find a very cheeky angle. Hopper camping it for now, just drops down on MCD. He's stuck quite easily.
We have two supports alone by themselves in the tank. They need an adult. Hopper is awake. He has Primal. Valentine has given his attention. But where is the rest of Boston?
It's gatekeeping right now.
Well, we got the girl boss. Oh, he gets flailed down. All right, Primal's back up. You've tossed Toronto off the high ground. Boston, meanwhile, are on the card. Toronto, the defense are behind them. As Hoppa comes back to contest, still has the Primal active. No other ults from the defense. A pulse hits the bank door. And Boston has trapped a few members of the defense here. 4 meters to go for Boston. They've lost MCD. Faith is close to rally. He's getting pressured. It's not going to be the case for Boston to get any more healing up until this point. There's only about 3 of them alive, unless Victoria can go big here with the infra sight. He's getting some shots in, but no kills.
All right, little healing here as well. It's only Valentine who remains, and Victoria's managed to get up top, but Hopper's right on top of them instantly, Lemon. All those stars are Blaze to play with, but at this point it's simply a victory dance of his people. Toronto Defiant have claimed themselves yet another, proving that on the defense they are superior, and proving that when Boston Uprising attack, they do it one at a time.
Yeah, I gotta agree. The one at a time approach is there.
The mortgage style of attack, Lemon. We pay it in installments.
I'd have to ask our stats guys about the Widow 1v1. It felt like Hisu was making a much larger impact, and Boston already don't like 4v5 fights, and it felt like most of that time with Victoria not able to get any of the picks Boston needed. So, Toronto will take a map. After this break, we'll find out what's next.
Thank you, Toronto. Very cool. And now it's time for a homecoming for Toronto Lemon. We're heading over to New Queen Street. And I think that there's also a bit of a homecoming back to some success that was enjoyed in early Overwatch League by Hopper, who's having himself a pretty good game. I had some choice words at the beginning. Okay, I apologize. After what happened against Dallas, I was very trepidatious about the continuance of the Zarya Reaper after they were thoroughly outclassed by Edison and Hanbin in that. However, Hopper and their ability to play the Winston as well as a flex is proving himself to be a very valuable tank here in Overwatch 2. Particularly how Hopper is enough of a veteran to be starting to download the tendencies of MCD in order to avoid incoming sleep darts and biotic grenades.
Yeah, it's cool to see Hoppa have the flexibility of not just playing Zarya, but also on the Winston. But now he has a different opponent on the tank role, the other side of the Boston Uprising, who have subbed out Itzal and brought Punk back in. Now, Boston's only map was with Punk in, and also Crimzo, by the way, is back. So obviously things did not look cohesive for Boston when it came to Dorado. And to be fair, Itzal has only played one map, and with 3 tanks, 3 DPS, 3 supports, I just wonder what the scrims are looking like for Boston. How much playtime is everyone getting? Because even you and I were kind of noticing that Boston just didn't look like they were talking to each other. Now we can't hear that, but we can see it when you have Itzal diving in, Valentine is gone, the supports are trapped in places they shouldn't be, and it just didn't look cohesive. But now that Punk and Crimzo are back, maybe this will be Boston's best look yet.
I'm sure some bastion of investigation in the Overwatch community is going to watch back these VODs and try and read the mouth movements, do the lip sync to see what comms are being done by the players we have in our player cams in the bottom left-hand corner, for those of you who hadn't noticed them yet. We're heading over now to New Queen Street. As we said, it's kind of hometown territory for the Toronto Defiant, but will they be taking a victory lap through their own ends, or will it be a humiliation in front of a crowd?
Well, Toronto have been on New Queen Street twice on broadcast. They beat Paris and Houston on this very map, and a third time as well. They've lost to Washington. Boston, on the other hand, have not been seen on New Queen Street, and I'm not going to reach as far as talking about what they do on Coliseum. It's just 2 very different maps, same game mode though, so we'll see if Toronto, that experience of playing this map now 3 times, will help them bolster a series win, as they are on series point 2-1.
I think that Twilight has definitely been able to flourish from being the consistent support in as well. Boston Uprising, I'm not entirely sure why they swapped Crimzo and MCD, like to both play only Ana. So at some point I'll probably have to have an interview about that, have a quick chat and wonder, like you said before, Lemon, you don't want your bench to be doing nothing all year. But at the same time, you diversify your roster to allow for specialization, right? And both Crimson and MCD played only Ana in those matches. Is it a play style difference? Is MCD better at, like, sleeping Winstons or something? Boston Uprising roll out once again with Punk on the Zai here, and Valentine not on the Reaper, but on the Genji.
I think the MCD thing is about, he sometimes plays Zen when there is a Widowmaker at play, so sometimes, but that's usually more of a Circuit Royale thing. But for now, Crimzo's back in the lineup, the Zarya setup continues, but with no Reaper, and Valentine, well, he hits the bad end of that bullet. Now the TP going forward, the 5-on-3. If you're Toronto, you're taking as many staggers as you can. And just going back to the MCD Itzal conversation, they played together before when Itzal played the one map. So maybe you're sticking your bench players together, hoping they develop synergy, and maybe this is just a long-term plan.
And it feels like in push at the moment, the first fight win is even more important than it was on control, where just getting control of Timmy and starting to get some forward progress on the barricade is so important. However, I don't have the stats of that one, so the source is I made it up.
The source, I saw it in a dream, but Victoria's found all the range. I think it's going to be a huge edge for Toronto to have that flexibility. And turns out only 34 meters are accumulated for Toronto, but Boston now back on the robot, getting some space of their own. It's the statue fight between Victoria and Hisu, who Hisu immediately disengages to join Aldo. And now Toronto group back up on the card. Mainly the ultimate I'm looking for is the tactical visor, and also Hotbo's 100 energy. He could be real aggressive if he wants. Punk is also half HP, saving his bubbles to bait in Hotba, who is just layering down damage. Finally, Aldo joins the fight. He gets bubbled, he gets a kill. The nano from Twilight to Aldo with love. rest of Boston fall.
And the iteration is good here, Lemon. Finally, we're seeing Toronto Defiant playing the Reaper Zarya with actually moving forward with the Reaper. We won't just send the Reaper in by himself, we'll give him Banana, we'll give him the speed boost, as well as the bubbles, and Hopper will be there as well to give over some additional hit scan damage with the beam, chunk everybody down, make sure that Orvo is quickly losing enemies, so that less people are firing at him when he's in his most exposed position. Timmy stopped just before the checkpoint here, and it seems like he's actually looking for a play from the back maybe, or potentially a counter-attack.
If he can go up the stairs and go on a flank, Hisu is the tactical visor. Love to see what he's up to. And Boston are going to counter with their own tactical visor. Faith falls. Hisu with a double kill. Victoria storms the roads and gets the same double kill. But at the end of the day, you're left with a 3-on-2 for the Toronto Defiant, who just barely inch out a fight win.
That's why, like, it's like an unnamed animal fighting game. Just like, go Chirong, I choose you, I will heal you through. Go forth and kill Victoria. And that's going to be the checkpoint here for Toronto Defiant. They are in a great place to win this series now, Lemon. Boston Uprising are up against the wall and will need to win multiple fights in continuance in order to even equal this distance. And remember, once you get that checkpoint, Timmy has a little bit of an itch and a scratch. He needs to wait for a moment. So Toronto Defiant decide to back off here and play for a fight in the middle area rather than be caught down on low ground around a Timmy who's not going anywhere.
This Punk is just checking where everyone's hiding with these right clicks, get some good energy going. Valentine needs some backup. The sound barrier happens, the Death Blossom follows, and Toronto just die in the wings, and 57 meters for Toronto still exists, but Boston hoping to close the gap in the score, because this has been a heavy Toronto lead for a while.
Talks about how Boston need to win multiple fights in a row here, Lemon, and they're actually well set up to do that. Only 2 ultimates invested there means that there's still a Nano Reaper alongside a Death Blossom that's available for the side of a Boston Uprising, and maybe Boston Uprising even give Punk for Nano here if he's managed to keep a bunch of energy available between fights, because that 100 energy Zarya doing 50% more damage is a lot of damage, Lemon.
Okay, there's the bubble to Valentine. Punk hoping Toronto approach to bait them into the grab, but you see that Valentine might have even TP top right. You see him racing back. That's because Twilight's up in the window, so the grab is going to be thrown, and Hopper, yeah, he can't be healed. Twilight doing everything he can at a safe distance, except keep his team alive. So Toronto will lose this fight, and Boston will take a lead.
They are going to have to suffer the Timmy scratch now. Man deserves to have a good itch after pushing towards the barricade, but it seems like they've managed to ward away the Toronto Defiant for long enough that Timmy's going to get back to it. And now there's the lead for Boston Uprising. Victoria from the back with the flanking visor and forces out a sound barrier, Lemon.
Now Toronto want to engage with the advantage they have from that sound barrier, and Hisu unleashes a tactical visor, and Boston are just gone. And Toronto were really hoping to keep up the momentum on this. Valentine will reset too. Toronto back on the car, only it was Boston that was hoping to keep up the momentum. Now 63 meters for them. Toronto will have to win one more fight to hope to take the lead back.
Punk already spotted by Hisu though. Gonna throw out some warning shots and hopefully bait out a couple of barriers for the Toronto Defiant fans. Hopper's instantly naded here and actually tries to make place of a high ground instead of push the bot itself. Remember that for both teams, the next fight is crucial as it will allow for that last bit of push on the barricade when both of them are so closely aligned, Lemon, that this is anybody's game with only 2 minutes remaining.
Papa wishes he got more love and more energy because he could be hitting way differently with the grab, but it's still got 2 or 3 people of Boston inside of it. And Aldo gets to hunt down anyone from Boston escaping. So Toronto in good position. Now that they've won this fight, like I said, they'll be able to take a lead. And Boston only have 2 minutes to try and turn this around.
Yeah, we probably get the lead here and then just leave. Like, they are down in members, but it was all about prioritizing the objective here. And this is one of the ways that Push really differs from other game modes in that you sometimes just play the minimum possible bit of objective advantage and then play for a better position for the forthcoming fight. A minute and a half remaining now, and Nano Blossom on the cards for all though, but Valentine's faster.
Faster thanks to Face. Yeah, that was a great speed. And actually some cohesion from Boston, already looking much better than they did on Dorado, with Punk making calls on the Zarya and Crimso assisting and just enabling Valentine. So Now the bot is approaching the barricade, and Boston will have to win one more fight in order to take the lead. Toronto just barely holding on to it. Hisu could be on the flank. Twilight, I wonder if he's by his side. He is, so a Nano Visor will be available in a few seconds. Boston could get surrounded here. It's almost like playing the bot is a disadvantage, because look at the flank that Toronto are taking. Boston are getting surrounded. Valentine starts to pressure Hisu, and Hisu receives the Nano. He's visoring at the same time. Victoria has a sound barrier and can't find the target. He's more busy using the visors to rob the robot.
Taking a look at these robots, Lemon, taking a look at these robots. Almost there when it comes to matching the distance, but Charong is on that like a carp on it. And it means that Hopper now is going to be chasing away the Boston Uprising. Only 20 seconds remain. The next fight needs to be so well considered. And there's Puck with the grab, getting 3 people inside and 3 kills off the back potentially if Charong can be finished.
And the bot for Toronto is quite far from the barricade. And we're just kind of vibing. 67 meters.
Lemon.
67 meters. Toronto had the lead. They don't have to go anywhere else. Toronto will take the series 3-1.
It was a little bit worrisome at the beginning, Lemon, when we started off on control and we saw some fairly egregious gameplay. But Toronto Defiant, they went back to KDG. They had a powwow. They had a group huddle. Had a Toronto Defiant fighting, and after that things seemed to clear up a little bit. They were using the high grounds very well, and we were seeing some good fundamentals from this team, even if there are still overarching questions that need to be answered about what's going on in the roster. If you're going to be playing the Winston, where's Muse? If you're going to be playing the Tracer, where's Finale? But at the moment, Hopper and Although are filling those roles admirably, and Hopper showing himself to actually be quite versatile, as well as Although, who can continuously pick up the Genji and not be a liability.
And I think most people expected the Toronto scoreline, or at least the Toronto win from this case. And this was an important one. They were 2-2. They'll climb to 3-2. And they'll be in a position, I believe, in the top 8. Remember, only top 8 go to the kickoff clash. While as Boston dive deeper and lower in the standings. They were 10th. Probably going to get down lower. But there's one player that didn't eat so much. One player that's looking better and better every day we see him. Your player of the match is Hotba.
We're talking about that big monkey man who is also, of course, playing Vizaya after a disastrous result yesterday against the Dallas Fuel. But Toronto Defiant kept their faith in old reliable Hotba, and they were rewarded for doing so. Hotba again and again proving themselves to be bloody brutal when it comes to Vizaya. Some excellent tracking, and I think that the Winston's probably what surprised me the most in terms of the efficacy. The Primal Rages were really good, but what impressed me most was Hopper's ability to download a profile on an Ana and then be able to circumnavigate the sleep incredibly well. The average energy of 49%, bloody hell.
Yeah, with Boston figuring out their structure, Hotba is looking just that much more consistent. So we will be throwing to the break to hear from Watchpoint. Will Reinforce keep his hair? Will Custa still be smiling? Will Zoe have to deal with all of it? I'm excited to hear more from Watchpoint. We'll see you after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome everybody. I am here joined now by Hapa from Toronto Defiant. Hi Hapa. Congratulations on the win. Please introduce yourself to everybody. Hapa 선수 안녕하세요. 인터뷰 응해주셔서 너무 감사드리고 인사 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다. And if you want to do it in English, 영어로 하고 싶으면은 you could do it in English. 영어로 하셔도 됩니다.
Hello, I'm Hapa. I'm tank player for Toronto.
Yeah, Hapa. See, I think all the Korean players are getting so much better at English. 다들 이제 이번 오버워치 리그도 이제 몇 년이 지나고 나니까 많은 선수들이 영어를 좀 더 잘하시는 것 같습니다. Alright, let's just jump right into my questions. So today, I feel like Toronto Defiance had a dominant showing against the Boston Uprising. But first map, you guys lost to the Boston Uprising. What sort of happened in the first control map for the Toronto Defiance? 자, 오늘 경기 당연히 보스턴을 상대로 승리를 거두셨지만은 첫 번째 맵은 좀 이렇게 좋지 않은 모습을 살짝은 보여줬던 것 같아요. 첫 번째 맵의 어떻게 해서 좀 지게 되셨나요?
우선 첫 번째 맵에서 제가 긴장을 한 것보다 좀 개인적인 그 압박감 같은 게 있어가지고 제가 좀 못해가지고 진 것 같아요.
All right. So I think the main reason why we dropped map number 1 wasn't because I was nervous or anything. I think I just had felt this pressure, and I think that pressure really got to me, and my performance suffered because of the pressure, and I think that's why we unfortunately lost the map. But like I said, you did drop map 1, but you guys did win the match, and I think that's what matters. And I want to go into my second question by asking you, today we saw you, of course, on Zarya, but on Winston as well. I think that Winston play, you Hapa, was very impressive. But you guys also have another great tank player named Muse. So how does that tank subbing strat happen for the Toronto Defiant? 두 번째 질문은 당연히 우리 또 하파 선수가 또 너무나 좋은 탱커는 뭐 다들 아시고 거기다 또 지금 토론토 팀에 또 뮤즈라는 굉장한 선수가 죄송합니다. 있기 때문에 이 그 토론토 팀에 있는 두 탱커진 이 교체가 어떻게 이루어지나요?
우선 뮤즈 선수가 나오면 대표적으로 메인 탱을 필두로 한 좀 템포를 빠르게 잡는 3템포 조합 그런 거를 좀 많이 하는 것 같고요. 제가 나오면 서탱을 필두로 대표적으로 조금 느리게 한다고 표현할 수도 있는데 좀 서탱에 어울러진 그런 탱커로 좀 역할이 나뉘어져 있는 것 같아요. 저희 토론토는.
Alright, so I think for the main subbing strategy for our team, Toronto Defiant, we could divide into two things. If Muse comes out, it's more main tank focus heavy, and also not only that, we use compositions that are more high tempo, fast paced. Whereas if I'm playing for, if I'm on the tank role for the team, it's more flex tank roles, a little bit more slower. So that's how we do the subbing strategy for our team. Alright, and finally. Also, your next match actually is going to be against the New York Excelsior. New York, I got it. New York Excelsior. What are your expectations of your next match? 자, 다음 경기 이제 오늘 또 승리 거두시고 다음 경기 뉴욕 엑셀시어 팀과의 경기가 있는데요. 그 경기 어떻게 좀 흘러갈 것 같나요?
우선 최근에 뉴욕 경기를 봤을 때 별로 잘한다고는 생각 안 하지만 당연히 저희 최근 경기를 보고 상대도 저희를 잘한다고 생각 안 할 수도 있다고 생각하거든요. 근데 제 생각에는 절대 안 질 것 같습니다.
Alright, so judging by how they were playing from their previous match, I wasn't really impressed. I didn't think they were at New York Excelsior was that good. But there is a chance that they might look at our match and they might think the same thing, that we're not really good as well. But my bottom line is, I do want to point out that I do not think we are going to lose against the New York Excelsior. Love your answer, Hapa. Thank you so much and hope to talk to you soon. Thank you. 자, 하파 선수 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 오늘 인터뷰에서 너무 감사하고 다음에 또 좋은 인터뷰 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Bye.
I always get them to wave. That's just so adorable. And also, one time, I want to hear a player going like, "Oh, I'm absolutely convinced we're going to lose."
maybe.
Of course, they're always confident. You have to be confident.
I kind of
want to hear it. Just
that was so funny. Hoppa was like, "Yeah, no, I watched them. Oh, they didn't look that good, but they might think the same way for us too."
Love the honesty right there. Well, that was a match, right?
Yeah.
Overwatch was played most of the time during that match.
100% of the time, actually.
Actually, yes. No, and Reinforce, I know you have so many thoughts on this particular one.
It was actually quite interesting because, I mean, the Toronto Defiant, they've sort of shifted now their focus over to a Zarya composition, and I'd love to get Costa's thoughts as well. But it's interesting now that we've seen several teams in the league swap over from their pretty competent Winston strategies towards favoring this Zarya. Of course, it's something that Dallas Fuel kick-started, of course, when they brought it out against the LA Gladiators, and even before then as well. But we're seeing some of these teams swap over to the Zarya, perhaps long-term, because they think it's a better bet the longer we go on here in the kickoff clash. And Hotba is, of course, a competent Zarya player. We've seen him in the league now for so long, right? And it's a bit of a big shift when it comes to what matters in the game as well. So whereas before the Toronto Defiant, they were about controlling space with Muse Winston, placing these Winston bubbles to make space for your team. Now it's about resource management. It's about preserving these Zarya bubbles and getting as much value out as possible. It's about getting out the Reaper, his abilities, his Wraith form, his teleport, and then capitalizing on the back of that. So we're seeing a lot of these teams swap over to these strategies. I mean, we even Punk on the Zarya, so I'd love to hear what Costa has to think as well. Why some of these teams are moving over to the Zarya, and perhaps how that changes how we view some of these teams like the Toronto Defiant and their chances to actually win the kickoff clash.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see some shit. There must be something going on in scrims in which the Zarya is becoming very oppressive and it's becoming difficult to play the Winston. I was definitely surprised to see Hopper come in and play full time in this match over Muse. Muse has been impressing me a lot this season on that Winston, and it actually looked like the best look for the Toronto Defiant, especially with Finaleon on that Tracer. They were one of the first few teams to really embrace playing that Tracer. I don't have a problem if they want to play Hopper, although, and they want to like lean into that style and find their own way of playing the game where like Hopper can play that Zarya, and then maybe Hopper can, you know, also play a little bit of that Winston. It doesn't look that bad. I just want to see some consistency from the Toronto Defiant. Come up with a play style, make it work for you, because they have talented roster, and if they play like they did in that first map against Boston Uprising today, I'm very worried about them, because that was that night market was ugly. I'm just gonna say it. That was just awful on so many different levels, and like that's against the Boston Uprising, which is a team that doesn't look too hot themselves. And you know, I'll give a quick comment on Boston Uprising. Seem to still be making the issue of like making these broad stroke swaps with how the style that they're playing. It seems to have some rhyme and reason, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Punk's playing that Zarya, Itzel's coming to play that Winston, so it's not bad, but definitely struggling to get against, you know, better teams like the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, I mean, the swaps might make sense from a compositional perspective, but then if you're really looking at what you're seeing on the playing field, it's just not looking coordinated or cohesive. Like, the communication just does not seem to be there. And I think, like the Lemon Kiwi said it rightfully so, that the literally just like trickle in one by one. It's like, no one's going to see that one coming. We're not going to attack as a team. Yeah. So that's how they get them.
as a team.
Exactly. But so, yeah, I definitely want to see them just gel a little better, get that communication, really everything on the same page. Wow, that was the last match of the day, and the day felt very long, oddly enough. But there are still so many things fresh in our memories. And in case you've forgotten about some of the absolute highlights, we're going to bring them back. We're going to run it back in our best of the day. Starting with you, Danny.
Oh, me?
Yeah, what was your highlight?
My highlight? It has to be London. You know, today wasn't a good day for London fans. You know, but I gotta say this before we watch this. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be Hottie. He had a great, I think it was a 5K, landed a big shatter, and then Hottie did the chatty thing of just charging in, getting all the kills. You know, of course the match didn't go in favor for them, but you know, Hottie had this moment. He proved that he was chatty, and you know, for me, I don't know if I'm a super fan, but I'm still a fan.
I'm still a fan. You love
Still a fan.
You disappoint me.
I'm still a fan. I love Hottie. Yeah. It's okay, Hardy. Next time, you'll get them next time.
See, I'm never mad when I lose if I have a play like that to back it up. It's like, well, I did my job, but honestly, I tried.
He personally won.
Exactly. He personally won, even though the team lost, and that's really all you can ask for as the main tank. Speaking of main tank, reinforce.
Yeah.
Those guys.
What's
your highlight? Tank related?
This kind of pains me because I picked the inferior main tank, in this case, the Reinhardt, who actually lost the Reinhardt battle. I picked that one. But I have to give Piggy some credit here. Okay. He tried to style on Hardy with his teleport TP, but Hardy, he read it and then just like counter shattered Piggy instead. So bonus points for style here, Piggy, but questionable execution, and Hardy completely MTD'd you. But you know, I don't. Yeah, if you lose in style like that, if you get MTD'd in style, I'll give you bonus points, Piggy. I appreciated it.
The real winner here is also. Yeah, exactly. But the real winner here is the lower third. Thank you, Hex.
Okay.
Poetic. I like it. Costa, what was your favorite moment of the day?
So I'm going to use this best of the day to defend myself from 3 years ago, okay? Because even some of the best players in the world,
he's on it again.
Even some of the best players in the world make this mistake as well. And you know what's coming. Shu did it, okay? There wasn't a camera on him like it was with me, but this happened, and Leg Day did a great job of catching this in the match when no one else did. The worst kind of boostio. No. So, So Shu, welcome to the club. You know, there's a couple of us here. Izuyaki's also in the club. I think Hopper's in the club as well. So there are dozens of us. So it's nice to have you.
It happens. I like the turnaround. I just did that, and then well, goodbye. In that case, you gotta be self-aware about it. So yeah.
Call Lucio.
I was really on the Lucio. He should have made that work. Okay, he had all the opportunities. Now, my best of the day has got to be just the cleanliness of the scoreboard right now for the San Francisco Shock. They're undefeated, 5-0, reverse sweep in the bag. Yeah, okay, we criticized them on
and you predicted it too.
I was really close predicting them, but I did not. But they stay perfect, and you absolutely love to see it. I love having that one giant, the one team you need to dethrone. I love that storyline, and I absolutely love and adore and admire that this year around that storyline is for a team which is literally consisting of 80+% rookies, which is incredible. Yeah. So the system works, guys. We've got those young guns in, and they are cleaning up on the servers right now. And I did say Gladiators, that's got to be the big test for them, and they made it work.
No more tests.
I'm still going to say that because it's very dramatic. I love that. Everything is a tester. Every day getting up and getting out of bed. I feel tested personally. Speaking of tests, APAC. That made no sense, but I do want to talk about those as well. We have more APAC matches coming tomorrow as they conclude their first week in the Overwatch League 2022 season as well. So we're going to kick things off in the Eastern region, bright and early at 3 a.m. PT with the Guangzhou Charge going up against a Philadelphia Fusion. Afterwards, Tigers versus Pandas. Tough to pick.
Go
so
Tigers.
let's see who's going to run away with that one. And then the last match of the day will be fought out between the Hangzhou Spark and the LA Valiant. Which one are you guys most excited about?
I gotta go with the Hangzhou Spark against the LA Valiant here.
It's a super fan.
Gotta side with my people, Hangzhou Spark. Look, I'm letting you have. I'm setting you guys up. Okay, I'm just gonna pick this one and just leave you guys to it so you can describe, perhaps arguably the better match. But I'll pick the Hangzhou Spark because I just want to see more Ash competitions.
No one asked you to do it.
Before they realize that Ash is actually quite bad. So I just want to see it while it lasts. Okay.
I appreciate
Costa,
you falling on the
Do you
sword.
have a good idea yet? Do you have a good idea yet of where these teams even stand? I mean, we've only really seen 2 days of play. Do you feel like it's already obvious upper dogs and underdogs? Is underdog a word? I don't know.
Depends who you ask. Philadelphia Fusion fans, I think, have completely solved it. right? Philadelphia Fusion fans are on top, and they're never going to be taken down, I assume. Shanghai Dragons are middle of the pack, as we all imagined. Yeah, it's all worked out. Don't worry, we sold APAC already.
Why does the Fusion 3-0ing the number 1 seeded team remind me of the Houston Outlaws beating the Dallas Fuel, and then they'll be perpetually disappointed for the rest of the stage?
Why did you have to say it, Johnny?
Or even last season.
Why do you got to say it? No, wait, give them this.
No, it's not sorry, Fusion fans. I'm sorry, Fusion fans. I'm sorry.
I guess we'll find out. We'll find out very soon. We also want to take a quick look at our schedule in the Western region, because we too have 3 matches to go through tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. And kicking things up with the Titans, going up against the Atlanta Reign. After that, the Dallas Fuel will take on the Paris Eternal, and we're going to round out that day with the Boston Uprising and the Washington Justice. So we got 3 more games tomorrow as well to end our week number 3, and that puts us so close already to our first tournament of the season, which is actually incredible.
Yeah.
Like, that went by so fast.
Yeah.
And now we finally got Johnny in here, and then one day we'll even see Costa in person again. And we hope that none of us get sick, and then we're all back together.
And then
the
I'm
whole
gonna get
team,
sick.
all the friends. It's going to be fantastic. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure of picking your brains today, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining in as well, Costa. I know it's lonely in the box, but we
so
appreciate
lonely.
It's a nice box.
I miss you guys.
It's a good box. You got the cats there, though, so that's nice.
That's true.
That's a lie.
Love me.
Yeah, we have Cyril. It's pretty aggressive, so there's that. Well, that's it for our Watchpoint Post show. Thank you so much for watching. We hope to see you again tomorrow. Same place, same time. See you there.
안녕.
Bye.
안녕.
안녕.